It's been so long since I made a video. That's because my computer exploded and now I'm doing new things. And instead of doing something really cool for my comeback, I'm just putting every movie I watched in the last year into a tier list. Violent Nights. This movie is about— oh my god, is that a Tomodachi trailer? Hold on, I have to do that first.
A few moments later.
Somehow I started the year watching this even though Christmas was like a week before. Also, funny enough, I ended up this year watching Santa the anime, which is an anime that is very similar. It's also like Santa, but he beats up people. And yeah, that's basically what this movie is. This guy who's apparently Santa comes into this rotten family's house and it turns out it's a hostage situation. They're trying to rob the family. So now he starts defending the family for some reason. It's a really weird film, but also surprisingly sweet. It has that sort of Die Hard vibe that really works. I kind of love that it's not too deep. I believe it could have been a little better if it was a little deeper, but I don't think that was entirely necessary out of this movie. It's just a funny movie where you get to watch a guy who pretends to be Santa and beats up a bunch of people. The fight scenes are very organic, so to speak. They aren't overtly choreographed or anything like that. They're just balls to the walls and entertaining. I absolutely adore how it takes advantage of the whole Christmas theme. But yeah, that's it. It's not a deep movie. Still, surprisingly an 8 tier. New Year's Eve. Look, it's hard to remember movies, especially after it's been a year since you saw them. But it's just kind of romance love. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It was clearly inspired by Crazy Stupid Love, meaning it's just a bunch of storylines happening simultaneously around New Year's Eve. That means that some of those stories and arcs are good, while some others are entirely forgettable. Like, there's this romance that happens in an elevator, and I found that to be super wholesome. And then it's like having this whole story play around the big ball that for some reason, people enjoy watching drop. Why do we enjoy watching balls drop as a society? I mean, as a whole. That's probably the most unbelievable part of this film, the fact that they don't make a single diaper joke. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people in New York put on diapers to go watch that ball drop from the sky. Because apparently if you lose your place, it's life and death! Or something. On a serious note, the other storyline I really enjoyed was the one with the guy whose familiar is dying. It's a very somber story in the middle of like, yay, we're celebrating New Year's! And this guy, oh my god, my grandpa's dying or whatever. I say whatever because I don't remember if it was his grandpa or not. And then my biggest takeaway about the movie wasn't even anything that the movie actually said. I ended up just feeling really bad about the people who have to clean up New York the next day. Like, people over there are working super low wages and they live in New York, which is fucking expensive. It's insane that these people work for so little and they have to clean up that fucking mess. Anyways, C tier. Flow! If you want to know my thoughts about Flow, you should totally watch my last year's animated Oscar reviews, which I'm probably not doing this year, by the way. It's about a cat that must survive a flood with his animal friends. Shoutouts to Flint, my cat, who is absolutely cute and looks exactly like the cat in the movie, so I kind of wanted to pet him all throughout the movie because the cat's suffering, and I was like, no, my little guy, he's no big. But yeah, there's that other video where I already talked about it, and it's like a more complete opinion. TLDR, it's a very good film. I love that it's made with Blender, which is what I use to animate, so it makes me feel special. S tier. One has to wonder what I was doing that week because next I also watched The Substance, which is a fantastic film. It's about this lady that injects a miracle medicine into herself that basically turns her beautiful every other week because, okay, you mitosis a different body out of your back, and then you become uglier so that the pretty version of you can be beautiful. And then that beautiful version of you starts being a different person because they have a different self-image and stuff. It's a really weird movie, but it's a really interesting discussion about beauty standards in society and about the way people perceive beauty in themselves. It made me think a lot about the whole Ozempic thing that's happening. It's a boom. It's a big thing and it's going on. And then this movie came out around the same time. And it's just kind of super topical in that sense. I'm not even sure how intentional that was, but it does end up having a pretty good effect on the film. If I'm thinking about the best parts of this film, I'm definitely thinking about all the makeup, all the costuming, all the effects. It's such good gross out movie sometimes. There's a lot of gross effects that just make you go, oh, oh, oh. And the best part is that the grossest thing in the movie is some guy eating shrimp, not even any special effects or anything. He's just eating with his mouth open. Stop! Remove it from the screen, Editor Nate! By the way, I'm moving editing softwares to DaVinci Resolve. What do you think so far? Anyways, yeah, all the deformities that they do on the main actress are beautiful. What's her name? What's her name? She does not deserve to be disrespected by me not knowing her name. Demi Moore, there it is. She does a fantastic job acting and like having all the prosthetics on her face. It's really good. And then on the other side of her character, which is technically the same person, is Margaret Qualley, who also does a fantastic job. It's less. I personally think Demi Moore's role gets to shine a lot more because she's absolutely killing it when it comes to the performance here. But then if I actually want to analyze the plot, it absolutely absolutely requires a level of suspension of disbelief that a lot of people may not have. But then, like, you know that ridiculousness is a means to an end. You know its purpose was to show how ridiculous and exaggerated beauty standards have become. The movie's insane style is being used as a way to weaponize its own message. In my dictionary, that's under wonderful. Actually, that's a lie. In my dictionary, it says inspiring delight, pleasure, or admiration. Extremely good, marvelous. They all think she's wonderful. Go add to dictionary? You're also an asshole about beauty standards? And then the big critique. Not everyone's gonna like the way this movie ends up at the end, because up until the last parts of the movie, it's kind of somewhat realistic about what's happening, but then the last part of the movie is just going insane, balls to the wall, nothing about it makes sense. It's so ridiculous that at first I didn't like it, but then the more time passed, I started to realize, man, that's a bold fucking move. The movie could have ended on, no, beauty standards bad. I mean, the message would have been clear, but it's a lot more clearer with this balls to the wall, insane ending that actually happens. I don't even want to spoil anymore. If you're curious about this movie, I absolutely recommend you go watch it. Who's out here thinking S is the highest tier? I lied! There's a higher one! It's called the top 100 tier, which is for my top 100 movies, which, yes, I do have a list of my top 100 movies, and no, it's not public because it's not all consistent. I don't even know what I put in that shit. You watch a lot of movies, so it's probably not a perfect list, and that's why I'm not comfortable sharing it. But when I see a good movie such as this one, I definitely know it probably deserves consideration for the actual list if I ever take the time to make it, by digging through my memory banks to figure out every movie I watched in all of my existence, which would be pretty neat because I love making lists, because I have a problem. Nosferatu. It's an adaptation of the vampire story. It's worthwhile if you don't know what Nosferatu is, but if you actually do know, I mean, it depends a lot on you. I think this movie has great production. A lot of the environments and outfits look really fucking good. I love that one scene with the hand in the city, or the way they did Nosferatu's castle at the start of the film. It's a very beautiful film when it comes to the visual aspects, but then when it comes to being a horror film, it actually kind of mega sucks. It's just boring and underwhelming. A lot of the scenes are just trying to build up tension and then releasing it with a bad jump scare, and it's not what I'm there to see. I was a lot there to see what Nosferatu was about. Also, action against Nosferatu or fighting against him is not really that interesting because it's an adaptation of the original work, which wasn't really like that. So what you end up having is a really well-produced adaptation of Nosferatu. I think my least favorite part is just the direction they gave the actors, because a lot of them are constantly doing really weird shit that doesn't work, such as, for example, Nosferatu communicates throughout the duration of the piece at a breakneck pace, such as demonstrated henceforth here. There's this part where the girl gets possessed by Nosferatu and she's trying to have a seizure of some sort, and I understand that they wanted her to have a seizure, but it just looks fucking funny. You want me to take this seriously and she's just doing the Harlem Shake? Why is she doing her Harlem Shake? That's not scary, that's funny! That's funny, and it's pulling me away from the film! So yeah, overall it's a fine film, B tier. The Man from Nowhere. It's a Korean action film, and it revolves around a man who really wants to help this little girl from aggressive drug dealers. The action scenes is the most important part of this movie. They're quite good, actually. I really love them. Some of the scenes happen in like super iconic locations, so it's very easy to remember them, such as this empty room. And then the action is, again, very realistic in a good way. Like, it's very much a guy who fights a bunch of mob fights, and apparently he's winning. Nobody knows how, but he's winning. And it's not that ridiculous. It's not a movie that's meant to make you go, wow, he's so ridiculous. It's a movie that's making you go like, wow, he's so awesome. I think they really dug the whole action aspect. Then the themes of child negligence they're important, but they're not really expanded in depth. They show up a lot in this movie, but the movie is more about the action than about what it actually wants to discuss, which is child negligence. I can't say the word negligence, okay? Oh, there you can say it, you fuck. But it does make up for that by having the two main leads have a pretty neat relationship. You watch them and it's genuinely sweet. I wish we had a little bit more of that in the film, but at the same time, I think it was just on the perfect amount that you would wish to see more of them if they ever decided to make a sequel. I'd say A tier, but barely. Rocket Ear. I almost read that as Rocket Eater, and I was about to laugh a lot because what is he eating? Rocket Raccoon? No, don't eat! So I'm pretty sure this is a Disney film, but it's one of those films that's just a very shallow concept. The main guy's superpower that's gonna make him save the world is just that he has a jetpack. It feels like the kind of thing an 80s or 90s kid would be like, oh my god, this is so absolutely cool, when it actually really isn't, but at the time, they just thought it was the best thing ever. and now it's a stupid kids show on Disney+. For what it's worth, I think this film is entertaining. Like, I do like that they are fighting the Nazis in a blimp. It's a unique setting, but a lot of the movies just kind of cookie cutter. Guy has superpower. Now he must learn to use superpower to save girl and defeat evil person, who in this case is Nazis. Fuck the Nazis. The character arcs, alright. The action scenes, alright. The jetpack stuff is alright. It's a bit tier. Blue Velvet. I watched this movie because David Lynch passed away. I really admire all of his work, and recently I watched Twin Peaks, which I also discussed in a video, and I thought the show was wonderful. You can just tell he enjoyed writing that. The characters are lovely and the weirdness of that show really shone through, so I wanted to be watching more David Lynch stuff, and I wanted to honor him by watching Blue Velvet. Sadly, I did not enjoy the movie. It's like forgettable. I barely remember the plot. The mystery was kind of boring. I found that kind of really weird because I expected the mystery to be good. I've seen Lynch being good at mystery, so I don't know, it was a little bit weird, and when I finished the movie and thought to myself, yeah, that was kind of a D tier, I was kind of disappointed. Maybe I could rewatch it again in the future, and maybe if I pay more attention I may notice more stuff, because Lynch's work is sometimes like that. It's very sad that he passed away, but at least I'm glad he left such an inspiring legacy behind. And the next movie is worse, but like in a completely different way. Like, I respect Blue Velvet, I don't respect whatever Emilia Perez was trying to do. Me duele la vulva de tan solo acordarme de ti. Y quiero que sepan que soy mexicano, hablo español nativo y es mi lengua natal, lo hablo de puta madre. So yeah, as a Mexican, this movie really comes off awfully because I don't know what it's trying to say. Terrible writing, terrible story, the music, oh my god, this wants to be a musical, and the musical numbers are bad in capital letters, that's how it's written in the script. 8 months after, esta gente ya no habla. They no longer speak about the movie because it was that bad, even though it won the fucking Oscar. No, everyone's gonna remember this like that one other movie that also won the Oscars. I don't even remember the name of that movie, but it's gonna be the same shit. One just has to wonder what happened here for this movie to actually get some sort of recognition. By every means of the imagination, this movie fucking sucks. Basically, it's about this drug cartel leader person who decides to stop being a drug cartel leader person and transitions. And then she hires a lawyer to help her transition, because for some reason you hire a lawyer to... See, this movie falls apart the second you start actually thinking about the things that happen in it. Every single event you go like, why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? There's this scene where two characters pull out guns on each other. They deadass use it in a public place like a love letter. Like, hey, look at my gun. Oh, what a nice gun. Oh, let's date. Yes, let's date. It's very dumb. Selena Gomez is in this. And she's not a bad actress. I ate her Oreos this year. I ate her Oreos. But she's just a disaster in this film. I think it's on purpose. I think she was specifically directed to speak Spanish, like she's got a brain tumor or something. Her character supposedly married a big shot narco, so it makes sense that her Spanish isn't very good, but the way she's delivering this is really bad, and I'm not sure if that's direction or if that's her. Either way, it's not a very good role to find yourself in. And then here's my favorite part about this movie. Joan Sacrebreu. So some random person in Mexico got pissed off and said, hey, I'm doing the same thing but like fucking Uno reverse card. Emilia Perez is really rude towards Mexican culture. The director went as far as saying that Mexicans just don't get it. Like, what? We don't get our own culture? Are you okay? But this Joan Sacrebreu project is making fun of that by showing the same thing being done to French culture. And I feel like that's much more as commentary about this movie than talking about it directly. The funny bit is that Emilia Perez is bad at understanding culture by mistake. This one is bad at understanding culture on purpose. If we're going by Joan Sacrebreu standards, my god, what a beautiful film, but it's not actually a film. It's a more of a short, long play, whatever. And Emilia Perez itself, absolutely bottom of the barrel, F tier. My list is The Departed here. Which the fuck is this film? Oh, it's the one about the two moles from opposing sides that are both doing things, and it's starring DiCaprio and Matt Damon. What a cast! And I'm not even gonna pretend that I remember what it's about. Only thing I remember clearly is thinking to myself the last bit of the movie where the moles actually know what's up to be the most entertaining bit. That last part of the film I definitely remember well, and I think it's good. Besides that, the rest of the film is just kind of a whatever situation. D tier. And then I watched Sonic 3! Look, I'm a Sonic fan. I kind of shamefully admit it. a little bit less shameful because the last game we got was actually pretty good. Sonic Frontiers is actually pretty good. I hope the next Sonic game is like Sonic Frontiers, but with actual art direction instead of Breath of the Wild. About the movie, when Eggman showed up on that screen and said he's trying to make an announcement, I went hee. I'm not sure if this is intended to be a reference because it's just kinda shoehorned in there to have Eggman show up on a big screen, kinda like he does in Sonic Adventure 2. And I'm not sure if they knew the meme, Eggman's announcement, and wanted to put it there in some way. They could put the bit about Shadow being into Latinas. They found a way to do that. So far, I think it's my favorite of the Sonic films. I definitely enjoyed it the most out of the 3. And I think 2 is the one I enjoyed the least. I think this one finally starts actually using the soundtrack of the video game to actually elevate the soundtrack of the movie. Not enough, but it does so enough that it manages to make me go, wow, that's that one song that I remember listening from the game that one time. And to be fair, this movie is absolutely chock full of references. I remember the part where Tails does the little spin and throws Sonic through a hole, and that's a reference to the Sonic Mania thing, and it's like, they're referencing this. What the fuck am I doing? Getting that reference in the theater and looking at my friends over like, did you see that? They did the thing and they don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. The other like really awesome part is the part where the two Robotniks are dancing together. That scene is iconic. Whenever I think about these movies, I'm gonna think about that scene first because it's genuinely such a funny scene. Very memeable. When I saw that they had cast Keanu Reeves for Shadow, I was a bit skeptical. But then with the actual writing of the movie, I feel like it's a really good adaptation of Shadow's character. They don't show Maria getting shot. She explodes instead, which, I mean, pussies, but I'm not that angry about it. I think it's a fair decision, and I just look at it as a really good theatrical version of the story from the game. It's really good. I kinda do wish they went on and harassed the President of the United States here too, like getting into his limousine and shit. If you did that today, Sonic would be dead. Disregarding that, is it me or did this movie get shafted at the Game Awards for absolutely no reason? At least a nomination, Paul. Either way, it's an A tier. And next I watched the Wallace and Gromit film, the Benji's Must Fall one. Again, reviewing that other Oscar nominations video, so TLDR, it's good animation, fantastic texture work, and great story. A tier. I'm not afraid of death. Death, not afraid of me either, so it's kind of a neutral situation. But what I'm about to say is gonna put the fear of death in some of you. Dune 2 sucks ass. The Dune movies are bad. They're boring. I don't like them. Like, whenever I watch the Dune movies, I'm mostly trying to understand how people enjoy them. The first one was really boring. This one has a few moments that I didn't think were as boring. Like, this movie is generally better than the first one. But overall, I watched this movie and it doesn't really connect with me. It feels like the movie is being liked because it's a replacement for Star Wars. It's just very cookie cutter and expected in a lot of the things. The art direction really isn't that interesting. A lot of the characters are just kind of straightforward. But it's also really emotive in the way it's like being told. I don't know. It's one of those movies that I personally don't understand, but it feels to me like what's happening here is people were looking for a replacement to Star Wars, and Dune was here to give it to them. I like the bald guy's storyline here. I don't know, it's such a bland movie. To me, I don't enjoy the Dune movies. Most of my experience with them is, yep. There's just a deadpan expression on my face whenever anything happens. It's an action scene, it's okay. It's a dialogue scene, people are acting, spreading out emotions. I'm like, okay, cool, expected. Heck, I'm not even expecting anything because I'm not invested in the storyline enough to start thinking about it. I can't get down with Dune, and if you do, that's okay. You don't have to share my opinion. But I definitely think this movie is going straight into D tier. Like, it's not F tier because the production's quite good, the environments are quite good despite not being that interestingly designed. Like, this is an art direction problem, not an execution problem. And the acting is also pretty efficient, so it's well made. Just, that's about it. That's all I can say about it. It's not entertaining to me. Maybe it's entertaining to some of you. Enjoy it, please. Let's talk about another sci-fi movie that I liked more. Mars Express. It's a French animated movie about a sci-fi city, and there's a robot uprising happening that seems to be related to some kind of virus, and then you have these two cops, one's a robot and one is not, and they have to research the thing. So they use this environment and the two characters to really explore the setting the movie takes place in. The robots in this universe are segregated, and they use this robot who is in the position of a cop to do weird stuff. For example, robots can kill, so you get this police officer who can't kill. It's kind of useless. So they stop using robots in the force, and now he's just kind of there doing nothing. I can't believe this movie sort of predicted the whole clanker movement. But yep, it's generally really good. I like that the movie really trusts the viewer to figure out what's happening. It's not really spelling it out. And a lot of the times, that's a good way of doing it. There's big reveals that happen and then characters don't really go like, oh my god, he just did that. There's no he just did that writing. So one of the best parts about this movie is definitely the animation. It just looks crisp, it looks clean, it works really well, especially during fight scenes, which are also very good. Since this is a buddy cop film, it's actually like a chase and then a fight scene and then a chase and then a fight scene or whatever. It's just well done, it's well paced, and the animation again looks wonderful. I'm putting this at A tier, the main reason being a million miles away. Can you believe it? 20 minutes into the video, and we're barely getting to February, where I watch mostly romance films, starting with West Side Story, which is just a fucking classic. Like, I had to watch it. It's typical Romeo and Juliet bullshit. Oh, la femme falls in love with le garçon, and the garçon has ties to a strict gang, so their love is prohibited. It's kind of a whatever film, because a lot of what it's doing you've actually already seen. I do like the passive-aggressive dancing. This movie has a lot of dancing and music, and the best parts about it is when they're like, instead of fighting, they passively-aggressively dance at each other, and it's the funniest shit ever, but in a good way. I love that movie. It's one of those movies that it really makes you think, oh wow, this is where that came from. Oh wow, this is where that came from. Okay, the movie itself is kind of in the C tier, but the movie is appreciated by I, for I understand its impact. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, yes, the music is because this movie is a musical. It's just not that interesting as a musical, so it doesn't hold up that good. I can't remember almost any of the songs, but I bet if I listen to them again, I may actually remember them. Down with Love. I love me one of these colorful and exciting films that has amazing set design and outfits. It's really interesting, and the second I saw the way this movie looked, I just knew I had to watch it. It's basically about this lady who is tired of misogyny, so she makes a crazy bestseller contender that tries to force a big publisher to release her book, even though the book's about misogyny and like love being bad. Her book becomes so popular that a lot of women stop dating men, and that's kinda the core idea that makes this guy, this big shot publisher, pay attention to her. Of course, because she's down with love, she wants nothing to do with it. And then the actual romance aspect ends up being really entertaining. It has a lot of bickering from the two main characters, but their bickering is fun to watch. And then the big thing that really made me like this movie is one of those things that I don't want to tell you about, because this is one of those movies that you'll probably enjoy more if you'd come at it without expecting anything besides, oh, publisher is gonna fall in love with the girl and the girl's gonna be like, no, 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 until she actually falls in love with him again and they go like, oh my god, let's get married. It's a lot more complicated than that, and if I go into a lot more detail, you're gonna get spoiled about the best parts of this movie, so I'm just gonna leave it there. The less you know, the better. Like the Tame Impala song, queen, 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 queen. This video is so evidently unscripted. I gotta try new stuff, okay? I'm gonna put this one at the very top of S tier. Thinking about it, this may be a top 100 contender, so I'm just gonna put it there, and I reserve the right to increase it later on. You will just see a change and you will go like, huh, it won. Next thing I watched was The Graduate. It's about a recent graduate who tries to fuck another lady to feel like an adult, because everyone's telling him, hey, it's time to be like an adult, you're graduated, you've grown up, there's nothing to do but get a job, get a wife, get kids. And he doesn't really want to do that because he's unsure about how you properly grow up. It's fine as a film, but he's gonna say his catchphrase! It's entirely forgettable. Like, I love the things it discusses, the whole idea of, oh, you're now a grown-up, so you have freedom, and you don't really know what to do with that freedom, you don't really know what to do with your life. But the way this movie comes across is just kind of, oh, this kid had a specifically weird situation happening to him. It's got a pretty alright message, but the actual movie itself is not entertaining enough or memorable enough to really stand out. Sit here. Anora. It's about this night worker who falls in love with a rich boy, and the rich boy falls in love with her, so they start having a proper relationship, but eventually they must break up, and it's a whole mess from there. This movie is quintessential modern Oscar bait. All those Oscar baits used to be like this, oh, be emotional, try to be Shawshank Redemption and Forrest Gump. Modern Oscar bait is just put a female actress, get her naked, and have her go, I'm a woman and I'm naked, look at my boobies and I'm sad. This entire movie is riding on Madison's acting, and she acts well. It's just her character that she has to do is just the quintessential Oscar bait of the modern day. When I see that the movie is badly written and it doesn't really have as much depth as they make you apparently want to believe, what I start to think myself is they didn't give this an award because of anything the film actually did. They gave this an award because they liked something about the film, is the thing that they keep rewarding, which is naked women. I don't know, doesn't that feel gross to some of you? I feel like they're not appreciating the talent on display, they're just appreciating the boobies. I feel like this approach to writing female characters is really popular nowadays because it feels complex, but it actually isn't. Women have their own exclusive issues, but their entire depth relying on something sex-related just feels gross to me. man, female characters are characters before they are female. You can write a good female character that has had a bad experience being a woman, whose entire personality is not reliant on the fact that she's a woman. I adore BoJack Horseman because it's always a great example of what I mean when I say good character writing. Like, turn to Princess Caroline. This is a character that has a large arc about trying to get pregnant, trying to be a mother. That's part of the female experience. She wants to have this in her life, but it doesn't really define her. She's a complex character that happens to be a woman. It's a complex issue, so I'm gonna stop talking about it here. If I actually wanted to talk about this very seriously, I would actually put some more research into this, trying to find more examples and whatnot. This is just what's on top of my head. And on top of my head, I think this movie does a very bad job at portraying a female character that's complex. It's kind of obvious they're trying to do something specific here that isn't just write a good movie. They're trying to write a good Oscar movie. Also, this one, best editing somehow. Like, there's not a single scene in this film that I remember being well edited. What the heck are they winning? What won here? This editing's like normal as fuck. Nothing's happening here. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Even Marvel movies have better editing than this. I just said that. I feel a depression coming on. Leave me alone. Sit here. I'm gonna cry. Hey, would you look at that? An actually competently written female character who has female character troubles. It's Flor from the 1987 Chinese film Rouge. I think in Chinese it's Jinji Kao. The film's about this Chinese ghost that returns from the death as a ghost to try to find her lover. They had a suicide pact, but he didn't come true, so now she's back trying to have her revenge. Then the story is told from the perspective of this other couple that's in a relationship that's a little bit rocky, and they're trying to really figure out each other. This modern couple really pities this lady, and so they decide to help her actually find her lover a long time in the future. They start looking into that relationship, and at the same time they look into their own relationship, slowly realizing different things. This is one of those movies that starts maybe a little slow, but the more you get into it, the more you actually understand what's going on, the more the movie gets better. The actual relationship of the ghost with her lover is very weird because there's more to it, of course, than what she originally says. This movie does a fantastic job at just being beautiful. From the character herself, she's always framed beautifully, but the costuming and makeup didn't do a bad job either. There's like a time limit thingy that's kind of a little bit arbitrary. They're trying to do it so that there's a limit to the plot, so they actually have to hurry it along. They can just take their time with this ghost lady. She has to find her lover or she's gonna disappear and never make amends with him. But then the actual movie starts sorta implying a bunch of stuff about the afterlife at random. It's one of those things where it's clear that the writers didn't give a crap about it. They wanted to focus on the relationship rather than on the magic system that brought the ghost lady back. But it's really weird as a result. Oh yeah, by the way, this happens, and everyone's like, okay. Regardless, that very same feature is what makes this movie kind of beautiful by the end. The actual relationship between the courtesan, Flower, and her lover, as well as the current relationship we see of the two current guys that have a lot of trouble by trying to deal with this ghost, they both really come together to make you think that, deadass, it really makes you think, my, I like being loved and loving people, this is awesome. Of every romance movie I saw this year, I think this one was the most conventionally beautiful. There's another one that I think was better by a lot, but that one's really weird. And actually, we're about to talk about it. But first, we gotta put this one in... Oh my god, I'm kinda divided between A tier or an A tier. Okay, I'm putting this one on A tier. I decided A tier. But just know this is kind of an S tier thing. And then the other movie is Love Exposure. It's a really long movie. It's about 4 hours and it's, I think, directed by Sion Sono. Let me check. Yep, yes it is. Did you know this guy was born in a place called Aichi? As everything Japanese, it probably means something really cool. But like, can you imagine if this guy was about to name his town and he just pricked his finger and went, Aichi! And everybody unanimously was like, cool, that's the name now. So what is it about? It's about this kid who was brought up really religious under Christianity, which is weird in Japan, and he really wants to date this girl. This makes him feel kinda gross, but ultimately he decides to be even grosser because he doesn't really understand what a sinner does or doesn't do because his dad is in a terrible relationship. Anyways, turns out this girl he likes is really into hating men, so the guy tries to pretend to be a woman to get closer to her. Then a lot of shit happens. It's a weird movie, and again, it's really long, so a lot of stuff happens. You've probably seen some scenes in this movie that he's taking pictures of panty shots like he's a ninja or something, and there's a whole like 20 or 30 minute part of the movie dedicated to this, but then he actually gets good at like martial arts, which is why when he actually shows up dressed as a woman and protects the girl actually likes him as a her. but she doesn't know that it's him, and then another girl actually knows that it's him, and she likes him, and she's absolutely crazy. She starts pretending to be a lesbian, trying to get this other girl to also be a lesbian, so they can be together, so she can make the guy jealous. What is this movie? It's a fucked up movie, okay? It has murders, cults, brainwashing. It discusses a lot of really weird topics, and it's very chaotic and anime-esque. For some reason, saying something is anime-esque sounds stupid. If you say something is Kafka-esque, you sound like really deep and philosophical, and you're like really smart and know all about movies and shit. But the thing is that under all of this movie's weirdness, it truly is like emotionally charged and gut-wrenching. It is an absolutely ridiculous discussion of love, and loves of all kinds, from families to romance, even weaponized love. It's one of those films that as you watch you realize what the vision was. It wanted to be crazy, and it wanted to actually show you every facet of love in the weirdest way possible. From my description of the protagonist, he's like in love with a girl, starts dressing up as a girl to call her attention, and then he also starts taking panty shots like a ninja you'd think he would suck to see on screen. But the movie very much establishes why this guy is so fucked up in the head, and the fact that the movie takes the time to establish that for as long as this movie is actually really works in its favor, because ultimately you kind of understand why the character is so insane and stupid and crazy and creepy. His creepiness just becomes a cool thing to watch on screen, which is insane. It's insane for a movie to have done that. Most likely as a result of the movie lasting for hours and eventually holding me like prisoner. I start to get some of that syndrome. What's that syndrome called? The guy from The Incredible! Stockholm. Huh. That's a lot less exciting. And in a similar vein, the antagonist is also really fun. As with the protagonist, she's also insane for her own reasons. And it's one of those movies that when you actually analyze her actions, you really start to understand them and think to yourself, that's a really unique approach to this, because it's one of those things that could only exist if it was written in the way it is written. While you're actually watching it unfold, you're thinking to yourself, this movie is weird in a good way. And I think that's what made it stand out so much. Anyways, by the time I finished this movie, I was kind of bedazzled. I definitely still think that it was really long, but as I was sitting there listening to the credits theme, I was just kind of amazed that a movie such as this one exists. And I definitely think it's one of those movies that I'd recommend to people if they're down to watch some weird fucking shit that's not like psychedelic kind of weird. Oh yeah, I just mentioned the credits theme. I almost forgot, but that credits theme is really good. It's called Hollow Me, and it ended up being my third most listened song of the year. Number 1 was Duet by Boa. That song is an emotion unto itself. Sometimes you just feel like, and you don't seem to understand. Let's take one of our only breaks from the movies in this video, probably the only one. But I would just want to say, if you're enjoying this video, you're 30 minutes into it, keep enjoying it. But once you're done, go watch my other stuff, because this video is kind of like no effort. I'm just ad-libbing the stuff. I'm not editing anything cool. I'm learning how to edit in a new editing thing. This is a really low quality video, most likely, compared to what I usually make. If you're liking this, absolutely go watch that other stuff. But now I'm gonna leave you alone so you can keep hearing me talk about a bunch of movies. Notably, Paddington 3. The worst of the Paddington films so far, but I mean, that's honestly not too difficult, considering Paddington 1 and Paddington 2 are some of the best movies ever, especially 2 is fantastic. I dubbed this one Paddington in Peru. Paddington in Peru. Paddington in Peru. It's fun to say. So like, this movie is absolutely brought up by just the family dynamic between all the characters. Paddington's family is just nice to see on screen, and they always have a good arc that has something to say about the family. But then also, I really enjoyed a lot of the antagonist, the setting. It was just really different. When it comes to the antagonist, I didn't absolutely adore them, because it's supposed to be a plot twist villain, but it's incredibly predictable. Yeah, maybe it doesn't live up to the hype of the first two, but it still manages to be funny and heartwarming in a way that most movies aren't. I'm putting this one on A tier. And then Nessa 2 came out, and it did super good. And I could not watch Nessa 2 if I didn't watch Nessa 1. You would not expect what I did next, but just between us, and this is gonna floor you, but I watched Nessa 1. So we follow this kid who ends up being a reincarnation of Sora, the Agent of Fire, which means he has anger issues and superhuman strength. Nobody really likes him, his parents are like the governors of a place, and it's really weird because the brains has to be segregated and separated, and it's one of those situations that's really off-putting for the kid because, I mean, people should love him. In fact, they absolutely hate him because he's angry all the time. All of this strength and anger, he's trying to learn how to control under a master who ensures his parents that he's gonna be a normal person. Turns out, he's never gonna be a normal person. He's destined for higher things. One day he's being bullied by other people and he ends up befriending the Agent of Water, which is his counterpart, the entire opposite of him. They become friends, and this is kind of a messy situation between the both of them because both of their masters are not really into keeping peace around the world in China and stuff. So I gotta say the best part about the movie is just the way the characters are written. They're all written sort of, you know, you have this expectation of you expect this of the other people around you, and then what you actually are is a completely different thing, right? Everybody expects Nessa to be this big mess when he's actually trying his hardest to keep up the appearance that he's more calm than he is. He's really trying hard to control himself, and nobody appreciates that, which makes him get pissed off constantly, and that's a lot of the depth of the character. I think having him as the protagonist is an awesome move because you can't help but feel bad about him. You want him to be happy and you want someone to like him, and the first person who actually gets along with him ends up being the guy he's destined to fight with. That's a bitter ass pill to swallow. The animation and comedy, they don't really match. You know, the comedy is kind of hit or miss. There's a lot of gross out humor, lots of liquid simulations, and it was well animated, but a lot of the times you're just like, ugh, or you may not always adore that the joke is, haha, character A farted in character B's face. Not my cup of tea, but I bet some people out there will actually get more laughs at it than I do. Plus, not all the comedy is just, haha, look a fart. A lot of the comedy is like genuine comedy, and those jokes I don't think were bad. The animation was good, but it's kind of like TV quality. It's not like movie quality. Out of China, you will start expecting a bunch of crazy animations. Refer to Deep Sea. That is the most beautiful movie I've ever seen. Here, a lot of the times the lighting and the look of the movie is a little flat or less interesting, and you can tell that the movie was made by a big studio, but they totally did not expect this movie to be as big as it is. The second movie instead looks a lot better. They put a lot more focus on the characters and the rigs. So maybe this movie doesn't look the best, but I think it's a pretty good movie, specifically because the ending is extremely Chinese. That's the best way to describe it, because Chinese people have a way of doing fight scenes and action and design for the characters and look of the battlefield and whatnot, and luckily they do it very good, so we're in good hands here, and the result is wonderful. I finished watching this movie and I was already excited to see the second one whenever it actually came to the cinemas, because I didn't want to watch it illegally. I wanted the movie to do good just to shut up Disney, I guess. Was that petty of me? Yes, but fuck the mega corporation. Like, why should I give a shit? You know what isn't petty at all, though? Me putting this in A tier. Did you see? Did you see? The background's a new color because we're in a new month. I'm changing the color per month. Haha. Did I make March orange? Did I? Or did I do it a different color just to mess with myself? I did it the entire opposite color, didn't I? You're such an asshole, Editor Nate. And now we're talking about a movie where two guys puppeteer a dead body around, and it's funny as fuck. Okay, maybe not, but I'm surely talking about Weekend at Bernie's. Turns out the dead body they're parading around is their boss, and turns out their boss is being pursued by assassins, so now they're trying to hide their crime while being pursued by assassins, and mayhem ensues. This movie is a classic for a reason, and yeah, maybe it's not the funniest thing in the planet, but it is pretty funny. It's a good comedic film. The two leads have really good chemistry primarily. They mess around, they talk with each other, they have this very Drake and Josh dynamic, so if you like that, you should watch this one absolutely. But I can definitely tell the dynamic of the characters was the main thing that sold people on this movie, because they're just easily making jokes on one another. They bounce off each other fantastically, and that's kind of like the best part about this film. The actual jokes about parading a dead body around, I mean, it's a gimmick, but it's a well done gimmick, you know? Gimmicks are only bad in video games when they're overdone. In movies, they're actually quite interesting because they tend to be the core of the story. The core of this story is they're parading a dead corpse around, and it turns out parading the dead body of an asshole around is actually pretty funny. What's that here? It's Stevie! Mickey's 17, and we're not talking about the guy from Disney. Shut up! It's about a guy who allowed his DNA to be cloned along with his memory, so he becomes this human testing guy in an alien planet. Basically, his job is to die and be recreated. One day, his 17th body is presumed dead, but actually it was saved by an evil alien species. So now there's two Mickeys running around the ship, and they sort of are very different, and they start doing a mess out of things. This movie is kind of messy and all over the place. Like, some things about it work, some things about it don't really work. I get the feeling that this movie doesn't know if it wants to be a drama, a romance, an alien film, or like a political critique, and the plot ends up bouncing in unusual ways because of that. Personally, I gotta say I kind of enjoyed it. Maybe a part in the middle I didn't like, and the very end was kind of dumb, done in the silliest way possible, but the other things are actually quite entertaining, such as seeing the two Mickeys meet each other, or encounter each other, or have quarrels about their girlfriend, who does the girlfriend belong to? The fact that both of these Mickey characters are fun definitely makes most of what the movie actually is. They're kinda like polar opposites of each other, one's overconfidence, the other one is no confidence at all. The result is just the interactions between the characters end up being really varied and unusual. But there's one thing about this movie that I adored the most, and it's the alien species. If you haven't seen the movie, look at them. What do you think they're called? Yeah, they're called creepers. Oh man. They're so fucking cute. I was this close to getting a plushie of one. And now that I think about it again, maybe I should look into it again. Let's see. How much is a plushie of one of these aliens? Because they're absolutely cute as fuck and I want 7. Okay, maybe just 1. But I could afford 7. And I'm never very good at making financial decisions. Was gonna put this on B tier, but just watching those aliens gave me the happiness to put it on A tier. They may be giants. Yes, the Van named themselves after this movie. And I don't think it's because of the movie, because the movie itself may not be anything special. I think they just saw the title and went like, holy crap, this absolutely rocks! And they stole it. But like kindly, in a good way. So what is it about? It's about this guy who's a little cuckoo, and he starts thinking he's Sherlock Holmes. Copyright very included. Point is, this guy is very loaded, so a lot of people start trying to send him to the loony bin because that way they can keep the fortune. Turns out that my guy is really neat and also kinda smart, so this one lady ends up having an interest on him and she ends up playing along with his bride, pretending to be Watson instead. It's not a very interesting movie. I guess my biggest point about it would be that just the main lead girl is kind of cliche. The movie also comes across as a terrible representation of mental illness and stuff. So I watched the movie and ended up thinking that just the music by the band is better, and that's about it. C tier. There's 2 girls, they're assassins, and they're very infantile. It turns out they're both 18, which means they're both entering adulthood. That means it is both time to get a home on their own, and also time to start pretending like they aren't actually assassins because, well, you need to have a cover. So now the boss is asking the 2 of them to team up, live together, and get normal jobs as a cover-up. It turns out they are absolutely awful at any job they get, to the point they may or may have not end up bothering a whole entire group of Yakuza, so... whoopsie. Sadly, this movie has a barrier of entry, which is knowledge about Japanese pop culture, from name-dropping anime and manga to other things like that. The characters spend a lot of time chilling out in the room, and it's mostly about seeing the 2 girls mess around and have the comedy of one another. I think their dynamic is good, but I definitely feel like this movie, more so than the other 2, ends up using the crutch that is, hey, laugh at the reference. This film is a comedy action movie, which means that, yeah, sure, it has a lot of jokes, but I gotta say, what won me over was the fight scenes. They're sporadic, but that fact ended up making them even more enjoyable, and they're very interesting. One of the fights is gunman versus unarmed individual who knows kung fu. That's kind of badass, right? But she's not dodging the bullet because, oh, Matrix. No, she's just running in zigzags so he can't shoot her. The action scenes are genuinely impressive to see. Anyways, I heard the 3rd movie was good, but I haven't watched it. I gotta watch the first 2 first. I did watch 2, but you're gonna have to wait until I actually watched it in the year, so... cliffhanger! A tier. I'm Still Here I watched like in the middle of 2 incredibly silly movies, but now I'm talking about I'm Still Here, which is a movie about a family where the parents are taken as political hostages and put in a prison. It's a weird movie, but I think I really can appreciate the craftsmanship and writing. Like, maybe the writing isn't the best, but this movie does directly separate into 2. There's a part before the family gets taken hostage and a part after, and the part before is them having fun, slice of life. It's there on purpose so that after you see the horrible thing that happened to the family, you sort of start missing the first half of the film. Yeah, maybe the second half is more interesting than the first, but the fact that during the second half you're thinking, oh my god, this family used to be so happy and they're not anymore, is genuinely an effective tactic from the writing perspective. You absolutely end up buying that the situation happened because, spoiler alert, it did happen. I gotta note, I just said spoiler alert for effect. The thing is, this movie does not hold back any punches. It's showing you a lot of stuff that's very messed up, but I also feel like it doesn't have any big swings. I was never really surprised by the events. I was just most of the film hoping something peculiar and unexpected would happen, but it doesn't really. For example, since the start of the film, you know something's gonna happen. One of the family's gonna die or disappear or whatever. I was inclined to think maybe it's the kid. Why? Because they put a lot of focus on this kid and I don't like him. Why don't I like him? Because he never wears a shirt. Apparently he cannot wear a shirt. It's not allowed and nobody brings this up. Like, what kind of monster is this? I fear him more than the terrorists. But then the movie doesn't have any alarms or surprises. It's just kind of a well-acted, realistic story that is not really brought down by the shitless kid all the time, even though I don't like him. Ugh. B tier. You see, I am no stranger to controversial opinions. I have a lot of controversial opinions. You've seen in this video, I didn't like doing it. That's probably a controversial opinion. A lot of people are gonna listen to that and gonna go like, why do I watch this guy's content? And unsubscribe and like kick me out of the car and hit me for not liking a film. But I think no bigger controversial take there is than me talking about the Snow White live action. I'm not gonna say it's good, because it's not good. It's a D-tier movie. Let's make it clear, this movie sucks ass. It is awful. It only saves itself because it's one of the best Disney live actions. Solely on the fact that it's different enough from the original that I think at least you can see Gal Gadot suck at acting in your face for the duration of the film and think to yourself, ah! Let's talk about her. I don't think Gal Gadot is a terrible actress. A lot of people praise her off to be the worst actress imaginable, and I don't think that's it. She definitely manages to act well, but it depends a lot on the roles, and she's neither a singer nor capable of playing the bad guy, so you're putting her in a musical where she's the bad guy. Yeah, no, her performance is pathetically bad. There's a part in this film where she delivers a line so bad that I now use that line among with my friends and family to say I don't like the way Disney is handling their business right now. Like, before I watched Snow White, I was using Watch Out World, Here I Are as like my proof that Disney sucks ass nowadays at making movies and stuff. But I have a new one. But what of the danger? What in the absolute shit is those words in that order? It's stupid. That's not how English works. And then she delivers it so badly. She does it at a cut. Call her on the phone. Call Gal Gadot on the phone and be like, hey, your line delivery there sucks ass. You should redo it on the phone and it's gonna be better. So yeah, now whenever I have a problem with Disney, I just go, but what of the danger? And everybody understands what I meant. When it comes to Rachel Zegler, I feel like she was done very dirty. She plays her role here very well. The problem ends up being that I feel like whoever casted this film couldn't separate the idea that Snow White was the fairest of the land with Snow White being white. Like, if that makes any sense, they decided not to make the character 100% white because they wanted to make sure that it wasn't understood that the fairest of the land has to be white. I feel like that assumption comes from a place of good intentions. I definitely understand why you would be aware and be logical and speak about beautiful people don't have to be a certain race. But I definitely think the movie is called Snow White because the character is Snow White. Her skin color is Snow White. So if you're casting a person who isn't Snow White skin colored, you're gonna run into problems. People are gonna complain. People who are not even racist are gonna be acting racist. I just talked about the substance, so it feels kind of shitty, but I guess I can say Rachel Zegler is not pretty enough to play a character such as Snow White, who is supposed to be extremely pretty. You're supposed to get a stereotypically pretty person. You can decide to subvert that expectation of why she's pretty in the actual film through the writing, instead of just casting a person that's not meant to wear the role and sending buckets of hate towards them. I say that both lead actresses here got done super dirty by whoever was doing the cast. They were the right actresses, but not for these roles. And you would hope that would be the only problem with the movie, but no. The CG looks absolutely terrible from beginning to end. It's one of the worst CGs that Disney has ever done. I already didn't like how much of the movie was CG, but it's inconsistent. Some CG scenes look really good while others look terrible, and then for some reason, they became obsessed. Something from their gut. I need to backlight everything! Almost every shot with CG in this movie is backlit aggressively. It doesn't look good. It feels like everything in the CG was carefully designed to make you feel something, and it's not working. It's only gross and manipulative. Yeah, sure, maybe it works on my little sister with no media comprehension standards, but I have some. And it does not work on me. I know what you're doing, I know how this message is made, and I know you're doing this to manipulate them. You're not genuinely creating those emotions in them, you're doing it the easy way, you're doing it the stupid way. It's lazy and it disgusts me. And then they go on ahead. They go on ahead and even put some fucking repairs on this movie. It's kind of clear that this movie was meant to be one thing, they showed it to the test audiences, and the test audiences went, where are the dwarves from Snow White who are like one of the 3 things in Snow White? And they just sort of went like, oh, and they scrambled to fix it any way they can. The result is, almost without exception, the dwarves are added as second fiddle. Suddenly, you're watching this lady walk around, and whenever something important is happening, the dwarves are never there primarily. It feels like the movie was shot once, and then shot again with a few scenes for the dwarves, and then they were spliced into the movie so that they would make sense, in a way that does not. But again, this adds something from the original, which means it's more worthwhile than all the other live actions. It still sucks, but out of all of the live actions, I think I'd rather watch this one than have to sit to Scuttlebug again. That's a good thing. The music is generally better than Scuttlebug. Woohoo! You did the bare minimum! All the original songs in this movie are, like, really bad. And the ones that aren't take stuff directly from other Disney classic songs. I think it's on purpose because they wanted to go like, whoa, it's a tribute. But it just ends up feeling lazy. At the beginning, Snow White sings this song called Waiting on a Wish, and that song literally stole parts of its melody from Part of Your World, Let It Go, How Far I'll Go, and most importantly, Chaos Airflow by Paragon X9. It's like, wow, you combined all the I Wish songs into a big I Wish song that I wish I hadn't ever heard. So I think I communicated my hatred for how bad this is well enough, right? You understand why I think this is the best live action, in the sense that it adds so many things that are wrong with the original that it goes back around to being the only fucking live action by Disney that actually deserves my peepers to peep it. Whew. Let's talk about some good movies by someone who actually knows how to make movies. Fantastic Planet! I watched that movie and I liked it. It was trippy. Apparently, learning languages does something to my brain that's good. And my brain goes, yippee, I like this. Now, as you can tell, besides my kind of terrible pronunciation and sometimes lack of diction speed, I am really good at English. I can speak to whoever, it's just, I'm good at it, alright? I'm kind of running out of stuff to learn when it comes to English, so last year I realized that and I said, hey, let's learn something else, and I started learning French. Well then, I want you to know I am the guy who starts learning French and then starts looking for French movies and then watches the French movie when he's not good enough at French to even understand that movie. So yeah, kind of, like I could have used this movie to actually learn some of my listening skills, which is what I'm learning now after a year of learning. Does that make me a fool? Maybe, but I'm inclined to say no, because I ended up watching a fantastic movie called Fantastic Planet. This movie is about a bunch of little tiny creatures that live in a planet filled with giant creatures. The giant creatures, of course, think the tiny creatures are stupid and can't think for themselves. They keep them as pets until one day the main character escapes and tries to fight against the giant. He does this because he ends up getting some education, because turns out the kid that adopted him ends up trying to teach him stuff. As a result, he's smart. When it comes to the writing and what actually happens in the movie, very clearly the tiny aliens are supposed to represent a class that isn't as knowledgeable or as smart as the big aliens, in the sense that, well, they don't have enough money to afford the good education that the big aliens get. But then, the tiny aliens end up finding someone who is smart, who gets that education, and that smart person ends up telling everybody, hey, if we work together, we can absolutely kill giants. I feel like that's an extremely strong message for a film as artsy as this one. I'm like 80% sure the French have something to relate with regarding this message, huh? But the part I feel this movie absolutely excels at primarily is the visuals. Man, this movie is beautifully animated. It's a bunch of surreal and trippy and psychedelic shit. And yes, that is kind of my thing, I know. But I still think that someone whose thing isn't this would actually enjoy it. I feel maybe they would think it's a little bit more disturbing because it can be interpreted as disturbing due to the sound design. But outside of that, I don't know, it's just kind of awesome to see. I was personally amazed by anything that was happening on screen. Even if the story itself wasn't like revolutionizing storytelling for me, the visuals are right up my alley. Alright, I almost forgot to say B tier. I am Speed, 1994, starring Keanu Reeves. A terrorist expert LAPD cop is put on a bus full of passengers. The bus has a bomb planted in it, And if the bus falls under a certain speed threshold, the entire thing goes boom, kablooey, endo. That's it. That's the idea for the movie. And it slaps. It slaps. It's such a good setup. Most of this movie happens in the bus, and you get to see all the hostages getting nervous, and you get to see how they try to get them out or get them in or sort of secure the situation. They try to deal with the situation, and it's kind of crazy. A lot of the action scenes are based on the fact that they are just going at full speed down the freeway, and it's relatively realistic because it's like, what would the LAPD do if a bus strapped with a bomb was actually having to go at that speed? Otherwise, everyone dies. They start closing street, the action scenes are very interesting, and they start trying to devise plans. It's just a movie that doesn't get boring consistently. So yeah, maybe the writing isn't the next best thing. You have a female protagonist who is kind of just there to be the romantic love interest of the cop, but I feel like she ends up having a good part in the film because she's well talked about, she gets her scenes. It's not the best thing, but it's certainly not bad at all. I think it's a B tier, maybe an A tier if you're just down for some dumb fun. Oh boy, I'm so excited to jab about this one. It's 3 Idiots. So this is an Indian Bollywood film that is 100% in my top 100 movies. There's no way it isn't, because this is actually an incredible film and I absolutely loved it. On retrospect, I think this may be my favorite movie of the year. I'm gonna do a top 10 at the end of the video, but I'll figure it out as I go. 3 Idiots follows 3 university students who end up rooming together. As it turns out, one of them is sorta the wild card. He's super smart, but he likes going above authority a lot of the time because he's the kind of person who enjoys learning. He's not there because he wants the paper. The 2 other guys though, they clearly are there for the paper, but they also have their issues that they start trying to overcome because the 3rd guy inspires them to actually learn something instead of just learning what the curriculum says. Of course, when you have 3 people parading around how silly your education system is, you're gonna be angry at them. So the principal gets angry at them and tries to get them out of that school. So yeah, this movie I think has like 6 focused characters. The 3 guys, the principal, and 2 others. One of them's a nerd and the other one is this girl who ends up dating one of the guys. And I gotta say, all of them are varied in different ways. They all are there to explore the topic of education and higher education in India, which is a super specific topic that this movie explores super well in a really fantastic way. But when it comes to characters in this film, my favorite has got to be the principal, who is the teacher that's trying to get them out of the school. He's like so fantastically acted. He looks so angry all the time and he talks so angrily all the time. Even through the language barrier, I was able to understand what this guy was feeling perfectly. You truly buy that he's getting absolutely destroyed by these 3 students. And then he has an arc. He has a really good arc. Being a Bollywood film, it has a lot of things from Bollywood that may seem cliche, but they're doing them to their absolute best. Bollywood is actually quite good, is something I learned in the last few years, because every single time I end up watching something from Bollywood that's like highly revered, I end up really fucking with it. This movie is filled with dramatic scenes and music, and I think they're all like super effective because they're well done. And the reason they feel so well done and cohesive is because they're all being built on the basis of being a critique of the education system. From start to finish, the entire movie is designed to have scenes where the whole point is to show, hey, the education system has problems. It stresses its students, it doesn't teach things the way it should teach, it has no respect for the act of learning, it's become institutionalized and created in a way that's just there to take money from parents and do the bare minimum. Teachers. Why the heck are teachers not getting paid in the world? The people shaping society get paid worse than some guy taking a shit for 2 hours at work. And I love just how many of the scenes are designed after that. For example, near the start of the movie, there's this scene where the main protagonist is asked, what is a machine? That scene is beautifully crafted because it tells exactly the point of what the movie wants to say in like maybe 3 minutes. If anything I say about this movie interests you, I definitely recommend you go watch that scene, because that scene kind of encompasses a lot of what this movie is. It's a scene where a character mingles the education system to prove a point, and the movie does this consistently in its twists, in its story, in its characters. And this scene is out for blood at being a fantastic example of what the movie's about to do all throughout. It happens at the start, so you can see it individually and then see if you like it from there. At some point in the film, they start discussing some other aspects such as the stress and a lot of student suicides that happen in India. It is poignant and it is shocking. There's one specific scene that's like perfectly crafted to subvert any expectation you could have of a Bollywood film, and it's a masterful move that pays off correctly. I think I haven't seen more than 6 Bollywood films, and even I looked at that scene, saw the way it ended, and I was like, what the fuck? This is insane. If you know the movie, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. One of my favorite aspects is how this movie uses a pencil, which is a relatively innocuous item, to end up giving the thesis statement of its message, and it peeps it in such a way that is perfectly understood. I finished watching this movie and I understood perfectly what I wanted to say, and I agreed with every single part of it. It's so wonderful that they managed to do it through a pencil and like a set of questions and actions that the characters do. It made its point so clear and so evident that you can't help but think, man, this movie did a fantastic job talking about everything it wanted to talk about. That's it. I have yapped enough. Go watch it yourself. Just make sure to watch the Indian version, preferably in its original language, but you can use whichever language you like. I don't judge. Just don't watch the Mexican version. There's a Mexican version of this. I didn't watch it, but I saw my parents watch it after I watched this movie, and it was a genuinely perfect experience. Every single thing the Indian version does correctly, the Mexican version blunders and turns into like Mexican comedy that does not comprehend why Mexican comedy even is funny. Wowee! Thanks, Nathan! You're so good at giving me the extra review that I always ask you in the middle of the 3-hour video. The movie I witnessed next was beautiful. First, he mined. Then, he crafted. He Minecrafted! The Minecraft movie was a wonderful thing for someone who was a big fan of Minecraft. I end up spending a lot of time talking and playing Minecraft. It's one of those things that keeps itself in my head. So I was really looking forward to watching this movie, not because I thought it was gonna be good, just because I wanted to watch a movie about Minecraft and see what the fuck they do with it. I mean, content creators did show up a bunch, but I'm kinda sad there was no part where they blasted content creator names. Like, what's all this mumbo jumbo? Well, take this with a grain of salt. But it's what it looks like, Captain. Sparkles. What a creative name for ant venom. Who even did this? Bobby crafted it, Steve. What a head. Well, I don't know about you kids, but I'm dreaming to have some of that vintage beef. I'm sorry, Golden Shadow Lady, but I am homosexual. Now take my blade. It may be vexing, but we're gonna kill that zombie.
Damn, I almost tripped on that ethos lab getting in here. This game sucks. I'd rather play some popular MMOs right about now. Or maybe I could play gay with you, Steve.
That's a limey way to slice it. Here, let me show you to my amazing diamond minecart. You can't be worse than my ex.
Even the clouds are square. Look, so this guy sure does Minecraft.
Steve, give me your wiener. I can set some bling up for you.
Whoa, don't get too tired now, Wolf.
I'm gonna feel ill, man. Gonna go for a jog and then cast this fishing rod into the sea while you guys do that.
No, seriously, why is this movie so gay? I mean, like, I didn't know, but I do kinda ship Jason Momoa and Jack Black, which is not something I thought was gonna happen this year.
Besides that, the movie is just kinda mid. I was kinda surprised by how good the fight choreography were. I expected nothing out of the fights, and then I ended up watching them and going, huh, that's actually like really good for no reason. It's probably because they're fighting CG things, so they were probably told to just pretend to fight some stuff, and apparently that makes for some really cool things. But it's a really unusual approach to CG fight scenes that I think ended up paying off well. The whole thing with the CG I'm still not convinced about. It looks better than when they started showing trailers, because the trailers that they started showing had a lot of CG, and having so much CG on top of the sets really took away from the actual sets. You know, when you see background stuff from this movie, the sets look incredible. They really had fantastic set designers here, so it kind of mega sucked when in the trailers you would actually see that it was really bad. Luckily, most of the movie doesn't have that much post-processing. I feel like the movie has a lot of post-processing only in the scene when they're in the mushroom house, but besides that, they kind of toned it down, which does definitely make most of the CG look a little better than it looked in the trailers. Now I'm thinking about it, I do wonder how good the movie will look if the background elements looked like really bad as they do in game, you know, just the flat lighting that Minecraft has without vibrant visuals, which are coming to Jabba someday. But yeah, overall, I was surprised that the movie wasn't the worst thing in the planet. It was just kinda bad. It's definitely not the worst movie adaptation I saw this year, but it's far from the best. I'm putting this one on B tier, but no cap, I could absolutely read an incredible sequel to this. You all get unlucky enough to live in this timeline, the timeline where whatever happened a bit ago just happened. But there's a timeline where people got to see me writing that second Minecraft movie, and it's beautiful. And test audiences are crying right now, and you don't get to live in that timeline. You live in the unfortunate timeline where the next Minecraft movie is gonna have Jack Black go chicken jockey, big chicken jockey, tiny chicken jockey. It's gonna be painful and it's going to be shameful, and you're gonna have to live through that. Minecraft ended up being the first movie I saw for Easter, and the funniest part about all that is that the movie I saw immediately after was The Last Temptation of Jesus Christ. Look, man, I don't fuck that much with histories about Jesus. Why? Because Jesus Christ Superstar already exists, and that it's literally like the best to ever do it of all time. There's a non-0% chance that I end up doing a video about Jesus Christ Superstar for Christmas. Actually, it's probably 0% because I didn't finish my Christmas video last year. But The Last Temptation is definitely a very unique movie, especially when we're talking about production and just the way it looks. This film's by Scorsese, and I feel like a lot of people clap too much at Scorsese because what I actually saw here wasn't that interesting. I felt like... So this movie is popular for its one thing that it does, and it doesn't do it until near the very end. So what thing did the movie do that made it get so much hate when it released? Nowadays it's pretty enjoyed and a lot of people see it as a classic, but back then it was very controversial. You see, the movie portrayed Jesus fucking. That was literally it. You've definitely seen worse stuff than that on the internet. Hopefully you're watching the video and not looking at any unsavory stuff online that is non-Christian and very bad. The thing is, the very interesting parts of the movie only happen until the last hour or so. I think it's interesting that last hour, but besides that, most of the movie is just the history of Jesus, except instead of being the most pure guy on the planet, he's sometimes every now and then a more complicated figure than just a guy who did everything perfect. Like, when it comes to realistic interpretations of the Jesus story, I can't help but compare it with Jesus Christ Superstar, because I feel like Jesus Christ Superstar kinda hits something with a nail. This movie is out here to ask, what if Jesus was a more complicated individual than history makes him out to be? Jesus Christ Superstar starts to ask, how the fuck did that guy get so big? Full disclosure, I consider myself largely agnostic. So when I saw Jesus Christ Superstar and he hit that why perfectly, I was like, oh yeah, I get why it would. So, you know, if you love watching movies, definitely watch this because it's Scorsese at the helm, but otherwise, it's not that interesting, just be it here. Harvey. This is a movie about a guy who has a giant rabbit for an imaginary friend, and that's why I watched it on Easter. Easter Bunny. Rabbit. It's very similar to They May Be Giants, so I feel like in my mind I have both of the films kind of fused in some way. However, this one's way more about how society treats weird people than the other one, which primarily focuses on the romance. This one here is more charming and has nicer underlying messages about like the value of kindness and imagination. It's actually kind of a nice feel-good movie in that sense. The main character was a little bit relatable to me, except my imaginary friend isn't real, and he just keeps telling me to make videos because eventually one of them will hit, so he says. All the topics the movie talks about are really nice, but when it actually comes to its contents, it's clearly a movie of its age. I definitely agree that the main character is only entertaining because a certain actor is playing him, right? And then if we're looking at the comedy of the film, it's antiquated. It's not old in the sense that like, oh, they're advocating for hitting women or something stupid like that, like many other movies are. It's more of the kind of comedy that just, you look at it and you say, huh, this is old comedy that is not being done by someone who's really good at comedy, therefore it does not stand the test of time as well. A thing of its age, a thing of the tier of B. Somehow I ended up watching here Sausage Party. I don't really know what happens, but there is a reason why I watched this film. I'm just not telling you because it may slightly spoil a little bit of another video that I want to do this year. And Sausage Party was actually kind of funny. It relies a lot on dark humor like sex jokes and stuff, but ultimately they really did a good job with the characters and setting. Like when I started watching this movie, I expected the jokes to be haha, sausage and hot dog together look like sex. I absolutely did not expect a brat from Israel and a brat from Islam to be having like a little fight and eventually they start getting along because they notice they're like not so different after all, and then they start being gay as fuck for each. Who expected that? Who would expect that in any planet? I love that one scene where the protagonist falls off the like shopping cart and he goes into this sudden recreation of a war zone. There's food in the floor, having PTSD attacks, and he's like confused as fuck. It's basically a war scene. There's food gore all over the place. It's played so straight at that moment that it's funny. So yeah, I think my biggest surprise of the year was definitely the fact that this movie didn't suck ass. Like, I ended up liking this movie more than The Last Temptation, which is insane. I think one of the things that most convinced me was the fact that during the middle of the film, you see one of the guys start to notice that the food is sentient. It's such a clever little detail because at first you may think the movie was going to be some sort of Toy Story stuff, but no, it's a fucking food invasion. Again, they took this movie places I did not expect, and I heard a lot of people hate on this movie when it came out, but actually watching it myself, I can't help but admire whatever the heck was going on during the entirety of the movie. It's an A tier. Look at this cast. Look at it. I admit, I laughed a little way too much at the joke about juice. Am I a sucker for puns, or just looking to get punned? I guess we'll never know. I cleansed my soul from watching that by watching Marcelino Panivino. This is a Spain movie that, okay, is actually not that good. I swear I have nothing against Christianity. The movies are just kind of play, I swear. The movie follows an orphan who ends up at a monastery. He starts bringing up bread and wine to a busted up statue of Christ in the attic of the Covenant. It's intended to be commentary about the body of faith, and I mean, it does a good job at that. But holy fuck what the story is implying here. You know, with religious tales, it's often clear the story has been prettied up to include all sorts of philosophical messages. After all, religion is philosophy. The reality may not be as presented, but the point is not to be factual, it is to convey why certain ideals and behaviors are appropriate and moral by the teachings of the religion. But when you see this movie like that, it suddenly starts feeling a little more disturbing. If it wasn't actually a saint receiving the food in the attic, who was? Suddenly this becomes a horror mystery that I'm not interested in exploring very well, especially considering what happens at the very end of the movie. But I guess I don't want to spoil it. I mean, I don't think anybody cares, but I'll still stop right here. I personally finished the movie, understood what had actually happened in the story, and I was just like jaw dropped to the ground. I guess nothing else to say about this movie except the skies look really pretty and the movie is in D tier. No, seriously, what did they do to these skies to make them look so good? Is the sky just beautiful in Spain? I've never been. Conclave, the Oscar winner! Ding, 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 ding. The story is that the popes died, and so now they need to choose a new one, and you get to see what happens in there, I guess. I think what I like the most is just the concept itself. The fact that they decided, let's make a drama movie that's all about what happens in a conclave. You see a bunch of priests travel the political landscape to either become the next pope or vote for the correct person that will be able to sort of support the entirety of the church system. Like, yeah, maybe the choice isn't that heavy for you, but because all of the characters are there and the choice is super heavy for them, you eventually start caring a tiny bit, at least enough to get through the film, you know? I'm saying you know a lot like I'm the Beatles today. That's pretty nifty. Remember to drink water instead of Coca-Cola. For as much as the actual story may not be anything special, it's just well made, well acted, and it's a pretty decent drama, the message is very much up to the viewer's interpretation. There's a lot of elements about the role of women in the church and the frivolity of putting power and impact over morality. As I said, religion is a philosophy. So I find it clever that the movie focuses so much on the rules and structure of the pre-established conclave and Christianity as a whole. It comes off as a way to speak about the perception of religion more than about the political landscapes that surrounds the decision of who gets to be the new pope. I feel like religion is often seen as a list of things that you should do and you shouldn't do in a way that isn't truly reflective of the value any person should be getting out of religion, and that's probably not the way to go about it. I feel like the way this movie is written and structured is primarily to talk about that issue. All of these popes think that something should be or shouldn't be because it's being used as rules, and then all of a sudden something happens in the movie that makes all of them start thinking, hey, maybe we should be looking at this more spiritually, more philosophically, the way every religion should be. I was gonna put this on B tier at the start, but you know what, when I thought about this analysis and I realized that's a pretty interesting topic of discussion, I'm bumping it to an A tier. Gotta say, I kinda don't love talking about religion in my videos, but I have to because it's part of the films that I'm discussing. I hope you forgive me if it bothers you to see me talking about all these things, because it bothers me as well, and you know. If I, as a creator, am getting an inkling that I don't like, I imagine the audience may be getting the same thing, and I don't really want to do that. So let's talk instead about the Looney Tunes! So this movie follows Daffy and Porky and they have to save the world. But yeah, maybe those two guys aren't the best duo for that. And I genuinely love Daffy in this film. He's like so well characterized in a ways that doesn't really feel like he's being rude or stupid. Just incredibly loony, as the name would imply. I think just the way they wrote him and the way they characterized him and all of the things that happened to him in the movie are what the character should be in a way that I really enjoyed watching. It truly felt like seeing Daffy Duck in all of its splendor. I actually really liked watching him on screen way more than I used to previously in other movies with Looney Tunes in them. There's this part where he gets attacked by a bubblegum squid monster and it does things to me that I don't understand. The whole thing with this movie is that the animation is surprisingly good, especially when it comes to the slapstick, but everything else is just really smooth and active. Yeah, maybe it's not the most interesting tracking shot across a city you've seen in the entire year. Just look at this. It's so smooth, it's so clean, it's a good Looney Tunes movie, and it's been a long time since we'd had one of those. Not only is it pleasant to look at, but it's also very well used. There's this part at the start where you see Farmer Jim and he goes from like zero animation, just a stick movement, he's just walking by a la South Park, and then all of a sudden he turns around with the most beautiful animation you've ever seen, and that was hilarious. The movie constantly does stuff like that to really play with the animation that I think helps add to that feeling of looniness that was sorely missing from Looney Tunes films for a long time. So I mostly have great things to say about the movie, you know. The music selection was really good and fun, having no celebrities and instead focusing on Daffy and Porky's as just two characters we haven't seen in a long time was kind of refreshing and classic in a way. It just feels right. The only thing I guess I could say is, well, there's this sort of twist and it's a little forced, you know? It feels inconsistent because the characters clearly weren't going that way and then their reveal happens and it's like, no, we were going that way all along. It's like I understand what they are trying to do because they wanted the movie to have some sort of plot twist to make it more interesting, and I definitely think it makes it more interesting, but the execution leaves something to be desired. I personally didn't entirely buy that the twist was intended since the start. Slap this bad boy on A tier. And now it's time for a stage play jump scare. I'm talking about Cinderella Castle by Star Kid. Yeah, it's not on the list because it's not the same criteria, but I did watch it on the slot where I typically watch movies, so I'm talking about it here. Plus, also, I just want to talk about it. For a bit of a while now, I've been really into Star Kid's plays, and then when I saw this one, I ended up feeling a certain way that I just kind of felt like discussing here. Heck, I've seen enough Star Kid that I maybe could do like a ranking every Star Kid's video, should I? As for the play, I kinda think this one's one of their worst. It's filled with mistakes that I don't feel they should have done, especially after Trail to Oregon and Twisted. This feels like it was trying to be Twisted, but without any of the things that actually made Twisted good, except the music. I gotta start by that. There's a musical, and of course the music here is really good. Maybe it's not the catchiest, maybe it's not the best of Star Kid, but it definitely is something different and something unique. I love how a lot of the soundtrack is really borrowing from a bunch of musical styles. It has a little bit of jazz, a little bit of swing, a little bit of everything. It makes for a really interesting musical. The problem here is not really the music, even though again, not so catchy, the music is great. I love the performances and the actual writing of the songs. The problem here is the story. For example, one of the things I hated the most is the fact that they wanted to be a gothic dark fantasy Cinderella, but it ends up being just Cinderella with extra steps and more people die. I don't really want to spoil too much, so it's kind of hard to talk about what I dislike the most about the story, but it's primarily the fact that the story goes back on anything cool it does. Whenever it does something that's bold and different from Cinderella, it eventually finds its way back to the standard cookie-cutter story. One of the biggest examples to me was the way, after seeing the first act of the play be Cinderella getting shit on and trashed on and be dirty and be gross and everybody hates her and they kill her friends, and you're just sitting there like, oh my god, can something go right for this woman? Eventually you get to the scene where the fairy godmother comes around and gives her the dress. The song is really cool, I still sing it, but the way it's played off is kind of like if the stars themselves were telling her, Cinderella, go have your revenge. And then you start watching Act 2 and 20 minutes in, she does nothing. She just goes to the ball, dances with the prince, leaves without the prince because it's gotta be midnight, and then they do the whole thing with this and that, and it's just kind of really lame because nothing different happened. You framed it a very different way, but nothing different actually happened. The end is a complete disaster because it wants to have a fairy tale ending and it wants to have the ending where, yay, everything's alright, but it's like, you're clearly showing me nothing's alright in this universe. Shit's gothic, people are suffering, and yet the end of the movie is still, the standard ending of the story. It was just really disappointing because there were no consequences to anything and nothing cool happened. Now, if we want to talk production, yeah, this is one of the highest produced Starkid shows to date. I think they did a fantastic job with all of the settings and the set pieces, the way the stage looks, the puppets. There's this mouse guy and he's so cute and I love him. What I don't like about the puppets is the way they're done, because they have the people from Starkid playing the puppets, and of course the people from Starkid want you to see the people from Starkid playing the people from Starkid. But then it's actually kind of sad to see, because what's actually happening is you have someone playing the puppet and they're also with their face doing the things that the puppet should be doing, you know? If the puppet's disgusted, they look at the audience and they do a disgusted face, which kind of takes you away from the story. If you've ever seen how other plays do puppets, they typically have the puppeteer look at the puppet and act as the puppet. This makes the audience's attention be at the puppet, so you don't really realize that the actor is there. You clearly see that he's acting, but you're not taken away from the suspension of disbelief that this puppet is actually what's happening on the stage. Obviously, the puppet isn't just there. You're not fucking stupid. You get what I mean. But even though the execution was a little bit weird in that regard, I still really enjoyed it just because the puppets are awesome. Again, the mouse, so cute. I want 2 of them. And that's it. I lost all my mojo when I realized I don't have to put this on a tier list now. Huh. I must put it on a tier list. I gotta make a tier list to put it on! I gotta make a tier list to put it on! The Rose of Versailles is an anime movie adaptation of the anime show adaptation of the anime manga adaptation of The Rose of Versailles. No, I do not know how to pronounce Versailles in English. I think I can be rather quick about this one because it's just a really rushed attempt at recreating the magic of the anime as fast as possible. I feel like this would have benefited a lot from being a 12-episode series, but instead it's a 1 hour and 40 minutes movie, which means it's kind of rushed. It doesn't adapt all of the scenes in the story, it just adapts the most important stuff, and so you don't really get into the characters or the story well. The animation is very pretty though, and it's clearly there for the fans of the original anime to see what the story would look like in this new animation style. It's really pretty. Again, I just wish it actually was a full anime, even if it was 12 episodes. I think the original had 50 episodes, and okay, maybe you don't get 50 episodes, but 12 episodes would have been the bare minimum. Instead, you get one movie, and it doesn't really have time to shine. It's also supposed to be a musical, which means a lot of the time is spent on musical segments that aren't really that fantastic, so I wish this was more, but it's not really that much. C tier, but if you're a fan of the original anime, I mean, you're probably gonna like it a lot more than I did.
Borat.
This is Sacha Baron Cohen's very popular mockumentary. This became a massive thing, where he plays an ignorant reporter from a country that doesn't exist. Yes, it did take me until 2025 to actually watch Borat, but stop making fun of me! So this movie revolves around the son of a very popular ninja called Naruto. Wait, I think that's Boruto. It's actually a skit comedy sort of prank show story, with the main idea being that Borat is kind of super duper ignorant from a country that nobody knows, and so he gets to do a lot of weird shit against people. The jokes aren't meant to be haha, look, I'm making people's lives miserable. It's meant to be more about showing why bigotry is bad, and it does that a lot through the comedy of the movie. The pranks are really risky and dangerous. You know, every single time you see someone on TikTok trying to do a funny prank and just being a general nuisance, they do not know how to do it. Borat does. Borat probably taught them everything they know, and they don't even know anything about what they know. And the result is that Borat's stuff is actually really funny and really insightful. It's surprisingly well done, to the point where you actually have to start to wonder if the entire thing you're watching is perhaps fake. Do the people who are in these pranks know that they're in these pranks? Are they perhaps being selective with their footage to make it look worse than it actually is? I don't really know. I'm just here to laugh at the jokes that happen on screen. I don't think they intended this movie to be proof that bigotry is a thing. I think they intended this movie to actually say the message they wanted to say through the means of comedy. So it's kind of easy to mess with people. What a surprise. The real surprise is how often he uses homosexuality to bait people. He comes in, he does all sorts of racist and bigotry things, and then he brings up a second of gays, and everyone's like, oh my god, what a monster! And then he gets sued. Borat gets sued by everybody in this film. Every person who showed up in this film eventually ended up trying to sue Borat, or I guess Sacha Baron Cohen. But when I actually think about it, I feel like this movie is a lot more about the anti-Semitic message that it wants to give. I feel it's done at the cost of showing maybe a tiny bit of anti-Muslim messaging, so it's conflicting. And the second movie does a way better job at evidencing something that doesn't require Borat to feign ignorance all throughout the story and film. Sure, it's kind of silly that a lot of this comes from the idea of a guy from Pakistan or whatever being insane about Pamela Anderson, which, by the way, she's not my type. But it's kind of surprising how much of this film ends up being a good message, you know? Don't be shitty towards people. They did mess up with the Muslim stuff, but I am hoping it wasn't intentional. Either way, B tier. Oh, hey, sinners! Everybody likes this movie, right? Right? Yeah, I agree. I also think it's great. Look at you. You thought I was about to say I don't like this movie because I don't tend to like a lot of the stuff that a lot of people like. But no, this movie definitely is good. Very good. The story is about this young black musician who is invited to play at a new bar that his cousins or whatever are putting around. It is mostly intended for black patrons, but there is white people there. That doesn't really matter. You know what actually matters? Yeah, they also get attacked by vampires. It is not perfect. There is stuff I don't like. For example, I feel like a lot of the plot hinges on two very stupid things. Number one is that there's a character that literally makes a movie happen because she's just like stupid, I guess. She's really dumb. You're hinging so much on this character being stupid that it goes back around into not being believable and being kind of sad. The other thing I didn't entirely love is how much of this movie is built upon the last scene. If you watch the movie sort of ends, it has a little bit of a credits, and then it has a very lengthy post-credit scene that's basically the ending of the movie, and I feel that scene really ties the entirety of the movie with a neat little bow. Without that scene, I don't think it would be the same. Its message becomes a lot more strong thanks to that scene. That's about all the bad things, and one of those bad things was actually a good thing. So, yeah, no, this movie is really good. I liked all the characters, I like what it's trying to say, and I loved a lot of the sequences. Oh my, that one sequence where he's playing music, and you can see like through the ages and a bunch of people in the bar from different eras, and you also see the future, and the movie's telling you, oh no, the bar is gonna burn down, and you're like, what the heck's gonna happen in this movie that's gonna make all of these events that we're seeing relevant? It's just such an iconic scene that I can't help but love. I also love the blues in this movie. The blues are so good. They really know how to use the blues in this movie. Now, granted, I may just be saying that because I really like the blues myself, but I imagine the blues are actually great, and it's not just a meeting, because a lot of people are saying these kind of things about the film. I also love its approach to vampires, because they are violent, but they're also like realistic vampires. They are the kind of vampires that need to be asked in, and so it makes for a lot of the dynamics between the main characters trying to survive and the vampires actually work surprisingly well. I also recall there was a shootout scene at the end that was quite good, and I really enjoyed it, and it was very satisfying in a way that says a lot about what the movie actually wanted to say since the start. It's a cool story, and it's a cool message. A tier.
Guys, I gotta admit, I'm getting kinda tired.
And I just talked about one of the best movies of the year, but now we have to talk about one of the worst. It's Gran Torino, a movie that sucks for the most part. I don't even know what to say about it. It's boring, predictable, uninteresting, and forgettable. So it's about this veteran from the Korean War who is trying to reform a kid who tried to steal his car. Obviously the kid's Asian, so it makes the protagonist try to reconsider and fight against his own preconceived notions of Koreans that he got during the war. You know, all that PTSD does something to you. And let me tell you, the synopsis is about the most interesting thing about the film. I like the idea of a guy seeing a minority try to steal his car and then him having to struggle with this preconceived idea he has to show this kid the right path to life. But then the actual movie is so boring and so weird that it's not really enjoyable. At the end of the movie, it ends up feeling like, oh, white sabers happening. It's not good. The acting's bad, and I almost wanted to sleep through most of it. So yeah, F tier. If I had to like place a bet, I would say one of the best action scenes ever is the scene set to Free Bird from Kingsman 1. I watched that movie in 2024, and of course I loved it so much that I couldn't wait to watch the new one. It took me a really long time to actually get to it, but I finally did. And I watched Kingsman 2, and it was everything I had ever hoped for. The action's better, the story's better, the bad guy is really fun. It was a really good film. Okay, maybe the plot's a little bit worse in this one because yes, while the stakes are higher, I do gotta say the plot doesn't come together as well as it did in the first one, right? The first one's a kind of a concise plot, this one's more interesting, but it's less concise, it's a little bit more messy. At the end of the day, what I'm here for is the action scenes, and those are such an improvement. almost all of the scenes are snappier and they're more interesting to look at. Like from the start of the film, you already know it means business because not only is the action scene more flashy, it ends by blowing up everything the first movie set up. Everything. It's such a bold move that it sets the stakes up brilliantly. I love how the Kingsman franchise in this movie proves that it's not afraid to mess up the status quo of what you could expect out of an action film. It's not a James Bond thing where the same characters are gonna show up for 5 films. It's sort of completely different, and I love that. Caveat, they did go back on a certain character's death. I didn't love that, but at least the execution was good enough to make me believe it again, and I think I would have preferred to see a new character take that role, but at the same time, bringing the character back doesn't seem like the biggest problem to me here. Unlike the actual big problem, which is the way they characterize Tilda in this movie. In the first movie, she was fine, but here, I feel like they kind of toned her down. They basically turned her into a plot device so that Eggy, the main character of the franchise, isn't as overpowered as he was in the first film when it comes to the ladies. She's just constantly kept as the damsel in distress, and most of the time she's just making it harder for the protagonist to actually save the fucking Earth. And I understand why, as it turns out in a part of his mission he has to have sex, and it makes a lot of sense to actually discuss Tilda being angry at him. It's not that he doesn't warn her, he's like super careful about what he's about to do. He's really feeling bad about the fact that he has to fuck this other lady in order to make the plan work. He even tries his hardest not to fuck that lady, and at the end of the day the movie still treats it like Eggy is doing the worst thing in the planet. How dare he? Like it's not that he went to a club and got drunk. The fate of the planet rests on him fucking this lady. I mean, logic-wise, it makes sense. They should absolutely discuss this. But execution-wise, not a fan. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe some people care more about this. Point is, throughout most of the film, it doesn't really feel like Tilda and Aya are supposed to be together. It feels like they're meant to split up, and I think they do split up in the third movie, but I haven't seen it, so I guess for now it's a mystery to me. I was saying, the antagonist, also really good. I enjoyed her a lot. She has her island, and she's just kind of ridiculous, but in a good way. I really appreciated having her as an antagonist. You know what the most unbelievable part about the film is, though? In one point during the movie, she puts an entire guy through a meat grinder. And like, how fucking good is this meat grinder? The meat grinder does not get stuck, there's no blood out of the other end, no bone in the other end. That is absolutely ridiculous. I've never seen a single grinder be that effective. It's literally the best grinder in the fucking galaxy. That grinder defies the laws of physics so much, Elton John showed up in this film, and he's also really memorable in it. They gave him an action scene set to Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting, and like, sure, that's cheeky, but that's also kind of fucking badass. I love it. That said, yeah, a very memorable film. S tier. And now we jump from Elton John to Robin Williams, or maybe Robbie Williams, I don't know. I watched Better Man, and the movie's about one of them for sure. I feel like conventionally this movie would be the same as every other biopic about a famous person, but here they decided to do something kinda different that changed the entire thing from just an okay biopic to something that's a fantastic biopic. And that's turning the main character, whichever Rob I'm talking about, into a monkey. That's kind of smart. It's turning the main character's feeling of not standing out into something that you can visually see all throughout the film. And eventually you get used to him being a monkey, which is also a pretty neat way of communicating the way it feels to be kind of a weirdo and to feel like you're being paraded for the entertainment of others. But then if it was that the monkeys are just used like that, it would be kind of like, okay, cool, fine. But they also decided to turn the whole monkey thing into a visual motif that the movie uses throughout. It makes the character arc for Rob work even better, even if perhaps they fictionalize it a little just to make it feel a little different. Using the monkey so much makes it so that a bunch of scenes that could just be, oh, the character's going on stage and he's nervous, into something truly outstanding to behold, such as the monkey fight scene. There's a scene where the character is like fighting against his demons, and instead of showing it by having him sing really good, he actually stands up and throws fists against other monkey versions of himself. And all of that is furthermore wrapped into these musical sequences that are really flashy and showy. It turns this movie from like a 7 to a genuine 9. Cool, good, concise. I should speak like this more about the movies instead of going on rants or whatever. I don't know what's happened to me. I took a break between the last 2 movies and I bet you can tell the difference. Either way, this goes in S tier, which is something that I can now remember because my brain works again. I'm gonna be super dumb in a moment. Ella Enchanted. I know I was just complaining about a Cinderella story that's not different enough from Cinderella. Well, Ella Enchanted is most certainly different enough from Cinderella because it's completely different. It's basically about this girl whose superpower is having to follow any order she's given. Like, I'm kinda glad this is a family film because it could have been an absolute horror film if it wasn't. So anyways, the whole plot's about her trying to go find whoever is it that gave her the power so she can stop having the power. It's a romance film, so the shtick kind of applies. But as I said, it's a really good Cinderella story. It's not at all similar to Cinderella because it follows different plot beats and storylines. It kind of stands out a lot, right? From the costuming to how peculiar the medieval staples were fused with 2000 teenagers culture. It kind of reminds me of how Shrek decided to do fairy tales but rickety, and this is like fairy tales, but it's a shopping mall or something. So like, the characters are entertaining and it's cool to see all the different characters that they brought about because they're not the classical characters from Cinderella, you know? You get this book and you get the prince who is actually going on the journey and they actually get to fall in love. It is very much following a lot of the plot beats from Cinderella, but it's completely different in many other ways that kind of make it really, really good. Something that surprised me is that the movie's kind of trying to say something. I think it's talking a lot about the way girls are educated into being obedient, especially during the 90s. Who knows, maybe I'm stretching to find meaning in a funny movie that's just supposed to be a funny movie, but maybe I'm onto something. Maybe this movie is really meant to be commentary about the way people and teenagers aren't really given the freedom because they're educated to just follow orders and having to learn to stop following orders to do your own thing in life and make your own decisions. That's kind of a tall order. They ingrain the problem into the narrative so much that you may not even realize, but I think this movie is a coming-of-age movie from the perspective of a teenager in the 90s with no freedom. That's heavy, man. But you know what else is heavy? Ella's power. They never really explain if it has any limits, but from what you see in the film, it does not. Whatever you tell her, she find a way to do it. Even if you ask her to do something impossible, her body and mind is going to shape up so that she actually can follow through on that order. That's busted. She could do so much. Hey Ella, please go and end the conflict in the Middle East and come back within 5 minutes. It's that easy. They never actually explain if the power has any limits. Hey Ella, go make flyers and put them all over New York and do this in 2 minutes. Boom. Done. Will her body get destroyed if I make her do something impossible? Kill that one guy I don't like by spitting on him one time, directly through the head with the force of 1,000 bullets, even though he's in the entire opposite hemisphere of the planet. Thank you. Anyways, this film's an 8-year. It's two pairs of baby assassins, which means this movie technically features double the amount of ass, and by ass I mean assassins, which technically means that between the leads of this film, there's 8 asses in total. So like, the first movie had a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that a lot of the film was really a bunch of your wasted time. You were just watching them hang around and they weren't really doing anything that added anything to the plot. This movie is a lot more plot-centric, which means a lot of the jokes aren't as funny. There's less jokes, because there's less time to do jokes. Instead, they're focusing on actually telling a storyline and actually exploring different characters. Besides the 2 main leads, we get 2 other guys that are kind of similar to the main characters. They're supposed to be the antagonists of the film, but they actually use them to talk about a lot of things that they couldn't talk with the 2 main girls from the first movie. See, they're girls. They don't like the same things that the guys do. So they actually took advantage of the 2 new guys to talk about a lot of these jokes about pop culture Japanese things that don't typically apply to women. I mean, I'm sure they could have done it, but it's a little bit more natural this way. The other advantage is that you can get into both of the relationships between both of those groups a lot more. They're a lot more entertaining, and you just get to love all the wholesome and silly moments that happen between them. It kinda took me by surprise considering this is a comedy action film. Like, the action is still just as good. We still get really inventive fight scenes, and the fight scenes actually have more of stakes this time because you're actually caring for both sides of the spectrum. You don't want either the girls or the guys to die because they're just both enjoyable on screen. So it's kinda sad that you know that one of them has to go. Either way, that makes this movie all the more surprising because ultimately you realize, that's a good way to put it, this is a silly franchise with a real heart, and it reminds me a lot of me, the way I feel sometimes. Mostly due to the ass part, these buns keep bumping into all sorts of stuff, but also on a more fundamental level, right? You truly feel right watching these movies. They're good movies. Rightio, put this on 8-0. Non-Ass, a movie that I just kinda sorta watched because I didn't have anything else to do that day. It's about a guy who opens a restaurant in New York, but the gimmick is that the food is actually cooked by grandmas with only home cooking experience. It's actually an interesting concept because it's a real thing. And unlike the last one, this one has none of the ass. Therefore, it's kinda sadly worse. I think primarily I say this because this is a Netflix ass movie. You can entirely tell this movie was designed to be appealing to the Netflix cloud. You're supposed to be on your phone using it. You watch the movie and the movie looks kinda bland because you're supposed to be able to understand what's happening from the side of your phone. Heck, if you put your phone on vertical mode, you're supposed to be able to tell what's going on, and that's what this movie's kinda designed to do. Then there's actually everything that happens. This movie is obsessed with telling and not showing. There's a part where all of the characters in the movie, all the nonas, the old ladies that are the title of the film, they sit down in a circle and they start to talk, and they each go in turns telling their backstory. And it's like, you can feel the director was confident you will be looking at your phone instead. That cliche about going around the room is one of the easiest examples of when you see that happen, you know whoever was writing that did not take the audience seriously. They don't think the audience is even paying attention. And it's kind of a shame because beyond the execution, when you actually look at what's actually happening with the characters and their arcs, it's actually quite decent. You actually have fun seeing the nonas bickering in the kitchen when they start talking about their different cooking methods and you see them scrambling around the kitchen. In the very few scenes where that happens, you actually really get the feel that that's a family that are learning to work together. You truly enjoy watching them cook. For as silly as the movie is, and for as bad as it truly is, I definitely felt like this movie had a heart that it simply didn't have the time to make shine because, well, it's a Netflix thing and we have to present it a certain way. Oh no. Guess who just got hungry for Italian?
Dear.
Welcome to Gay Month! Do you think I'm a monster? Do you think I don't blush when I see two women or two men kissing? I end up watching a bunch of gay movies during Pride Month. Funnily enough, I started with Bruno, which is Borat, but instead of the Middle East, it's gay. It's way worse than Borat. Again, we have the concept of just prank shows, but in this case, the bits aren't actually as funny. They are still kind of revealing, but they're not as funny, because a lot of them end up being that the punchline is, wow, this is gay as fuck. More often than not, it feels like his gayness is not what's actually bothering people, it's the fact that he's naked, in public, you know, public nudity. That's a bad thing, that's not good, don't do it. I will not pretend that I don't laugh with haha penis jokes, but I certainly do recognize that they're less elegant than jokes that actually try to evidence the fact that many people have many double standards. That means a lot of what it's trying to say is a lot more direct than it is in Borat, right? The pranks are super easy to interpret because it's just directly what they want to say. There's jokes about, say, Hollywood parenting culture and obviously homophobia. It's doing that same thing where he throws a bunch of things that people should disagree with and eventually throws something a lot less evident that people evidently disagree with. In this case, it's a penis, right? So it's like, hey, what do you think about enslaving the entirety of the human race?
Yeah, I think that's actually kind of okay.
What do you think about two guys kissing?
Disgusting! Don't show it to me!
So I think primarily in this movie, it's the one scene where he's like parading the kid around in the talk show. So he goes to this black-led talk show and he starts talking about the fact that he adopted a kid and everyone's nice with it and everyone's okay. And then he starts showing that he's an absolute terrible parent and they're still okay with it. And it takes a bit of a while for him to actually bring up, oh, by the way, I'm gay, and he actually brings the baby dressed like in gay clothes, and everybody instantly turns on him. Like, that's surprising, but it tells you so much about what the actual intent of the story was. I guess poignant commentary, but compared to Borat, it kind of falls through the ground. Though I know some people enjoy it more, so, I mean, everyone does what they gotta do, right? Bit here. And now we have the most thematically heavy film in the world. It's The Color Purple. It's a rough film because it's talking about incest, rape, racism, cruelty. It makes emotional moments hit harder, but it's also like a tall order to talk about. I'm not even sure I can explain it in its totality on YouTube without getting demonetized, which, trust me, I don't want to do. I have an upcoming video in February that's most likely gonna get demonetized because I'm talking about stuff that typically gets demonetized. Originally, I expected this movie to be a little bit more about the queerness, but the actual queerness itself is just weird. And it makes sense because this movie is not really about that, you know, this is just like a little extra point. The movie is a lot more about the challenges African American people encountered back in the day. So this movie follows this African American woman who had a really rough life. It's hard to explain. Let's just say Ethel Cain would be proud of this one.
But yeah, there's a lot of incest involved.
Luckily for our main character, one of our friends actually teaches her to read and write, which ends up resulting in her actually being able to create meaningful connections with people all over the world that are related to her, people that actually care about her more than her horrible dad. So like, if I wanted to explain everything that actually happens in this movie, it would take a long time. Not only is the movie quite long, there's a lot of stuff packed in here, and a message that I can't quite re-explain to you throughout this video. I think I'd prefer telling you to actually go watch it if you're interested in what I've talked about, because me sort of trying to re-understand the message of the film doesn't matter. This movie has a very direct message that it tries to tell you, and I think the movie is gonna do a way better job than I will. Therefore, I'm just gonna say 8 here. And now, other balance, pink flamingos. Yeah, this movie is gross and it's dark comedy, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Basically, you follow this woman that claims to be the most horrible woman in the world and fights against another woman who claims the exact same thing, which means you get some really fucked up scenes getting played out for laughs. It's the point. They want you to be absolutely disgusted at a lot of what's happening on the screen. Tons of things get leaked. Tons of people get touched in places they shouldn't, tons of fucked up shit is going on and they pretend like it's kinda normal. They're supposed to be the most foul people ever. I think my favorite part about this film is the fact that this film has the same synopsis as Despicable Me 1. And I think that's beautiful, because what the heck is this movie? So yeah, this movie's kinda gross, but I guess I gotta say, it's kind of aged. I think with the advent of the internet, we've seen way worse stuff happening for real around us. And you know this movie was made by someone who wanted to be disgusting. They wanted to make the audience uncomfortable, so it doesn't feel the same as when you actually see something uncomfortable online and you know that whoever's doing that uncomfortable thing genuinely wanted to do those things. Not to fuck with someone else, not for the sake of film and artistry, they're doing it because they suck. So like, I genuinely think I could rate this movie anything from 1 to 9 and be generally right, because yes, the movie is ass, including a prolapsed one, and if I was rating it just on that, yeah, it would probably be a 1 out of 10. But they wanted to make some absolute dog shit doo-doo and then eat it, which means that by their criteria, you could say this movie is a 9. It definitely makes you feel something that most movies don't really do. I personally think this movie sucks and it has no substance, but it makes you think. It's kind of a bullshit thing. I didn't enjoy this movie. I thought it was bad. When am I gonna see something like this ever again? You are being sent to Tier C prison. Enjoy. All of Us Strangers, it's one of those movies that is better to analyze than to watch. It's really not interesting otherwise. It's about this guy who starts seeing another guy, and now he's happy enough to talk about his parents about it, like the fact that he's very mega queer. And it turns out there's more to it than it seems. You gotta analyze the fuck out of this film to truly get to the good part though, because sure, the face value aspect is pretty good, it's entertaining, but the actually good stuff is when you actually get really into it. There is even more about this movie than the even more that the movie tells you throughout its plot. There's a plot twist, and then when you actually analyze the movie, you start to realize little details like, this is interesting. You start to see different sounds, visuals that are telling you a different story to what's actually happening, and all of a sudden you get a more complete picture of what this film actually is. It is trying to show you something that you will only understand if you take the time to try to. I'ma put it in C tier, because I'm not really that type of person to enjoy that type of storytelling. I wanted to watch another gay film, but I ended up going to the theater to see The Phoenician Scheme, which is Wes Anderson's new film. Now, I imagine that many of you did not know this, but I imagine that even more of you just expected this. Yes, I'm a big fan of Wes Anderson's work. His characters are so unique and his visuals are so interesting and colorful. That's like exactly what I strive for. I love his stuff. His stuff has actively inspired my YouTube videos. If I made a movie, imagine what that would do. The answer is badly. The movie would do badly. The Phoenician Scheme was kind of middle of the road for Wes, but considering how good his actual library is, this ends up being a really solid movie. It's about a tycoon and his estranged daughter trying to secure a deal with a bunch of other tycoons, so it's kind of wacky, but I ended up enjoying it a lot. Wes loves episodic storyteller, and I feel like it doesn't really work well here. The best parts are the ones that break away from that format. The thing is, that format directs so much of what the movie is like that it ends up being a little bit tiring, right? Every episode of the film is supposed to be, oh, now we're going to a different tycoon, and so after the second tycoon you already know what's gonna happen. You know the next two tycoons are most likely gonna say no. Why? Because that's the format you've established. Even though the jokes and the settings are still mysteries, you'd figure out what's going to happen. After a while, there is a moment where the story departs and it suddenly becomes really good. You get to see a little bit more about characters such as Michael Cera's character, which I ended up really enjoying. Him along with the two main leads end up being the main trio of the film, and they all work really well because they all actually have pretty complete arcs. Sure, they're delivered in the classic Wes Anderson deadpan way, it's nothing new, but despite being overdone, it's certainly still a fresh thing to see. There's one character that I could not take seriously, which is this revolutionary guy that's played by Moss from the IT crowd. I can't take him seriously. I just imagine Moss from the IT crowd instead of anything he's actually supposed to play, because his role there is just so iconic and unique and perfect that he cannot escape it in my mind. But then when I'm actually looking at the cinematography and the storytelling and what's going on, I feel like Wes Anderson is just doing the same thing as always. Sure, every movie has its own styles and colors and looks distinctly different, but they all have the same flow and the same look until you go way back into his cinematography until the point where you're at the stuff where he still hadn't developed his style. From Grand Budapest Hotel forward, all of his live action movies have had sort of the same style, and it's starting to get a little stale. Something similar happens with the dialogue. Although the writing is still very different and I wouldn't mind if he kept having the same style, it is true that it's noticeably the same deadpan tone every other one of his movies has. I wish he would have a different style for one of the movies, just to really test out something that's a little bit different. Characters that may be a little bit more emotive, or settings that are a little bit more interesting to see than just, ooh, but the place looks interesting because Wes Anderson is shooting it in the way he always shoots it. I want to see him do some cat in the hat shit, some really weird stuff that's unique and that is very much his, without looking exactly like a bunch of other movies by him, because it's just starting to get old. I still always will love his movies because they just have a sense of style that no other filmmaker has, but at the end of the day, man's due up for some changes, and you can very easily tell with the Phoenician scheme. Again, this is middle of the road. I think it's a very tolerable movie that I thoroughly enjoy. I'm putting it on A tier. Adam Sandler has a gay film. It's called I Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, and it's a real thing. Basically, he pretends to be gay with his firefighter friend, and they eventually learn that gays are actually pretty cool. It's just kind of the standard Adam Sandler movie. By all means, he ends up with a blonde, what a surprise. But I do enjoy that this movie is kind of trying to be open-minded about the situation with the gays. Like, it's a very queer positive movie. Throughout the film, you just see how everybody starts judging them for no reason, and I love how confident both Chuck and Larry as characters are at demonstrating that they don't really mind it. They are very confident pretending to be gay, and yeah, sure, in the movie the context is that they're trying to like put up a front so they don't get in trouble, but I do like that you can tell even the characters are sort of learning they treat gay people like shit. A message from this movie that took me completely by surprise was the fact that there actually is a queer guy in this movie, and he actually does have some sort of courage from seeing these two non-gay guys be like comfortably gay and respecting gay people. It really goes to say something about just how queer positivity doesn't have to be only for queers by the queers. You know, respect from non-queer individuals does help everybody who is queer at just feeling more comfortable, feeling happy, and being themselves. It's one of those things that makes a lot of people who could never care about the gays think, maybe I should care a little, maybe I should just let them be happy, because a lot of people never think that, and that's kind of a messed up thought, right? And this all from an Adam Sandler movie where he meets a sexy blonde lady, and at the end he is like, oh, the whole thing where I lied to you for months saying that I was gay, and then we almost fell in love, and you thought I was cheating on my husband, but I wasn't. I was just really into you. I totally did not just mistakenly do that thing where I pretend to be gay to get closer to women. No, it's never happened. It's not a real thing that happens. No, it could never happen. Rebooting. Hi everybody, it's me, Nate Smash Tomatoes. You know I'm Nate Smash Tomatoes because I say rabbits, and I cannot pronounce half of the words I say properly. I give this movie a B tier. So I watched Brokeback Mountain, and the biggest thing I have to say about this movie is that it's kind of L because nobody, absolutely nobody, breaks their back in the mountain. This film is about two guys who start working at this one job they found, which is very secluded. They end up liking each other, and this job is great because they're alone in a mountain where they can be as gay as they want. Basically, they plap a lot. It's kind of a laid-back movie in the sense that, like, it's not really one of those dramas that's gonna have you at the edge of your seat. It's very much a realistic and well-defined relationship of two guys who are in a relationship in the 60s, where being gay was a completely different thing. And I kind of appreciate this movie for that, because it's clear that they actually try to look into how would this relationship work out in this context. What kind of fight would they have? What kind of lives would they have? They're not just being gay, they're also cheating, and at the same time you gotta start wondering, can you blame them for cheating? Because it's clear that they're not happy in their marriages because they're not into women. They don't love their wives because they're not able to fall in love with them. And that's a very specific topic to talk about that I feel not a lot of people talk about it, especially in the framing device that this film uses. But the outcome of all of this ends up being that the movie itself just isn't that fun. It's realistic and it's fine, and I think it's definitely a movie that you should watch if you're interested, but when I actually think about what I think about this movie, let's just say my grade for this movie isn't very bright. I was told at some point the President of the United States came in and tried to steal the body of Jesus Christ. That never happened. That sucks. My Dinner with Andre is not everybody's favorite film. It's a very specific film that only a certain group of people will like. I personally really liked it, but when it comes to movies, I'm not sure if I would recommend this, because this movie as a concept is basically a guy who meets his high school friend again after years of not seeing each other, and they just talk. It's basically a podcast. Here's pictures of me watching this thing, because this is exactly what made me actually enjoy this movie. It's not that the movie was really deep and interesting, though the discussion in the actual movie and all the dialogue is really well written. What I ended up doing that actually elevated this movie for me was that I matched my dinner experience with the movie. When they had soup, I had soup. When they eat main dish, I ate main dish. And when they ate alcoholic beverage, I ate alcoholic beverage. So for context, my house doesn't often have alcoholic beverages. We have maybe a tiny bit of wine in case someone comes over or whatever. It's not really a household where alcohol is bought. There's no beer, there's no nothing. And yet, somehow, whenever I actually went downstairs before watching this movie and I was looking at my pantry, I realized we had a tiny bottle of rum that for some reason, some company sent. And I looked at that enticingly and I licked my lips and I said, it turns out it was a fantastic decision, because doing that elevated the entire movie for me. It's like I was actually sitting with them, eating and doing the thing with the movie. Granted, I kind of needed big dishes because I had like a big soup, as you can see from this picture, but it ended up working really good because it paced itself around the movie very well. I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much either if the actual movie didn't have great dialogue and was discussing a genuine thing that a lot of people feel, I guess. This movie has both people talking about their lives, and one of them, he went to the jungle and had an adventure and did some ritual and had ayahuasca and whatnot, and he was living a life fulfilled as a person, while the other guy was wondering, hey, I just stayed at home, I had my wife, I had kids, and I'm happy like that. Does that mean my life is worth less than yours? And they sort of start arguing this whole idea. As the movie goes on, you really start to see how the character, that the protagonist, starts talking more with this other guy who's going on about his big adventures, because he starts getting more into the conversation. And you really truly believe the fact that these two peoples with these two personalities would sort of get into a discussion about this. What does it mean for someone to be living, not just surviving? This movie is going to ask that question and it will not actually answer it. By the end of the movie, it's left up to you, which I think is appropriate because, again, this movie is supposed to be like a one-time podcast. You were supposed to come in as the protagonist, not knowing what the other guy's up to, and eventually getting into his commentary. I'd wager most people have lives that are more similar to the protagonist. He didn't do anything crazy, and the fact that you actually see him stand for himself, talking about the fact that his form of lifestyle is also worthwhile, is also considered living, it's kind of reassuring in a sense. And that's all the movie actually wants you to know. Everything else, that's up to you, Paul. Enjoy the conversation. S tier because I ate simultaneously, but I feel like if I wasn't doing that, maybe it would be like a B tier. Thunderbolts or the new Avengers, they tried to do this like marketing campaign where it turns out the movie that they advertised was actually named something else. But since you had to watch the movie on day one to actually get shocked by that, it was kind of like a really shitty marketing campaign. It did not really work because it lasted a day total. Either way, I feel like this is the best Marvel movie in a while. It's been a long time since I watched a Marvel movie and thought to myself, that was a good film. Sure, maybe this doesn't actually get to be like an 8 out of 10, but it's definitely a 7 out of 10. It's decent, it's acceptable, I enjoyed the process of watching it. I think the reason I enjoyed it a lot was the fact that the character arcs seem a lot more complex and complete. They're stepping away from the original superhero lineup that had very standard arcs, and now they're entering into the era where they had to get specific with the arcs in order to actually make them work, which in turn ends up making them more interesting to see on the screen. Sadly, even if the character arcs and the actual psychology of the characters is a lot better than what we are accustomed to with Marvel, the writing is still as old and dated. Like, the dialogue and the comedy still feels like that cheeky, terrible style that Marvel has gotten us so used to. They need to refresh that area of their image to truly work, because this movie truly shows changes are good. They need to change towards more complex characters akin to the Guardians of the Galaxy instead of just doing more Avengers. It's a step in the right direction, just not all the way there. There's one thing about this movie that I gotta say I really enjoyed, which is the visuals for the antagonist. He turns people into like black shadows from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A crazy inspiration, but it works really well. Kind of really disturbing in the best of ways. It reminds me of when I was like 8 years old and I first saw Arkham Knight Joker, and I was absolutely fucking terrified of the man. And nowadays I look at him and I go, he's the Joker, baby. Bit here, but maybe on a good day I'd be inclined to give it an A. Okay, so we're 2 hours and this is only the halfway point. Help! The Peanuts movie. I watched the Peanuts movie. I saw a lot of people talk good about this movie, and I saw a bit of the ending scene, and I really liked what I saw, so I decided, fuck it, let's watch the rest of this movie. And I loved all of the parts of this movie that weren't Snoopy, because a lot of this movie, about half of it, is Snoopy doing unrelated things. He goes and has like an aviator fight and he's trying to conquer a girl. It's supposed to parallel Charlie Brown's story, but it does not hold a candle to it, because that other half, the one with Charlie Brown's stories, is just like really wholesome. I love the animations for starters. They really managed to capture the look of the strips. It's comic strips, and yet you look at them and it looks like a modernized approach to that in 3D. It's perfect. Maybe it doesn't break boundaries, but when he actually does the funny Peanuts dance, you see him doing the Peanuts dance and you go, ha, that's the funny Peanuts dance, and it looks glorious in 3D. Charlie's arc is definitely the focus of the film that actually makes me like it, especially because the way it all comes together at the end, it's kind of like combining all of his struggles throughout the movie into this whole idea of flying a kite. It's so satisfying to actually see him start flying that kite, and everyone in the town is like, oh my god, he's fucking doing it. The guy who is literally named Poop if you want to, is doing it. Maybe part of what made me enjoy this movie so much was actually just how accurate and how nice the voice cast is. They all sound like actually excited kids. You really truly get into the characters. They're not annoying voices, they're just nice voices that you would hear from kids and think to yourself, that's a nice group of kids, I hope they have nice lives. And that's exactly what I think about this movie. I think it's nice, and I hope many people who watch it enjoy it. A tier. Finally, I get to rest for a day. Just kidding, I have to edit this audio. Oh, then I have to do it again tomorrow. No. K-pop demon hunters. They sing K-pop and they hunt demons. Magic. And I have my troubles with it, because I'm Nate and I always have troubles with everything because nothing ever makes me happy. So let's start by all of the good things in this movie, because this movie is mostly good things. I don't think it's a bad movie, and I'm gonna preface this by saying I really like it. Specifically, all the stuff that's the animation and the music. Maybe the animation isn't, again, breaking boundaries, and maybe that's why Sonny didn't believe it was gonna do that good. But you really told me that you saw how insane all K-pop fans were, and you genuinely thought this movie wasn't gonna do good. This movie has K-pop, and the K-pop it has is really good. I myself enjoy a very little K-pop. I've tried getting into the genre, it's not really my thing. But then I listened to the music in this movie and I was like, boy, oh buddy, oh Paul, they showed me how it's done. Buddy, they went up, up, up inside that moment, and now I am drinking a soda pop freely before I had to take down that video of your idol fucking like... That's what it sounded like. It's one of those movies that I am anxiously awaiting the sequel of, because this movie only gave us time to really explore the character of Purple Hair Girl. And then there's the other two who sure get their tiny arcs, but I wish they got a little bit more. This movie primarily focuses on Rumi's arc, which isn't really that fantastic. Early on they sort of reveal that this girl is actually half demon, and then the other girls don't know that. So obviously, come the third act, guess what's happening? A liar reveal. And I don't really adore this liar reveal. It feels kind of lame. I wish this movie was more about the characters dealing with the situation instead of the situation being hidden from them. If Rumi was written to tell the girls immediately at the start of the film like, hey, I'm half demon, the other girls would be like, oh, but that's okay, you're our friend, you're half demon, you're completely normal. And throughout the movie, they start getting more doubts about her because she's starting to think about the demons. They suddenly go like, maybe my friend isn't actually my friend. Maybe the fact that she's a foreigner, half a demon, is actually affecting her. Maybe all of this time she hasn't told us because it wasn't relevant, but now it is. I feel like seeing that happen in the heads of the other two girls would have been a lot more interesting than them going like, you lied to us, you bastard. And then to top that all off, the end of the movie has the main character going like, she goes up to her teacher and she tells her, I don't like the Hanman. The Hanman sucks. The Hanman is ass. I don't like it. Why? Because this Hanman does not respect me for who I am. In case someone needs a reminder, at the end of the movie, Rumi destroys the old Hanman because it's a bad Hanman. It's telling people they can't show their flaws. Instead, she goes, I'm going to recreate this Hanman, but this new Hanman is gonna let us show our flaws. We're gonna accept ourselves for who we are. That's honestly a solid message. I absolutely love that. But then when you actually think about what the Hanman is, shit didn't fix anything in the actual narrative. The point of the Hanman is to keep demons from not crossing over to the other side. So she puts this new Hanman that prevents all demons from crossing to the other side, which means the only demon that actually crossed to the other side and had their flaws accepted was Rumi. All the other demons are still vanquished to fucking hell. How come the movie's telling me that this new Hanman is better because it accepts the demons inside people? And then it proceeds to show me that demons are still just locked down there, they're not coming out, they're just forever there. Her new Hanman is the old Hanman, but with a new shade of gold, I guess. Emotionally, it is really powerful, but when you actually look at what the narrative is telling you, it kinda falls apart in a way that I felt is kind of big. And then, the more I think about it, the more I think the fix would have been rather easy, because, okay, they wanted to kill Jinju. Jinju is supposed to die so you can have your big emotional moment where she goes like, no, don't leave me. But, if we are honest, they never actually show any demons cross through this new Hanman, which means, for all intents and purposes, the Hanman appears to be the same. They tell you it's different, but it really isn't. It genuinely feels like she went, hey, everybody accepted me, okay, no more demons need to be accepted. Only my demons matter. If Jinju was somewhat still around after the end of the movie, you could actually have made a scene or some sort of showcase that, hey, look, this guy, the only demon that we've seen come here and have some sort of, I am a demon, but I'm a more complex individual than just a bad demon. Maybe we could have had something. Maybe the movie would have been telling me this new Hanman allows demons to be redeemed. Okay, here's an idea. Rumi makes a hotel, and they say fuck a lot. They say fucking shit a lot. No, but jokes aside, I really do think the framing around the new Hanman is really bad, and that makes a lot of the message of the movie fall completely flat. Emotionally, it works, but narratively, you just are wondering why the heck did Rumi say, I hate the old Hanman, and then put a new Hanman that's basically the same Hanman. At the same time, I saw a lot of people didn't really realize that that's a thing that happened. Most people were content with just a big emotional moment and then proceeded by the song that is basically telling you we're accepting our demons better. And I think that's a nice message. A message nice enough that it does feel a little bit pedantic to think about the Hanman like that. Besides, they're probably gonna fix this stuff like 10 minutes into the next movie. You bet. Because you bet they're totally doing a sequel for K-pop Demon Hunters. It became like the biggest thing of 2025. Bigger than Labubu and apparently chocolate from Dubai, right? Why did chocolate from Dubai became popular? Pause. I'm at a turn 8. Yeah, this is a recession indicator. Bye. Regardless, this movie was massive. Look at that. It's at 8 here. That means I thought it was good. I critiqued it a lot, but that was a bunch of nitpicks, really. 8 here. 8 here means it's good movie. Superman. It was good, I guess. I feel like everybody under the sun is now expecting somebody to have a big opinion about this movie. When my big opinion about this movie is, it's okay, I suppose. I don't have anything that I thought was really terribly done to the point I can't enjoy the movie, but I also didn't find anything that was so amazingly done that I was like, wow, this revolutionizes the superhero genre. The most notable part is the way that all the heroes are very flawed, which is kind of a standard affair when it comes to movies by the guy who made Guardians of the Galaxy, which to me, as well as to many others I hope, is the quintessential example of how you should write a superhero movie, right? So while it is sweet to see this new direction be apply to the DC universe, and I'm excited to see what they actually do with that. It's not really anything special. We've already seen this before by the same guy, so it doesn't really feel any different at all. It's great to see DC characters have a little bit more complexity and a little bit more things that make them interesting. I feel like the reason a lot of people really expected a lot of this movie or wanted to talk about it so much is because it's a big shift from the Snyder movies. Well, I don't think you need to be a genius to understand, but yeah, Zack Snyder is really bad at writing movies. I don't think he's as bad as a director, but as a writer, his writing and everything he does really falls through. And so, when you actually put him as the head of the DC universe, every movie turns into his messy style. That messy style made a lot of people be excited about this new change, and then a lot of people got angry because a lot of people think Snyder's great because of whatever reason. I don't understand it personally. Suddenly I see a bunch of people slapping political drama in this movie like, oh no, they're trying to make it right wing, left wing, why the fuck are we politicizing Superman? I understand that everything is political, because even if you don't intend to ever make a thing that's political, and even if the writers themselves did not intend to make a political work, everything can be interpreted to political lens. It depends a lot because, well, the audience is free to interpret things how they want. But this movie kind of forced itself on people's minds to be interpreted politically for whatever reason, and it's primarily because all the fucking time, every single thing that came out about this movie, it was just criticized consistently under a political lens that definitely does not apply the actual movie. Well, that's not to say the movie doesn't have funny things that it says that could be applied to modern politics, like there's a fight in the Middle East and there's a president who is really angry and wants to destroy the other side, and then the other side has to start defending themselves against the overpowered other side, and it's like, okay, sure, maybe this is not the same as the situation that's happening in real life, but I definitely see people making the parallels, and you cannot escape those. But see, maybe that's just yet another example of the way people started shoving political ideology in this movie that this movie didn't have. This whole conflict may just have been a thing that they wanted to put to have Superman come in and stop it and be like, oh, Superman can come in, so we need to bring in the Green Lantern people because we want to give them their own movies. But just the constant search to politicize Superman the movie 2025 kind of made it tiring to engage with it. And that has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the film or how I rate it. Like that one scene with the monkeys typing hate online, and it's just, you see that scene and you feel the hatred that was put when writing and directing it. Everybody knows exactly one person who's like these monkeys, and I just love the fact that they took the time to throw shade at them. And that kind of makes me think, yeah, I like a lot of the little silly things about this movie. Maybe it's not perfect, but I definitely think it's enjoyable and it's unique, and maybe it has more to say than we think. It's kind of hard to know because nowadays we're putting a lot of meaning into stuff if we don't actually like the director changing another director, apparently. What's left to say? Crypto could solo this entire movie. Okay, he does get his ass kicked during one part, but that was a fluke. Crypto could solo, A tier. The Terminal. This movie is about a guy from a third world country. He's at an airport and then he looks at the news. Turns out his country is no longer considered a country because it has a civil war going on, and so his only option is to start living at the airport terminal, learning the customs and somehow trying to earn some money. It's a super lightweight story. I'd even call it fluffy. So this is based off a real event, and I imagine in real life the guy felt like there were more stakes, but they clearly wanted this movie to be a little bit more chilled. They wanted to focus more on the romance he later engages in. The romance aspects, they weren't my favorite. The romance itself is kind of whatever thing. It's just kind of there to like fill in the boxes, I guess. All the characters in this film get at least a tiny bit of time to shine, whether it's this lady working at the Bajaj station or this guy who is the janitor and absolutely hates half of the people going around in the terminal. It's kind of surprising how much they managed to do with so little time in each of these characters. Now, the best part of this movie has definitely to be the progression for the main character. He is living and thriving in this airport, and everybody's trying to kick him out because why would you want some guy in the airport? And it's nice to see how different situations are handled by the guy, such as starting to earn money in the place. Turns out, I've seen people in real life trying even harder to make a better living than this guy, and this guy's out there in the airport like, yippee, construction job, no credentials. I refuse to believe the airport is cheap enough for a guy to live off rearranging baggage carts. But again, it's not really a movie that you're turned to see because, oh, it's so realistic and heart-wrenching how he survived the airport. It's supposed to be a fun movie about a guy who was in an airport and you go like, oh, that's smart. Oh, he's so clever. Ah, it must feel good for him to eat that hamburger. That's the kind of feelings you're meant to feel with this movie. And then the payoff of the movie was actually rather smart. See, this movie is about a terminal, which is a transition space. And I love how this movie uses the transition space narratively. By the end of the movie, it's kind of clear that all of the characters are supposed to transition to different points in their lives. With the airport, you're supposed to just get in and get out. And the movie is sort of putting a parallel with this and real life. At the end of the movie, there's a lot of moments that feel kind of bittersweet because, well, everybody has to move on. Their lives cannot be forever living in that airport. And it's nice that the transitional nature of an airport is being used narratively to keep weight to the actual events of the story. I think it's really clever. Yeah, the tear. Want to talk about a movie that sucks? Let's talk about a movie that sucks. Let's talk about Benjamin Button, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. This movie is really bad. See, I wanted to watch this movie because I've heard a lot of people talk well about it. The actual concept of the movie is very interesting. This is about a guy who is aging backwards, so to speak. So yes, he starts as a tiny baby-sized old guy, and as he gets older, he's actually getting younger. So he suddenly is in his 30s when he's supposed to be in his 60s. And he's in his 60s when he's supposed to be in his 30s. So like, it sounds really cool. And then you actually watch the movie and none of it comes into play. Okay, at the beginning of the movie, he's old, and so there's a part where a lady sees her playing with a kid, and she goes like, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because, of course, he looks like an old man, and of course, they're thinking he's being gross about the little kid. So then you would think, hey, this guy having his first relationship in the orphanage and being called a disgusting person for kissing one girl one time would have insane repercussions of his life, right? No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. This movie fails fundamentally at talking about a character with the condition that the main character of the film has. Of the film, I can't even say film right because I'm so pissed. I bet it's not even the first time. I bet I blundered many words throughout this video. So like, you get to the middle of the movie and he is actually starting to date a lady. And it's like, oh, I expect to see something happen here, right? He's supposed to bring up, actually, I've never been in a proper relationship because all my life I've been talked shit whenever I try to be in relationships because I look like I'm way older than the people who are my age. No acknowledgement. You'd think he would have some sort of scar, some sort of inability to communicate, some sort of problem. Nah, just the perfectly beautiful 30-year-old man. The image of a man who goes to war. He's a hero. He's going to have children. And it's like, this character is so unflawed considering what has happened to him that you gotta start wondering, who the fuck wrote this? What were they trying to do? Here's my theory. My theory is they wanted to make a movie like Forrest Gump because this is one of those movies that you skip 20 minutes and suddenly you're at a completely different thing, right? Well, okay, Forrest Gump doesn't work well because it's changing every 20 minutes. It works well because it's changing drastically every 20 minutes and each of those storylines has its depth. It's talking about the difficulties the main character experiences having those problems. So like, for a grand majority of the film, you're not really thinking about any of the cool aspects of the concept. It's just nothing's happening. It's just kind of your standard story without any special things of interest. This movie only feels worth it at the start and at the end. And even at the end, I feel like it falls flat because at the start, they actually make a point to show he's all wrinkled up as baby size. But then there comes a point where they just start turning him into a different actor and now he's just a kid. The 95-year-old guy does not look like a 95-year-old body with the form of a kid. It's just a literal kid. And they go like, oh no, his brain is getting smaller when it's clearly supposed to be demential, and they pretend that they don't know what dementia is. His brain isn't getting smaller because he's kid, he's getting dementia. You don't have to be a genius to understand this, but the movie pretends you do. And that's kind of the thing that pissed me off the most. This movie pretends that it's genuinely trying to do something when it's not. It's clear that they wanted to copy another movie and do something similar by having some sort of gimmick that called attention, but then they didn't actually use that gimmick at all. if you actually wanted to make a good Benjamin Button kind of film, you would not do it this way, because this movie completely fails at coming through with its original premise. It quits halfway through and then remembers it at the end. So without the funny gimmick that makes the entire movie interesting, what you have is the most uninteresting film in the world. And the fact that you lied to me to my face pretending that this movie actually had something to do with this guy having an important condition that would dictate his life, when in fact it didn't, makes me want to call you stupid, put you in F tier, and never think about you again. At least not positively. On brighter news, Borat 2 is way better than the first, like, by a long shot. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the jokes are no longer being played like, oh, look at these people being racist, and instead it's a lot more about just people having strange political ideologies. Like, a lot of people nowadays have very specific ideas as to what is correct and what isn't, and the US is one of those places where you can see that most clearly, just because a lot of the things they do when it comes to like political ideology end up being quite messy and very, very fun to like mess around with when it comes to like a prank setting. Like, the first Borat is always going to be a classic one because it's the first one to do it, and this one, right off the bat, you're already coming up from the very movie acknowledging the popularity of the first one, right? If this movie Borat was already so popular that Sacha Baron Cohen could no longer pretend to be Borat and go around and harass people, so instead he had to get a second person willing to do the same shit he is. So like, maybe I feel like the shenanigans in the first movie and the entire tone of the first movie is a little better, but when it comes to the second movie, I kind of ended up thinking it was a tiny bit funnier. I also don't know how much of that funnier comes from the fact that they clearly were more selective with the clips they were showing you. It's more understandable in the first movie that a lot of the people they encountered were down to be evil and mean and shit. But in this movie, it feels more like they often did bits and then eventually only showed us the part of the bit where he starts going off the rails. It feels kind of common for that to happen. And that makes that while the jokes in the movie seem funnier, I don't know if the pranks themselves are. How the heck is whatever this movie is discussing still a relevant thing? Like, this movie straight up calls out Trump's friend group over being extremely disgusting, and it's right there on the screen. It is not hidden. They make it super obvious that that's what they are trying to say, and yet here we are in the current world where Donald Trump is still the president of the United States. Like, this movie didn't age almost at all. If you remove the parts about COVID, like, you could deadass put the movie and say it's happening today and people would fucking believe you. Part of me is kind of sad that, like, there's this one prank they do on a politician who was basically about to bang a girl who told him that she was actually 16. And I'm kind of sad that they didn't let it go a little bit further, because that means that whatever they were doing was probably not very good for a court case or whatever. But it's like, I guess it makes sense. We've known from To Catch a Predator that actually showing on TV people being shitty people and being gross may actually be bad for the cases against those people. It may actually give them the benefit of, no, this is just defamation, they edited it badly, or whatever other 50,000 excuses they've made up. So it's like, I kind of wonder if the guy was just scratching his balls, or if he actually was about to, as Moist Critica would say, he's putting his dick out. But it's not like they really could have done anything. At least in this bit of the movie, you can tell they tried to keep it as unedited as possible because they really wanted to show this as damning evidence towards the people. It's kind of sad that this movie came out 5 years ago or so, and it had more impact then because, like, people actually did something about this a lot more than we do now, where we see the most heinous shit happen in the internet and nobody ever talks about it. I mean, I guess it's discussed, but a lot of people just go put up political messages in the comment and then actually do nothing. Kinda crazy that all of this discussion is still tied to the movie, even though it's so old now, at least in comparison. Hey dear! House of Flying Daggers. I don't know why, but wuxia is like one of my favorite genres of martial art movies. If you don't know what wuxia is like the fake martial art that a lot of Chinese movies use, where people are like floating around and looking all majestic and shit, and you look at them like, oh my fucking god, they're beautiful, and you start to almost cry, and you think to yourself, China is beautiful, and then suddenly you think China may be actually kind of nice, forgetting that it has a little bit of a dictatorship problem, and then you actually win some social points because you didn't actually bring that up to your family and you just said the movie's really good. So anyways, I just lost all of my social points and I'm currently going to jail in Hong Kong. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, maybe this movie doesn't have the best story. I feel like the story of this movie was kind of stupid and silly, and I wasn't really getting into it. I wasn't into the romance. I didn't want the two main leads who are in a romantic relationship to get together. I wasn't like, oh my god, they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. I was there for the absolute vibes, because this movie is absolute vibes. Holy shit, this movie is so pretty. It is one of the prettiest movies I saw in the year. Even if the story isn't that good, and even if this does not hold a candle to other movies, such as Hero from 2002, maybe one of the prettiest movies ever made. This one here, it's still pretty as fuck. Shit in this movie just looks like a painting. The downside to that is that there's at least a few scenes where you see characters like running from one place to another and they just have a bunch of pretty shots of them going, but it suddenly becomes kind of comical to see they just biome change. Hey, my new editing software lets me put this guy everywhere really quick. Let's test this out. Go. Look at all of these places. And finally, there's the action scenes. The Wuxia movie has a bunch of really cool fight scenes that are really nice to look at. If you ever see me doing a Wuxia thing, like suddenly I start to make a show and the shows kind of have Wuxia, do not be surprised. Another A tier. Whoa, we're in a big combo of A tiers. Shoot 'em Up is like John Wick starring Bugs Bunny. We have this guy who is eating carrots. He's mixing his coffee with his carrot at the beginning of the movie, and that's the rawest shit. I saw that and I immediately knew I had to watch the movie because, like, confession time, I've done that. By mistake, but I like having big carrots when I have soup when I watch movies. So it's like sometimes, instead of dipping the carrot in the soup, I dip it in the coffee and I go like, ugh. So when I saw the guy does that with 1000% seriousness, I knew I had to watch this movie. And holy shit, that was a good movie. It is stupid. It is balls to the wall, ridiculous action. But that's what makes it so fucking amazing. The things that happen in this movie are incredible. The acting is awful, but in the best of ways. The movie's absolutely ridiculous. So when you see the bad guy come in all tough and shit and he starts fucking being an awful actor that's just pretending to be evil as shit, not only do you buy it, you absolutely adore every second of it. Both characters, the main character and the antagonist, just seeing them on screen is an absolute treat. At the very start of the movie, there's this part where they get in a shootout and like the main character shoots a sign, so it's just fuck you, and then the bad guy turns around, shoots another word and it says fuck you too. That's stupid, but it's fucking raw. I love the fuck out of this movie because it's so stupid in the best of ways. The bad guy sees a naked lady with her boobie out. He looks at her and goes, nice hunkers, and just fucking leaves. Like, that shit sent me because it's so comically evil and fucked up that you just can't help but admire everything about it. My favorite moment in the film is when one of the characters delivers a really cool speech like, hey, you know why Americans love guns? It's because this is a land of opportunity, the American dream. The poor can become rich, and a pussy can become a man because he's got a gun in his hand. And I'm hoping you're not just a pussy with a gun. And the other guy goes like, oh no sir, no I am not. I am a tough guy with a pussy on my hand. And if you find that hilarious, the entire movie is written like this. It is the most beautiful piece of shit ever. And I'm putting it on A tier, proud as day to say, holy fuck, this is beautiful. I didn't even tell you that all of this movie is the guy trying to protect a baby. And so he props guns with carrots in order to protect the baby. This movie's so insanely awesome. You should totally watch it. Mannequin. So I am watching Bob's Burgers, but I'm watching it really slow. In fact, I'm probably not even going to talk about it if I somehow do a video about all the series I watched in 2025, which at this rate will come out in like 2027, so probably not a thing that's gonna happen. But anyways, in Bob's Burgers, there's this episode where a guy sorta is infatuated with his mannequin and he's bringing it around, and it's basically a parody of this movie which is called Mannequin. And so I watched it because of Bob's Burgers. There's definitely other movies that I'm gonna watch in the future because of Bob's Burgers. Anyways, it's about this guy who suddenly realizes a mannequin he made is coming alive at night, and he starts working at a place where the mannequin is, and he sorta starts falling in love with her. So at night you see them hang out together, and all of this is just them sort of working together in order to put these beautiful displays at the front of the store that make a lot of people actually come into that store. Basically, the guy becomes a sensation overnight because his window things are really pretty. And I found this movie to be really weird because of course they play most of it by jokes, right? There's a lot of moments where the characters are like, how is this guy so good at creating this window? So they start sneaking in and trying to figure out what's going on, and they just see the guy talking to his mannequin and they're like, what the fuck? In absolute confusion. And it's kind of one of those situations where, like, outside of the context of the movie, it would be really fucking sad to see just a guy take his mannequin everywhere. There's this super romantic scene where he's like, he hops on the motorcycle with her, but she's just a mannequin, so you just see the outside point of view of everyone just seeing this guy driving around New York with his mannequin girlfriend. It would be super sad if the movie wasn't actively showing you that actually she is literally alive and magic shit is actually happening. The guy is not insane. It's all kind of fun and games until you start to think about the thematics of the movie, because I'm not sure if this movie is trying to give some sort of statement that the whole women are objects thing that a lot of cinema did for a long time. It feels to me like maybe it's trying to say, hey, it's nice to treat your women like women, and that's like the whole metaphor with this guy treating this mannequin with respect and with love, and that's why they have a healthy relationship and do really good business-wise, instead of just treating the women like an object, like a mannequin, and just putting some clothes in there and being like, oh, okay. That doesn't feel like it was an intentional message. That feels like the message of the movie was, look at this guy, he's funny because he's talking to a mannequin and he's dating the mannequin and he's making a hole in the mannequin and fucking it. So, sure, maybe this movie is more deep than it seems, but it's probably not. For as fun as it is, I do think it's just kind of a beatier situation. The Social Network is the story of when Mark Zuckerberg was an asshole to everyone around him and then did Facebook or something. And then he like won and became super rich. And then he became like an alien, and then he became human again, probably because he was doing a lot of drugs and he stopped doing the drugs, and now the popular thing is talking about AI, so that's probably what he's doing today. I'm not sure I adore this movie. I think I like it as a sort of biopic of like, oh, how was Facebook invented and the whole problems around it. The movie's not really trying to pretend that you're supposed to like Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe you're supposed to like him, but personally I look at him in this movie and I think, wow, he's an asshole. I wouldn't want to hang out with this guy. Well, I would want to hang out with this guy because of the money, you know. But that's about it. Putting my fake greed aside, yeah, no, this movie is the kind of stuff that really wants to show you that Mark Zuckerberg is this big visionary genius, but all it does is show you he was an asshole all along. And I like that the movie does take the time to say, no, this guy messed up. He was an asshole all along. A very important character in this movie is his friend he started Facebook with, and it's very nice to see this character get shafted. It's basically the movie telling you, no, Mark Zuckerberg isn't a big entrepreneur that was a genius. He just duped everyone around him into getting a few monies to actually make the product that he wanted to make. Did he do a good job with Facebook? Yes. Did he do a good job with the people around him? No, not really. And I like that this movie is very transparent about that. Once you get to the end of the movie, there's this crash out scene where the associate is like, what the heck, man? And he screams at him in front of everybody. And that's kind of like the end of the film, right? The movie ends on that note, and you just think, wow, that guy got down dirty. Mark Zuckerberg kind of sucks in this scenario. It's a bold biopic that sort of builds up to something. It's just the protagonist of this movie is Mark Zuckerberg, who is also the bad guy. So therefore, what are we doing here? And then they start adding more people to be the bad guy, because of course Mark Zuckerberg has not to be the bad guy in the movie about Mark Zuckerberg. He just has to be sort of this gray area idiot, or genius, I guess. It's a weird movie, and I appreciate all of its attempts to be transparent about what it is. I'm putting this one on A tier because of that. Gladiator. I don't think this movie needs like a big introduction or anything, because everybody talks about how good this movie is. And you know what? This movie deserves all of the glamoring. Everything about it is good enough to come through effectively. There's a few things that it does extremely well that I ended up appreciating a lot. So in case you don't know, Gladiator is about this prince who is usurped from the throne, and he now has to get back to the king via the Colosseum as a gladiator. He basically goes from like one of the most important people in the entire kingdom to just some random guy who is apparently fighting for his life at the Colosseum. Turns out he's so good at fighting at the Colosseum that he starts navigating the political waters over there. And what I appreciated the most about this entire movie is that they made it utterly believable that he could actually stage a coup d'etat from the bottom spot as the gladiator. He uses the Colosseum and the gladiating to be the backbone of a revolution, and that's super interesting. When you see him in the gladiator arena fighting people, and then he starts calling the attention of people and like manipulating his own self-image, you genuinely believe that a lot of the people sitting in that massive stadium go like, Hell yeah! Hell yeah! This guy's awesome! It makes for a lot of the character drama and progression of the story to suddenly become something that's a lot more interesting. It really goes to show, this is one of those movies that shines a lot because of its framing. Good framing can absolutely make or break a film. In this case, the framing made it entirely, completely. I really liked it. A tier. Micmacs. I want to talk about this movie, but in order to like express the synopsis, I think I'm gonna need some time because it's like super complex. And that's what makes this movie like so unique and peculiar. I ended up really enjoying it. It's very unapologetically itself, and it's also really fun in just the way its characters are built and whatnot. So let me explain. This movie is basically about a guy who gets caught in the crossfire of an armaments war. He gets shot in the head with a bullet through his frontal lobe and survives. So he wants revenge. From the bullet and other records, he knows that it's the fault of two millionaires heading their own companies, which, funnily enough, those companies are positioned across the street from one another on the same street. So, with a lobotomy basically, he wants to get his revenge, and to this end, he ends up befriending a bunch of weirdos with different talents that are all homeless. They're all clochards, which is a word I learned from this movie. Every character in this movie just seems to have some sort of issue, a neurodivergence of some sort, which is why they live as a family together. It's like they're all a big mess, but it's so awesome to see them come together. This movie really follows this family of people, and you truly believe that they're a family because they each have their moment to talk about their lives and their history and which problems they've encountered as a result of their neurodivergent stuff. And it's absolutely funny because you just know they are somehow finding a way to destroy some millionaires with no resources. The movie ends up being kind of ridiculous, but also extremely funny. It's very satisfying to see all of their schemes come together and the different schemes they build up. Plus, a lot of them are just rooted in comedy. Despite being in French, I could understand a lot of the jokes. Yes, I still had to use subtitles, but I was learning a few words. And then what surprised me the most was not just that the character arcs were decent enough, but for some reason, the cinematography is just weirdly good. So this is a movie that, as you can see, is weaponizing greens and yellows consistently. This entire movie is like super green and super yellow, and I'm not sure why exactly. It's such a unique style that I don't think I have seen elsewhere. I've seen a bit of it. This movie does it so much better. Not to mention it consistently does this in interiors and exteriors. It's just a generally pretty movie, which is surprising, and again, really funny. So personally, I'm putting this movie on my top 100. I'm putting it on top 100 list, but if I was giving it like a more normal grade, I would just go S tier. So, you know, for you, it's probably S tier, not gonna be the best thing in the world, but I personally really enjoyed it. Fixed! This is Genndy Tartakovsky's new film, you know, the guy who made Primal and Samurai Jack. He's currently starting to air the third season of Primal, and I'm so excited to actually get down to watch it. So this movie basically follows this dog who is about to have his last wild night out town, having a lot of fun, having a lot of sex, because the next morning, he's going to get nurtured by his family. This movie has a lot of balls. I'm not sure it has that many penises, but it definitely has a lot of balls, because, I mean, it's a central theme of the story, right? The main character freaking out because they're gonna cut off his balls. And yet, despite the really weird subject matter and the kinda strange undertones that this movie has sometimes, the animation is Tartakovsky. It is really fucking good. A lot of this movie just looks super pretty and smooth, and you just go like, whoa, the balls. The balls on the dogs are way too well animated. It makes me uncomfortable. This is like the third best balls animation I've seen, because porn artists, they seriously could make prettier movies than fucking Pixar if they got together. So like, this movie isn't really the most bright thing. A lot of the jokes are, oh no, he's getting his balls cut off, and I mean, I've done a lot of ball jokes in this segment alone, but it's like, you're making me talk about this movie, I kinda have to. So my first big issue with this movie is this one specific non-binary character. They have a pretty wholesome romantic plot, but it feels kind of shoehorned in, and it's kind of ignored towards the end. It comes off as a weird inclusion, right? Especially when the romance ends up superseding the easy arc they could have done with the main character that falls in love with that one non-binary character. It's not that the non-binary character is done wrong, by the way. They're done really well. It's just that at some point in the movie, one of the dogs is sort of put aside so they can talk to this non-binary dog, and they like hit it off. That's a good way of putting it without getting into specifics. And then after that scene's done, they just sort of break away, and all of a sudden none of that happened. And then near the end of the movie, suddenly they take the guy away, and he's like, to have interactions with this non-binary character again. Currently, it feels like the character kind of pivots into his new character arc, when it really shouldn't be that case. I feel like if they had gone back and rewrote a lot of his scenes to be more about his gender identity and the kind of people he wants to be with, like romantically, I think it would have a lot more impact. The bigger problem that I just couldn't shake off while I was watching this movie is, this movie is mysteriously very much the same movie as Strays 2023, to the point where I'm not sure if they're the same movie. Like, they both have the similar park scene. There's a sad dog who gets neutered, there's a big buff dog that's actually a softie, there's the part where they get high and get on drugs with mushrooms, there's the part where they break out of the dog pound by peeing and shitting all over the place. It's just too similar. Strays is kinda better because instead of the plot being, we must have a fun night out before my balls are cut off, the plot is that the main character dog is incredibly neglected by his owner, who is literally driving off elsewhere and dumping him in the middle of the road, and eventually the main character dog learns about this and he's absolutely angry. He says, I'm going back to that guy and I'm biting his dick off, and that's like where the dick jokes come from. It's a lot funnier when the joke is, let's bite off my owner's dick, when you know that the owner's an asshole who's abandoning the dog in the middle of the road to fucking die, than when it is, oh no, my balls are being cut, balls, 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 balls. Also, as a result, Strays just has the better ending, which means that when you're watching Fixed, you're actually just watching a way worse version of Strays. The only part about Fixed that I liked more than Strays is that when they get high in Strays, they do end up in context killing a bunch of bunnies, and that's... I will never recover from what I've seen that day. They mauled them to death. Brutally at that. And there were such pretty bunnies with their cute-ass bunny ears and their cute-ass bunny bodies. And he's like, don't do that to the bunnies. They're so beautiful and cute. Don't hurt my bunnies. Fix gets a B. Go away. Don't sting me. Don't sting me! No! Hinezumi, the second Mononoke movie that happens at the Oku. I felt like this one was slightly better than the first in terms of pacing. The scenes are edited a lot better to be more easy to understand, and you actually can comprehend everything that's happening in front of your face this time, which at least makes it a lot better. Besides, the mystery is a lot less confusing, especially when you compare it to the last movies, so it's like, we get less of that Mononoke vibe that makes it so special, where like sometimes you need to really dissect what actually happened, and instead we get something that's a little bit more straightforward, and I think that's kind of for its benefit, at least this time. One thing I also enjoyed is that instead of focusing on the themes of beauty that the first one has, this one instead focuses on the themes of motherhood, which is a bit more specific, but it's still just exactly the kind of thing that would be relevant to an Oku, so I think it's a good idea to thematically revolve the film around that. You know, I'm starting to think maybe I focus too much on the whole award show thingy, because like, when I look at this movie, it's so pretty, and I just know it's gonna get robbed at award shows, and then I go like, why am I focusing so much on award shows? What happened to me that all of a sudden I only care about this kind of stuff? You know, I need to change that. That's it. New Year's resolution 2026. I'm not focusing so much on award shows anymore. You know what I want to focus on instead? The fucking music. Holy, the music in Hinezumi is so good. We still get that whole bit with Lotus Juice coming in with a bunch of really hype songs, so I am very happy with how the soundtrack of this movie is, and yes, I do have it in my playlist. I'm putting this on S tier just because I like it so much, because look at all the pretty colors. Super Size Me is a really weird film because, well, it's supposed to be a documentary about the effects of a McDonald's diet, why McDonald's is bad, and back when it released, it really showed why obesity was to be a concern in the US, right? It was a movie that was very loud. Nowadays, a lot of the times it's banned because turns out a lot of the information in this movie was collected weirdly. Maybe its message is true, but as a documentary, it's very easy to show all of whatever it's doing. The result of making a lot of this information not be as easily or as reliably obtained as it should be means that a lot of people end up disregarding the actual message of the movie. People ended up using the fact that the movie didn't gather its information correctly to say, no, obesity isn't that big of a problem, it's not a big deal, you can continue eating 80 pounds of McDonald's every day. So in this movie, you mostly see this guy always get the biggest McDonald's meal he has for a month. He goes, I want to get the supersized food there in my mouth, and then he ate all of it. And the movie kind of documents how he starts feeling less healthy, how his body deteriorates, and how he gains a lot of body mass in only the single month of the experiment. It becomes a dangerous lifestyle for him, and every specialist and doctor that he sees is like, no, don't do that. Why are you doing this? Are you fucking stupid? Turns out, maybe he was. I don't think you needed this movie to tell you that fast food was bad, but I'm also sure that a lot of people need it because, again, we've seen that because this movie didn't collect its data in a reliable way, now a lot of people are saying to disregard it completely, continue eating all the food you want, fast food diets are good. And it's like, that isn't correct. I find it kind of sad that this movie ends up being used as a way to say that obesity isn't a problem because the movie lied a little bit about its information. It's kind of disappointing and it kind of makes me a little bit sad. B tier. By the way, fun fact, this movie popularized the idea that Mexico has the highest index of child obesity, which is absolutely a smear campaign that happened at the time to hide the fact that the US overall obesity index was the highest in the world. A lot of Mexican stereotypes about kids being fat came from a movie about the US having a problem with obesity and them trying to hide the fact that they actually do have a problem with obesity. Why are we trying to hide that unhealthy lifestyles are a bad thing? Freaky Friday 2. You know, the most amazing part about this movie is that nobody, not a single person at the Disney office wondered, but what of the danger of doing a second Freaky Friday? Luckily, despite being the latest victim of the big, massive Disney nostalgia butchering, this one just so happens to be one of the better ones in the fact that at least it's not bad. Especially when compared to like Disenchanted, which almost deserves its own video with how bad it is and how much it betrays the concept and the good things about the original. This one's doing that classic sequel thing where they do the bit from the first movie but now they add one more, and in this case it's that instead of switching 2 bodies, they're switching 3 bodies. And a bunch of the discussion that came from talking about age difference and the way different generations work nowadays. So we have 3 different generations of people just all together and we're just kind of existing. It's an interesting idea to take Freaky Friday, which means that at the very minimum, this does not suck. It's obviously not as good as the classic, but it is not at all a bad sequel. I was pleasantly surprised with how acceptable I found it to be. Yes, it's doing all the pandery things where they even have the scene where they like, hey, remember that old scene? But again, one of the better ones. After Hocus Pocus and Disenchanted, I was absolutely dreading going to watch this film. Here my complaints end up being a lot that the writing kind of feels lazy. Like there's a lot of moments that are just embarrassing because you can tell the writers weren't actually trying to do anything crazy, so they just went with their first idea that they could get. I don't adore it, but at the very least the result wasn't that awful, so, you know, arg, you win some, you lose some. One thing that I couldn't get over is how in this movie the big romantic love interest is played by Manny Jacinto. He shows up in The Good Place as Jason, and constantly throughout the entirety of the movie they're trying to pretend that he's like super attractive and super manly and shit, and I'm just imagining the jalapeno poppers guy from The Good Place. That was in its own way hilarious. Either way, I'm putting this on B tier. 9, like the movie 9, it's called 9, that's the way they decided to name the movie, and it's this animated film from 2010, I think. I don't think it's from 2009. I would sincerely doubt that it's 2009, and I would not remember that 9 is from 2009.
Oh my god, it is!
It's a movie following 9 sack boys who are in the apocalypse, and that's about it. I'm not sure the plot was the best thing ever written. It does feel complete. I like the tone, but even I can tell you this movie is really weird. I think this movie really shines when you actually see the little sack boys go against the big robots, because the robots are incredibly designed. This movie is very pretty when it comes to the art direction and the way things are designed, and the robots are a large part about that. So while I do enjoy a lot of this movie with the whole action scenes and whatnot, it's kind of sad that its drama and its characters don't really come together as neatly, because it resulted in this movie being very badly received. Now, the main thing that made this movie get received badly is the tone. Again, the tone is not really the tone that a movie directed at this audience should have. Personally, I'm an adult and I really enjoyed watching this movie, but if I'm thinking about this like I'm a kid, yeah, I can see why people would have a problem with it. This movie sometimes gets too serious in a way that is really cool for some kids, but for most people, they're not gonna fuck with it, and this movie was not really marketed with that in mind. And the biggest shame about that is that we're never gonna get a sequel. I personally would love to see a sequel, you know, I wish I could write that sequel and then have Scott Cawthon as like my character and setting designer, because that shit would fucking bang! And that's one of the things that I was thinking of constantly, right? I was thinking, man, these robots are so good, I wish we could see more of these designs and more of this universe, but sadly we don't get the chance because this movie kind of flopped. It was directed at the wrong audience, and that's a little bit of a shame. I'm putting it on A tier, but I could understand why some people would think it's a B or C tier. And then because 9 was so short, that very night they also watched Shiba Baby. It's about a girl that goes to a Shiba and then she runs into both her ex and her married sugar daddy. So the movie is a lot about family expectations, you know, the pressures they put on you to live a certain lifestyle. There's a message that is explained from like little strokes to the big ones in the movie. Sure, at the start you think this movie's gonna be about this girl like, oh no, trying to hide from both her sugar daddy and her ex, but it's really her trying to figure out what she wants out of life. A lot of the times what she wants out of life is what she's been told to want out of life, and you see this throughout the entire movie to see how her mother just constantly is trying to control her, be like, don't get close to this person, don't do this, don't do that, you're supposed to get married and have kids because that's the way lives are supposed to go. You can understand why the character is so nervous with all the pressure she has in her life, which makes her a very interesting character, even if the actual events of the movie aren't all that interesting. I also love how this movie just goes from the little things to the big things, right? There's a part early on where the mother is insistently correcting her daughter that it's not arugula, it's rugula, and that bit may seem like a joke, but it really goes to show what level of control the mother has over the child in the movie. It really lets you think it's a horrible thing to do to a kid, to just saddle them with a bunch of expectations of what you think their life should be, how you should expect to see them married at a certain age. I think you should let your children be happy, right? And I think that's one of the core messages about this movie. Just let people be happy and don't put so much pressure on them. And then besides that, there's also a bunch of other pieces of this movie that I just don't know where to fit in the puzzle. Like, the very end of the movie has a pretty lengthy scene of characters trying to fit in a car, and I'm like, what do they want to say? Is this just another joke about trying to put more expectations into somewhere where they're not? Or is this about effort? Or what is really happening here? The thing is, this movie is bite-sized. It's very, very small. You don't actually get the time to explore all of the topics that it wants to explore. So it doesn't feel as complete as it should. Everything else besides the message is just kind of there. The acting's fine. The sets are fine. The look is fine. The synopsis is fine. You're not actually doing anything cool with the film. You're doing something cool with the message, not the film. C tier. Las Niñas Bien. Independence Day in Mexico is in September, which means that I oftentimes end up watching a bunch of Mexican movies in September, specifically because I want to watch more Mexican movies. Mexican movies are weird. If you go back in time, you realize they were really good during the golden era, the 1950s. They were extremely good at just lighting up scenes and doing things with cinemas. Nowadays, they don't do such a good job, and so we got movies like Las Niñas Bien, which I definitely feel it was some sort of stepping stone for someone's career, because the actual movie itself is extremely boring. It's about an economic recession fucking up a bunch of rich ladies, and they all do weird shit to keep their status, such as bothering one other specific lady. And I do like what they do with that lady, right? There's a bit of a scene where that lady goes like, no, I know why you're all my friends. It's because the recession's fucking you all up and it's not fucking me up, and you all want to try to get money out of me. An interesting discussion, sure. A reality, sure. But is it a good time? No, when it comes to good time, it kind of mega sucks. I was like super bored all throughout and I wanted to remove it like halfway through. D tier. Corina. Again, Mexican. It's a fanfiction writer who is called Corina, and she mistakenly changes an author's controversial ending because she works at the publisher. Her job at the company is to be the print editor. She's just supposed to fix the print, make sure all the accents are accented, and make sure all the dots are dotted, make sure the protection works. Whatever, her job is really boring. On the side, to entertain herself, what she often does is write her own stuff, write her own little fanfictions. When she gets the correction for the final book series of the whole publisher network, it turns out the ending really sucks. The network is constantly fighting against this book releasing because if that's the ending, everyone's gonna hate it, the book's gonna sell like ass, and everyone's gonna be angry. The protagonist, of course, thinks so the same, and she writes her own ending, but of course, she cannot publish it. She just keeps it in her box of things that she plans to never publish. By mistake, her mother ends up sending the fix ending book instead of her actual book that should be just the copy printing fix. And so that's the part of the book that's gonna get printed and that's gonna get released, and now she has to go find the author to actually do this. The problem is the original author lives in Fokol, she does not like people tampering with her book, and the person who has to go fix it, Corina, has agoraphobia, which means she's afraid of going out. So she's trying to figure out what to do in this situation. This movie takes a bit of a time to get going. A lot of this movie is spent just actually dealing with the situation of the setup of what's actually happening. How do they allow this? What's the publisher doing? Why do they have a great author sitting in a room doing like copy editing instead of anything that's actually worthwhile her time? She's not an author, yet she clearly wants to be, and it's kinda a lot about her not ever having that opportunity until this moment arrives. When you actually see the movie, and it actually gets going, it's really good, right? Because we get to see Corina's arc from a person who never wants to get out of home. She does everything so meticulously and to the point because she's afraid of things going wrong. She meets a guy who's hot and she just cannot react to that situation, literally. So you understand that she's having a tough time with her condition, and the fact that the movie sort of pushes her to be an author and to go out there is kind of a really awesome message. It is very fun to see Corina actually beat those demons and fight against them. But the fact that Corina's condition does not mean she has a bad job or she's poor or whatever else. She does have a pretty decent life, all thing considered, makes her a really good catalyst so that when you actually see what the movie's trying to say, it all comes together. This movie is very much about the perception of struggle, you know, what people think about other people's struggles. It's a complicated mess because it's very easy for us as humans to stop noticing all the problems that the guy next to us has. We see the good things and the bad things that people have, and we oftentimes don't stop to think what good things or bad things people have that they don't seem to show, right? And I like that this movie is very much about all those topics. I'm gonna be honest, when people discuss this, it's typically corny, right? It's typically, stop thinking other people don't have problems. By framing it from such an unusual situation, they actually managed to circumvent the problem entirely and actually get to the point they wanted to make. That's great. So I'm giving this movie an A tier. Y tu mamá también. This movie is about two burly adults who are going on a trip with a girl they both fancy, who is very much older than them, and they end up fighting over their sexual habits. It's kinda silly. Anyways, everyone in this film is an asshole, which kinda makes it interesting. So what is this movie actually about? It is true that this movie focuses a lot on the trip these guys take with the girl and the way the three of them are really, they're all having different issues, and the way they often deal with those issues is by not talking about them. Even if they have an inkling of what's actually happening, it's mostly because this movie is really discussing something. And what I think this movie is discussing is the things you don't talk about. People often have expectations, and those expectations often are broken. And I feel like this movie is all about those expectations that are so ingrained and so expected that nobody says anything about them. The idea that something is the status quo, so it's not worth discussing, permeates this movie. There's a lot of details where you can see the characters are going to this lower class village without really batting an eye on any of the obvious conflict and problems that are right under their noses. They expect this to be normal, so they don't really talk about it. We know it's there, but since it's the status quo, it is not worth acknowledging it, you know? This happens a lot because the mingling of social classes in Mexico is extremely common. Oftentimes you see someone who is very well off talking to someone who is clearly not having a good time, and they're expected to pay the same amount of wage, you know? It's the kind of normal thing. Again, we don't discuss these things, they're expected out of society. And then, of course, because the characters are constantly thinking about sex, what actually makes this movie sort of start moving along is the fact that they realize, yeah, the other guy's not telling me stuff that I already know about their sexual life. They sometimes evidently know what's actually happening, but it has not been confirmed, and they would rather not confirm. They never ask, hey, did you have sex with my girlfriend? Are you a little bit gay for me? These kinds of stuff that to you, the audience, are super evident since very early on in the film, are not made as evident until the characters actually go through their arc of realizing, yeah, maybe we should be talking about these sorts of issues. So very cool, very interesting, but that's just the messaging. The actual content of the film does not live up to that. And I think the reason why that's happening is because whoever was making this movie was trying really hard to appeal to Mexican critics. I don't know why, but Mexican critics absolutely love movies depicting the hardships of the lower class population. Like, there's so many Mexican movies that are just a guy who's working on his field and going like, my family is having a rough time, we don't have enough money to like make ends meet, and they go like, cool, can we record your misery and your poorness so we can make a movie out of it and give a statement that critics are gonna adore. And so this movie kind of ends up falling into that. A lot of these movies suddenly starts distracting you to tell you like, some bad things happened in this area, poor people suffered. rich people didn't even know. It's very clearly that one specific brand of trying to appeal to Mexican critics that kind of takes away from the entire movie. By the end, instead of actually having all of the narrative, all of this big topic of, hey, let's talk about the things we don't typically talk about, it ends up being, it's bad that poor people exist, we should not have created a society where poor people exist. And it's like, cool, alright. So Myth movie, I'm putting it on B tier. And on that note, the next movie I watched, Perfume de Violetas, is entirely about this, right? It's about two girls that come from, obviously, a very poor location, right? But one of them's poorer. So this movie focuses a lot on their relationship with one another and what their daily lives are like. This movie does not actually pull punches, so it does have a few moments that make you really uncomfortable where you go like, oh no, that's bad. And it does kind of help you understand why the protagonist is not the most likable character. So yeah, the main lead, not a likable person. But it is true that it's very easy to sympathize with her situation because that's exactly what the movie wants. The movie wants you to not really like the actions she's taking, but it's easy to understand why she's doing them. So she ends up stealing stuff and messing around with the girl and being a pretty big nuisance because her situation's rough. The movie is about a teenager trying to figure out how to navigate the life she's been given, and that's a very hard-hitting part of the movie. I was liking this movie like a fair amount until I got to the end and it kinda got predictable. Why? Because this movie has a lot of the little staples that a ton of 2000s drama shows have. There's this one show called... and that show was massive, but every single episode of that one always has the same sort of structure, so whenever you're watching one of those episodes, you kind of know where it's going. It's going to the point where no one's gonna be happy by the end, with a very, very few exceptions where that happens. And so we're so used to having seen that show that I feel like anyone who's Mexican that's watching this movie is sort of gonna guess what's gonna happen at the end of the movie towards like the midway point. Maybe people who are not Mexican are gonna be able to actually get surprised by the events of the movie, but this is a niche of drama that has been done a lot. I'm pretty sure this movie came out before, but it still makes sense that I, as a person who's watching this movie after that show got cancelled, I can easily tell what's going to happen, and that made the ending not be any big of a surprise or anything like that. B tier, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle arc. Yes, in the middle of the Mexico stuff, I went to the cinema, good stuff came out on theaters. First, I want to talk about this movie's world building, because look at how good this world building is, man. Mappa could never. So I will say it, yes, I do like Demon Slayer a lot. And I think I like it a lot because I've read the manga, so what I'm there for is not really the story, I'm there for the animation. It does not take a genius or like a 2-hour video essay to understand that Demon Slayer doesn't always have the best story. Its story is just very straightforward. Guy has to kill demons, demons want to kill him back. It's not that profound, and it has a lot of problems and little issues that just don't really work out. It's a very minimalistic series in all of its efforts to not be minimalistic, you know? And yet for some reason, this random ass story that doesn't really have the depth required to be amazing was giving like the best animation I've seen in anime in a long time. The last time I've seen an anime that genuinely I adored its animation as much as this one is with Mob Psycho, that obviously is kind of miles above this one. I personally think Mob Psycho eclipses this one, but I do gotta say, this movie is fantastic enough for me to consider it my favorite animated film of 2025 on the animation front, not on the story front. Obviously, we have more movies to talk about still. So the events of this movie is the start of the arc. They're taking to the Infinity Castle and now they're like setting up a bunch of fights. I liked a few of the things that they were doing, but I didn't adore a few of the other things they were doing. Primarily the fact that they didn't really take the time to fix evident issues with the manga. So, as some of you probably realized with this movie, there's the fight with Zenitsu and his like friend from Lightning School. And so that storyline in the manga is as sudden, and I was kind of confused, right? Because as I was watching the anime, I was hoping that they would add a tiny bit of foreshadowing to that, or at least make the fight a little better in the anime. And the anime does a fantastic job adapting it. It's as best as they can get with that adaptation because it's a really short fight on like 2 chapters, maybe 3 chapters of the manga. It's not really that interesting, and it is there just to finish Zenitsu's character arc. Mild spoiler, but Zenitsu barely shows up going forward in the show, and I definitely don't see them changing it because of the fact that they didn't change anything leading up to this fight. This fight that could have used a big lead up. The fight itself is just kind of whatever. It doesn't really talk to you. in any sense. At the very least, it's really pretty to look at, which is what basically happens with most of this film. The other part I didn't like is the fact that they kept the Upper Moon 2 fight here. Upper Moon 2 has like a 2-part fight. So the first part is what we see in this movie, and the second part is what we'll see in the next movie they do. And I don't adore that they decided to do this, because not only does this movie end up feeling really long as a result, but the coolest part of the fight is the first half. The second half of the fight is pretty cool. It's gonna be the visually flashy one, so of course I'm excited to see how they animate that. But when it actually comes to the story events, this part's the one that you're actually there to see. This is the part that's like the cool aspect of the fight. It is kinda sad that there are blenders like that in the movie, but at the end of the day, you're there for the animation more than the story. I personally think that if you're looking at the story for Demon Slayer, you're not really gonna be enjoying it as much as if you're looking for the animation, because the animation can absolutely be the reason why you're watching a show. It doesn't have to be like a downside to be watching a show just because it has pretty animation, right? So then it's actually really cool when we actually get to see the good parts of the story being adapted. This entire piece of movie actually gets to adapt the entirety of the Upper Moon 3 fight, and that is really good. It is an exceptional adaptation of the actual material from the manga, because the manga has limited content. It's rather short, and it's being pushed in the animation department here to 2000. They absolutely do this series a favor with the animation, and the animation's so pretty. It's such an exciting fight, and it's a genuinely good fight as a result. A lot of the things that are happening in the manga in just single 2-page spreads here get turned into beautiful tracking sequences, and then there's moments where shit's supposed to be slow motion. You can't really stop time while reading a comic, but you can absolutely make time go slower, which makes the impact of this new ability Tanjiro gets to see through things to be really awesome. It's such an exciting piece of storytelling to know that, holy fuck, he just put his all to defeat the upper tree. There's another 3 guys that are stronger. What the heck's gonna happen? I think that's like one of the most efficient parts of Demon Slayer, and actually having a pretty animation to go along with that definitely makes what could have been a pretty mid fight something awesome. And then they have to remind you that it's Demon Slayer and that the story's bad. So they kind of messed up a little bit by making Akasa's backstory so long. It feels too long. I know it's about this long in the manga, like they completely adapted the story properly. Demon Slayer has a problem with structure that is most noticeable with the fact that a lot of the times they kill a guy, he tells his backstory, and then he dies. You don't really get to see anything about the backstory. They don't really get redeemed. They just go like, I was a shitty person, and they die. And generally they have some sort of realization about their lives or whatever, but since it's just characters that you won't see again, it's very hard to be invested. So it's also very sad when this movie ends up spending half an hour to 40 minutes on Akasa's backstory. Asakas, maybe? I'm not even sure how you say his name. It's a good backstory, but you should be putting it before the guy's dead. Then the guy's dead and it's like, kind of whatever. It's like, can we move this along? I remember my brother was like, hey, we're gonna go to the bathroom while we were watching this movie. The second the flashback started, I looked at him and I said, go now. So yeah, overall, it has the same writing problems that a lot of Demon Slayer has. I do like that the backstories are slowly starting to build up to the Upper Moon 1 backstory, which I think recontextualizes a lot of the idea behind showing the backstories, and I think it somewhat retroactively fixes the issue a tiny bit at least. So I am very excited to see that fight. Not to mention, that fight is very cool. It has Genya in it, and it has many of the coolest moments and attacks in the entire show. So I'm very excited to see Kukushibo. I'm a big fan of Kukushibo. His Upper Moon number 1. If I could, I'd have a little figurine of the guy in my room because it's so cool. I love the way they like visualize his attacks. Very excited to see how that looks animated because it's gonna look fucking badass and awesome. You should consider it an A tier, but I'm calling it an S tier.
Amores perros. We're back to Mexico, and if you're wondering why I sound like this, it's because I've hurt my throat from all the speaking, so I need a break.
Just kidding, I want to talk normally again. A lot of people like calling this movie the Mexican Pulp Fiction, and of course it's not Pulp Fiction, it's just heavily inspired by it. Three major storylines, you hop through all of them, you see them in this order, and eventually they come together into a full picture. Each of the stories involves one dog, and each of those dogs represents something about the characters that are like the main character of each part. The first story is about this guy who really wants to fight against the world and show that he can do something. He basically trains his dog to become a dog fighter, which ultimately ends up being bad for him because he's getting into a world that he doesn't actually understand. There's a lot of bad people in the area of dog gambling, and you kind of have to let your dog die sometimes in order to work with that. So obviously, because he's trying to not get his dog killed and protect him, things end up turning badly for like all of them. The second story involves this famous model who gets in an accident and no longer gets to be able to walk and stand. Basically, her career is over. This happens just after she bought a house with her new husband, so her dog ends up getting stuck inexplicably under the floorboards and they actually don't know how to get the dog out of there. Essentially, both the lady and the dog are kinda stuck inside those rooms, being unable to move. And of course, the story discusses like the hardships of suddenly being a cripple. She no longer has any money, they just bought a house, so they're economically having a bunch of problems as a result. And then, to top it all off, the dog's stuck and the dog's lost. The guy doesn't really have time to help either the wife or the dog, so until the guy actually gets his shit together and fixes the whole problem with the dog despite having to break the floor so he can save the dog and also save like the relationship with the girl, nothing can actually happen between them. And the final story involves this hitman who loves stray dogs. Due to spoilers, I'll keep the dog comparison saying that the dog helps him realize he can still turn his life around, not just on the whole hitman thing, but extending to his views on society as a whole. Essentially, all of these stories come together to tell you this is a movie about learning to live with society instead of against it, you know? Sure, it hurts you, it can be bad for you, but until you actually start putting in the effort to understand what's happening with society and working alongside with it, can you actually grow. It's not pleasant, but it's a pretty good message considering a lot of people don't adore the idea of having to conform to society a tiny bit. This movie is long and thick, just how I like my man. And thus, I gotta say, I like the movie quite a bit too. If you're interested by any other stories, definitely go watch it. It is worth the watch and I have not spoiled anything, except that the one dog. I did spoil a little bit about the dog who gets unstuck, but that's good, because you will be very nervous watching the dog be stuck and nothing happens with the dog stuck down there. It's like, what's the dog eating? Why is nobody helping the dog? What is wrong with them?
I give thee honesty.
Back to Asia, it's time to talk about the highest grossing film of China, and I think all time? It's just number 5. At least until Avatar Fire and Ash ends up mysteriously grossing $3 billion for whichever reason, all of which is money that actually came from real people that actually really went to watch that movie. So let's talk, does Nessa 2 actually deserve all the hype? And the answer is, well, yes. I mean, out of the movies that are like in the top 10 highest grossing of all time, I definitely can say it's the best one. I mean, that's not a big thing to beat. What do you have here? Jurassic World? Spider-Man No Way Home? Avatar? 2 times? Of course, I feel like it's way better than the first, from the writing to the animation. The animation itself is actually kind of a big step up from the first because now we get like good liquid animation such as water and lava all over the place. It's really nice. We also get a lot of vomit because of course half of the movie's humor is still rancid and vomit coated, which I don't adore. But besides that, I definitely found that the movie was better written and had generally funnier bits. It's kind of easy to notice how good the animation is because near the end of the movie there's this big fight scene where there's just a bunch of fully animated combatants in the background and they're all fighting each other all over the place. It's a big mess that's probably created through particles, but from what you can actually see, it looks complete enough. They did a really good job at simulating a big fight scene in the skies that's all like being thrown at each other. It's a big bold situation and it's absolutely a thing that makes you think, if award shows were it? No, I said I wasn't gonna say anything about award shows. The start of the story is a little bit forcibly set up. It doesn't feel organic in a sense, but at least it's all worthwhile because what actually ends up happening makes it super hard-hitting emotionally, right? There's a lot of really good emotional moments in this movie that genuinely land really well. There's a point in the movie where something really bold and somewhat violent happens. We see skulls of characters we used to previously know, and we see them en masse, and it's like, what the heck? That's a bold move, and it makes everything about the movie genuinely work best, because you're like, oh shit, the dangers are real. The dangers are real. This movie is not afraid to make Nessa suffer for its fun, for its entertainment. This movie features a lot of Chinese characters that couldn't previously show up showing up, and it's actually genuinely cool to see them here. This movie has dragons and other super powerful beings fighting each other, so of course it's really cool. I love how Chinese the designs are in this movie, and a lot of the fight scenes with these super Chinese designs work really well, especially like the big tall Nessa and his friend. They're both really cool designs. It really radiates like, holy fuck, this is what China is about at a fundamental level, you know? And then if I'm trying to think about the stuff about the movie that I didn't like, besides the very, very recurrent like vomit and fart joke, because there's a bunch of those and I don't really love them. Something I really didn't like is the fact that they kept Nessa's like design from the first movie. I feel like he growed a lot in the first movie, and then reverting him back to the same appearance he had, I understand it was probably made to marketing, but I kind of wish they had made him just a tiny bit taller, just show a tiny bit of representation of the character having changed. And I hope that at least for the third movie, they actually just make his legs a little longer and his face a little older, just to make you know, hey, he got older from the events of the first and second movies. And then the big one is so unexpectedly the fact that there's a plot twist villain that's obviously the villain since they introduce him, and you're like, oh, I wonder who the villain is. This plot twist villain is surely gonna shock me when they actually show them. But besides that, it's a very deserved S tier. El Topo, back to Mexico! And this film is weird. Okay, for starters, it has a part where a bunch of bunnies die. Like real genuine bunnies that they killed for this movie so they could do this scene. That's a big asshole move. I'm putting you on M tier, and I actually hate the fact that those are real bunnies. The fact that people thought this was okay in the 70s genuinely pisses me off. I do not endorse this. I feel bad. I saw that scene and I genuinely felt gross. Mostly because I love bunnies. Like, maybe if this had been another animal, I would have been like, well, it was the 70s, but they chose bunnies, and that hurts me physically. It's like, I wish they had, like, the culture to train. I wish they were, like, puppets. You can get bunny-looking puppets. The point of dead bunnies in your film is to just show them being dead, so why the fuck did you actually kill them for the film? Fuck you, Jodorowsky. And there it is! It's a Jodorowsky film. Jodorowsky is a weird-ass guy because all of his movies are, like, metaphoric in nature, meaning you're, like, not supposed to take anything that you actually see at face value. This movie is divided in two. Wants to represent the Old Testament, wants to represent the New Testament. The first movie is about the guy going around the world trying to fight 3 specific people that he has to defeat in order to win something, I guess. Maybe it was 4 people, I don't quite remember. And then the second half, it's him with a friend trying to, like, become popular enough to save their people who are hidden in a rock that's segregated from the rest of the world. And of course, all of that really, it means something, but it also means nothing on a narrative level. It means something to the metaphor, because this movie is intended to be a critique of religion in its entirety. It's basically the film depicts an Old and New Testament parts, and then it just shows the way religion is used to convince other people, to control, to this, to that. It's very much trying to tell you something more complicated than just guy has to go kill 4 people and then has to go kill another person and save people from a rock. Do I think the message is powerful? No, I don't think the message is powerful. I think a lot of artistic movies such as this one often fail at the point where, like, they're trying to be deep and memorable, but they end up not making their point to be clear enough. I feel like communication is an underrated statement of art, right? And a lot of people make art without the intent to actually communicate anything. They want to be abstract and they want to be vague because that's what they feel in their mind. They feel abstract and vague about something, and this movie very much feels like that. This feels like Jodorowsky's thoughts on religion were too complex to just say yes or no or this or that, and he ended up creating this movie as a means to show it. Do I think that makes the movie good? No. While it is a representative of the guy's expression, I definitely don't think I watched this movie and get something out of it because you're not communicating properly what you wanted to communicate with this movie. It feels like the kind of movie that you can appreciate, but not the kind of movie where the message comes across. You understand what it wants to say, just it doesn't say it very well. And thus, I'm the kind of person who would give this like a B tier, maybe a C tier. But if you're a cinephile and you absolutely love cinema and like artistic shit, you're probably gonna think this is an S tier. At least it's a movie that's worth seeing for its visuals. And the final Mexican movie I watched, Vuelven. So this is like a horror movie, but it was made in Mexico, so it's like the transition one. And it's basically about this girl that can see dead people, or at least that's what it looks like. and then she ends up being in an adventure with a bunch of other kids. And all of these kids are all kids who have their parents disappeared on them by a big evil group of narcos. So basically, these kids want revenge against the cartel, so they go and they mistakenly end up having killed the guy from the cartel. I mean, it is by mistake, but they clearly wanted to kill the guy. It's just, he dies by mistake. It doesn't really matter. The cartel ends up chasing all of the kids trying to kill them because they killed a pretty important guy. And of course, as I just said, yes, it's a Mexican movie, and of course it's going to adore showing the misery of people, but at least I really like the framing here of like a bunch of kids running away from the cartel, right? Because it makes what could have been, oh no, they have a sad life and they're suffering, into a genuinely interesting experience. This is not the kind of movie that you're watching because it's realistic and telling you the actual story of these kids. It's like a fictionalized account. And what I loved about this fictionalized account is that it uses the powers of the little girl to see dead ghosts to actually deliver some pretty impactful moments. So like, yes, there's good emotional moments, and I did find the movie to be generally interesting and entertaining, but then that very last like 15 minutes or so, I think genuinely like improved the movie a lot for me, because before that I was just thinking like, there's a pretty good horror film, but after that, you really start to get into what this movie actually wants to talk about, right? And they do so by using, again, this framing device that makes it really, really cool, so it makes for a really impactful ending. That whole final showdown truly makes the rest of the movie that may have a bunch of stuff that's not really that worth it. The only thing I could talk about that I found somewhat funny is the fact that the little girl that's the protagonist ends up being the reason why a lot of people die. Out of all the deaths you see in the movie, I think like more than half of them are based on this little girl just being around, because she's just the hairbringer of death. But at least ultimately, her hair-bringing of death ends up being like an actual plot element. So it's weird, but I ended up enjoying it. And for that, I am putting it on B tier. Heretic. This movie is about two Jehovah's Witnesses who go to the wrong house to preach. At first, it seems like they're just talking to a guy who's a big skeptic about religion, but the more that the movie goes on, the more you realize this is a dangerous person. And I think this movie is one of those situations that's just better enjoyed without spoilers. Like, to truly tell you how crazy and interesting this movie can get, let me just say, as a tiny spoiler, this movie correctly equates Monopoly to religion. And that's like a really big move, but when you actually see the movie, you go like, huh, that's very interesting. So if you don't know, Monopoly is actually based on another game, and the other game is supposed to be this big political commentary, and it's supposed to be unfun to play because it's talking to you about the dangers of monopolies and stuff. But then someone saw that idea and said, hey, let's make it fun, and they turned it into Monopoly. And so this movie kind of equates religion to that, the way that maybe there was an original religion, and then all of the other religions started picking little pieces from all over the place. And what ultimately made me think this movie has a good grasp on the idea is the fact that it's not really telling you any religion came first or any idea from any religion was done originally by any other religion. It's the fact that this movie is talking about the impact religion has on people. You know, it's not just Christianity is real. It's more like, who cares if Christianity is real? Because what matters here is what Christianity makes you think about other people and what you believe around the idea. So I think that's a kind of beautiful message, and it wouldn't have worked if the movie just spelled it out. What makes this movie a genuinely good discussion about religion is the fact that by the end of the movie, you are, as the audience, feeling what the creator of the movie wanted you to feel, in the sense that it's scripted and the movie goes in a certain direction, so that by the end of the movie, you're basically understanding the point of the protagonist without actually the protagonist ever spelling it out. I think it's really genuinely clever, and especially for such a like minimalistic movie. This movie is really minimalistic. It's maybe 5 rooms, 3 or 4 characters, and just a big bunch of monologues that are very, very interesting. I was very surprised by this movie. A tier, seen again. The Ugly Stepsister. I talked a while ago about the substance, you know, and I think about that movie is that it says current beauty standards are really dumb and stupid and they suck. Well, this movie's out here to tell you no. Not just current beauty standards, but the olden ones too. Yet another retelling of Cinderella. I watched a lot of these this year, and I'm sad because I didn't watch Cinderella's Revenge, which I intended to, and it was like, oh, I could have done the like quadfecta. However, the Cinderella retelling isn't about Cinderella, it's actually about the Ugly Stepsister. That's the name of the movie. To start with, this movie just gets rid of magic completely. This is a very realistic movie, right? I feel like a few things about the way they showcase the ugliness of beauty standards back then are a little bit fictionalized and beauticized in order to make them more disturbing and creepy. But like beyond that, I understand what it's trying to say, and the way they try to say this a lot of the times is by removing all the magic isms from the original story. So for example, a big aspect of this movie is the fact that Cinderella's father wasn't actually ever rich. Not only that, he dies very soon after, and so the evil stepmother's like, wait a second, this guy never had any money, that sucks, let's try to get my children married to the prince. I felt like just little details and little pieces of realism like that truly made of this movie a lot more than it was before. And so the rest of the movie really is just watching the titular stepsister kinda ruin herself, prettier. She gets eyelashes installed, but of course we're talking about like olden times, so they have to like needle them on, and it's really gross. And then she's fixing her nose the entire movie, and then she wants to be thin, so she starts eating tapeworms and stuff. When you actually watch this movie and you get to the end, you genuinely feel bad for the titular stepsister, because everyone knows how this story is ending. Of course Cinderella is going to be with the prince, and I like all the ways they decided to approach that direction from the perspective of the ugly stepsister. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, I wish there was more to say, but the reality is that this movie is just a little shallow. What I ended up liking about it is that despite its shallowness, it truly does have a good message about just the dangers of living up to beauty standards. That whole idea that you have to be pretty for X and Y reason when it's not really a thing you have to do. This movie also has a little bit of an aspect about what you can do as someone who is witnessing that. If you ever see someone hurting themselves in order to uphold a beauty standard and they have some sort of dysfunction as a result, I think this movie is trying to advocate for helping that person realize their looks don't really matter that much. I think it's a very pretty message. I mean, it's a movie that could be pretty mid among its shallowness. You know what, it's been a while since I put something in C tier, but I don't think this movie deserves C tier, so I'm putting it in B tier, even though my script says C tier. But it's like, look at this, half of this shit is A tier and B tier. I feel like my tier lists is kind of like weird, because it should be B in the middle and Gush and Bell kind of shit. Misery! Wait, it's been 3 years since I did that joke originally? What the fuck? Some Misery, the famous movie about the lady that kidnaps the guy and breaks his legs and shit. I was kind of expecting this movie to not be as good as it was, but I thought it was actually really great. I really like this type of horror that instead of being some paranormal creature or something truly terrifying and unusual, it's just a person who's fucked up in the head a little, such as the case is with this movie. Yeah, sure, I wasn't terrified shaking in my boots about it, but I certainly was into the story. I found myself actually being invested in it. So yeah, basically it's about this super fan who ends up finding her favorite author at the side of the road after an accident. So she puts him in his home and then she kidnaps him basically until she writes a better ending for whatever book he was writing, because she doesn't actually like the ending he was writing. This woman is called Annie Wilkins, I think, and holy fuck, she's still as memorable as always. This has got to be one of the most memorable antagonists in horror ever, despite the fact that it's just a crazy lady and that's about it. But the performance! She is absolutely nailing all of it, because she does carry that terrifying presence. You can tell why the protagonist would be, like, scared or disgusted about her. One thing I didn't like was the character of the sheriff. There's this sheriff guy who is, like, sorta consistently showing up throughout the movie, and then when he actually shows up and does something, it's, like, not really that interesting, and you're like, oh, okay, I mean, I guess he was here because he was there in the book. But he genuinely does nothing towards the plot of this movie, to the point where you just wonder why he's there at all. Besides that, everything else about the movie really clearly holds up even today. It's still tense, and the relationship between Paul, the writer, and Annie is like really unusual, but well executed. And I also like that this movie kind of talks about this whole thing with horror where for some reason experience is really good at writing horror. Like if you're ever scared about something, you can turn that something into a piece of horror really easily, and it turns out that makes for the best horror there is. Okay, yeah, sure, you still need a lot of talent to, like, actually completely make it through fruition, but every single time I've been inspired to think about writing something that's horror, it's been from, like, a real experience that I've seen and had, you know? Anyways, yeah, great movie, A tier. So, yeah, if you were wondering where all the horror movies were, it's here. we're in Pokemon. I am clearly not the audience for horror. Therefore, I try to limit my amount of horror that I watch to like a few movies every year during October. This kind of comes with a big downside, which is the fact that I haven't seen that much horror movies to actually say if what I'm thinking about is right. That was not really a thing that happened with Bring Her Back, because Bring Her Back is a movie from this year, and to be fair, it has got to be one of the best movies I saw from 2025 that I saw in 2025, haha. This movie is about two kids who end up getting orphaned, and now that they're orphans, a lady shows up and wants to adopt them. This lady is kind of weird because she lives in the middle of nowhere, and like her previous daughter died, and it's very similar to the main character, like little girl. And then also she's living with like her nephew, but her nephew is really weird. And as it turns out, for the little cherry on top, this lady really doesn't want to deal with the 18-year-old, so she's trying her hardest to like call this guy dangerous and a drug addict and shit so she can get rid of him and actually do bad things to the girl. Yes, the movie has a few flaws that I didn't quite enjoy. There's a few moments where the characters really didn't make sense, such as, you know, like the main character goes to someone and it's like, hey, this woman is very dangerous, we need to go see her, and then they don't bring a cop, they don't bring nothing. They just raw dog that shit, and it's like, you don't raw dog their shit. There's a scene where the main character gives a kid that's very clearly disabled a knife. He like hands him the melon on the knife. And this guy's been painted all throughout the movie as a generally responsible guy, so it's like, why would you hand a kid that's like no more than 10 years old, even if he wasn't disabled, a knife? He just hands him the whole ass knife. That's like asking for disaster. And of course it's made so that they can set up the horrible scene that happens afterwards. Which, I mean, if you've seen this movie, you absolutely felt like shit watching that scene. But I think that's part of what makes this movie so effective, right? It at least makes sense that the 18-year-old character who has big trauma about his dad ends up being kind of bad at being responsible. At least it's not like the character's stupid, it's more like he's inexperienced. I still feel like when I was 18, I was able to not give kids knives, but like, that's okay. So as you can tell just from the synopsis, they're actually building a really complex situation, and what I ended up loving about the movie is not just the fact that we're watching these two kids be like in danger or like trying to figure out what's actually going on with this lady, because slowly as the movie goes on, she starts revealing like more details about what she actually plans to do with the girl. And so the more of the movie you see, the more you actually start putting the pieces of her plan together, and it's a big fucked up plan, but it also kind of manages to give this character depth. The special effects here are really good. Again, I already talked about the knife scene, but that scene's well done, and it's not the only time where special effects are done. The acting is also fantastic. There's a lot of moments where characters are in danger, and they genuinely are like well acted. Even the little kid manages to act really well, so it's a very enjoyable movie in all fronts from the production aspect. You really truly believe all the special effects that are going on in front of you, as well as all the acting moments, and then that very acting is what I want to clap the most about this movie. So the evil lady actually has some extremely good moments when it comes to acting, and I definitely find myself thinking she was like one of the best performances I saw this year. I may not have bought the ending entirely from a writing perspective, but I definitely think that the events that happen are emotional enough to really strike a chord, and you really truly feel like this movie was more than just horror movie about two kids who have to run away from crazy lady. You know, it was genuinely really good. I guess I can forgive most of this movie's mistakes. It was also a tiny bit forgettable what the lady's plan is. I was going like, oh, you're putting the pieces together. That's what you intended to do, but honestly, if you have a little bit of foresight, you're probably gonna understand it pretty quickly. A tier, Cube 2. So, I watched the first one a long time ago, and I was interested in this one for a long time. I remember when I made like my movies I want to watch list, and I haven't seen most of them, and the oldest movie I had there was Cube 2. So that probably means I started this list in like 2017 when I watched Cube 1. Now, why did I have this movie sitting in there for so long? I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I personally adore the whole limited cast, confined to a place type stories. That's like one of my favorite approaches to storytelling. But then I had heard this movie is terrible, and when I watched it, yeah, it's very ridiculous, but it's kind of like the point I was trying to find. For some reason, these movies where it's like limited cast confined to a place always have the most bonkers, ridiculous sequels, and when they are done right, it's really efficient, even if it's kind of crazy, right? So, for example, I always point out as an example the 999 series, Zero Escape, right? The first game is very realistic and very good, and then the second game, despite having a way more ridiculous plot twist that is kind of hard to believe, you actually like find yourself getting into it because it's so bonkers and crazy compared to the original's plot twist that it just works, man. And I was expecting to see something like that here. Was there something like that here? No. No. Unlike with Zero Escape 2, Cube 2 does not live up a lot to the first one. It misses a lot of the charm that made the first one so good. So for example, the first one has, you can tell this cube some sort of industrial complex, and you can see like all the walls are messed up, and it's also a big puzzle. So you see the characters try to figure out the puzzle of how to escape the cube. This movie just has a new cube that's weirder, but it's just a thing that exists. For example, one of the rooms just has a tesseract that reacts to movement and cuts people in CG. And it's just kind of ridiculous, and it's just kind of there. They never explain why there's a random tesseract there that kills people by cutting them into a bajillion tiny pieces. After that, you also see a bunch of deaths that are just kind of like happening. There's a certain pair of characters that just go, by the way, I like you too. And then the next scene, they're like dead. Sure, the movie explains what happened. It's kind of clear what happened, but it's so sudden and ridiculous and unforeshadowed that it just makes you think, what was the point of telling me this? A lot of what makes limited cast stuck in a place movies so good is the fact that with each part of the movie or the story, you actually get to learn a little bit about these characters, and they sure do bring that up, right? You know what the profession and what kind of life each of the people that is in this new cube had. But the more of the movie that you see, the more they tell you, the more nothing happens with that information, right? It's like you have this guy who's a mathematician, and so he figures out, oh, we're in a tesseract, he's figuring out the math. And then the second he's no longer useful to the plot, gone. Very interesting sequel, I just wish it had more overlap with the first one. Then there's the twists. So there's two twists in this film. The first one's like at the middle, and I think the twist at the middle it's alright because you kind of see it coming, but when it happens, you kind of understand why the characters would react the way they do. It's one of those plot twists that to you as the audience isn't impactful, but it's impactful enough on the story that you can justify it. But then the last twist at the very end of the movie is kind of really fucking dumb, and it makes no sense. It looks really cool. I love the like footage and the imagery of the cube collapsing around the main character, but it's like the actual twist that comes afterwards, you're just sitting there thinking to yourself, okay. So overall, I think I enjoyed this movie, but I'm putting it on C tier. I think it's objectively pretty bad, but I personally enjoyed it because it has a lot of the DNA of stuff that I enjoy. The Fly. I mean, I plan to discuss this one on a video that I want to do this year, so I'm not gonna go too in-depth about it. Plot. This guy who's kind of a nerd, he makes a teleportation machine, he gets a girlfriend, he fuses with a fly, and then the entire movie is kind of actually a metaphor for toxic masculinity. And of course, it's kind of obvious that the whole metaphor is, hey, don't be an asshole to your girlfriend. But it's kind of a nice approach to the metaphor, right? Bro doesn't just turn into a fly all of a sudden. It's kind of a slow process of him slowly becoming more manly and slowly becoming more flyish. So like, well, I expected less of this movie. I expected him to just come out a weird fly monster and the movie to be like, oh no, the fly monster. It turns out having this slow turnover and making this more of a werewolf kind of story kind of makes it stand the test of time a little better. Or maybe a lot better. I don't like that the main character girl, she's stuck between two assholes, and so she goes to the other asshole for help. Like, the movie does not acknowledge how weird of a decision this is, and the fact that coming from a horrible, horrible toxic relationship can lead to people having another toxic relationship simply because the new guy isn't as toxic as the other one. And I wish they'd addressed this a tiny bit more. Now, on to the coolest part about this film. How is it not the puppets? Who even made this movie? What's the name of the guy? Chris Wallace. That's the guy we're thinking about. So that guy did a fantastic job with the puppets. You know how, I mean, we're gonna talk about this movie later, but you know how in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, people complained a lot about the animatronic showing very little despite having like really good design? Yeah, they made like 3 puppets in this movie that all show up within the span of like a minute and a half, each of them lasting 20 seconds, and they are all made to like spew gross shit and blow up. you kind of have to admire that whole thing. Plus, the puppets are so incredibly well made. They look so good in camera, and you, I'm not even showing them to you because I think they're so good that they deserve you watch the movie to see them yourself. I'm putting this one on A tier. Mystery of the Wax Museum time. It was not a very good movie, but it's also old, so I kind of understand. It turns out but this detective that looks into disappearances surrounding a wax museum, suspecting the owner is turning people into wax tattoos. The dialogue is very 1933, it's misogynistic at times, but I also found it surprisingly progressive for the time, because the girl's actually rather snappy and cool, and she's the main girl had figures out the plot. It's ahead of its time by 20 or 30 years. But ultimately, she ends up dating one of the guys. And it's like the romance is kind of forced in there for reasons I don't understand. By the way, I watched a restoration of this movie that colored it, and I found the coloring to be really well done, because they use colors like pink and green to make the beautiful movie be more visually entertaining. But after all, I gotta give this movie a pretty bad grade. I sadly think I'm putting this in C tier. Why the fuck did I sing that? And why the fuck did I mess up not a single one time while I was singing, when I usually mess up my speaking a lot when I'm just speaking like a normal person? What is wrong with me? Invader Sim Enter the Flurpus. So, yes, I watched all of Invader Sim this year, and I wish I could have done a video about all the shows that I watched this year, kind of like this one, but ultimately didn't have time because, again, my computer exploded, and now I have like 15 days to finish this video. Whoops. Anyways, I loved Invader Sim, just as a summary, and I bet you can not absolutely guess who my favorite character is. Like, I'm totally not 70% already that character.
Yes, it scares you, baboon!
So, like, even as someone who watched the entire full series and then went on to watch this movie, I realized very clearly and very easily that it's just the rebooted new designs, and I find it to be like a super good adaptation of the old designs because they look modern while still sort of retaining the magic of the original show. The original show is in like really bad quality because it's an old show, so it was so awesome to see these characters return, even as someone who had seen them like maybe a week ago at most. I imagine people that were fans of the original show probably adored the heck out of this movie simply because it let them see the new characters. Again, a lot of the designs after 20 years were updated and they feel like fresh and glorious. It's really good adaptation of those designs. Narratively, it's not too different from like the big arcs of the actual show. The actual show had like 5 or 3 big arcs that lasted more than 2 episodes, and those arcs tend to be the best parts of the show, except for like a few episodes that kind of stand out in there. In this movie, we are like back to the action like nothing ever happened. It genuinely feels like they grabbed the script from the original show and just put it on the table and said, hey, movie's already done. The biggest thing that makes me think otherwise is the fact that usually in Invader Sim, Sim has a world domination plan. He wants to conquer the Earth by turning all the humans into his slaves because he's an alien and he wants to destroy the world. And this guy did. He's the only person ever in the entire universe who actually goes like, that guy's an alien, let's stop him. Nobody ever believes him in the entire story of the show. Usually the world domination scheme is something stupid like, I'm putting pheromones in all the naturals so everybody likes me. This movie, he actually steals a big public display of technology and he just makes it his own and goes like, once this thing is done, I'm calling every bad thing to the world. A surprisingly competent scheme, all things considered. Despite some solid writing, I think the best part about this movie when it comes to the writing is the fact that this movie focused a lot on the one thing that the original show really didn't get into, which is Professor Membrane. Professor Membrane is Dib's dad, and in the original show he has like maybe 2 or 3 episodes where he's somewhat important and has like a lot of dialogue, which was really weird. Now this movie is not focused on him, but they certainly gave him much needed screen time that was kind of missing. They just found a way to put him here and he's like super cool. He has this bionic arm and he also gets this doppelganger who, I mean, personally I would adore to see him continue be part of the cast if they decide to make more Invader Sim stuff. They did a really good job portraying Professor Membrane, except for one thing. One thing about this show is that recurrently no one believes Dev that there's aliens, and in this movie literally everyone is abducted by aliens. And they make a whole bit about everybody thinking, nah, that was a dream. But it's kind of unbelievable when it comes to Div's dad, because they basically tell you this guy's a genius, a mastermind of science. It is very funny that they managed to find a way to make him still think that aliens aren't real. It's kind of also unbelievable because there's absolutely no way that guy experienced this, was told in the dream and outside of the dream. That's proof that aliens are real, and he still doesn't believe it. I understand it's for the joke, and if he actually started believing it, it would like change the entire plot to levels that I don't think the creators would be comfortable. But it's still kind of an odd detail. I feel like I kind of wish he got more justified by having like, I don't know, imagine Sim puts peanut butter on a VR headset and he puts it on and then it's stuck to his head and he just thinks that whatever he's seeing is actually the VR. And it's like, I can't believe you made such a good game, Div. And Div's like, no, Dad, I'm telling you, they're the real aliens. But what can I say? I ultimately really enjoyed this movie. I don't think it's the best of Invader Sim, of course. But at the same time, you're asking me who has a massive bias for Gur. So like, personally, I think the best parts of this show entirely is just whenever Gur's on screen. I love the guy. I'm putting it on A tier, but if we're just talking about Gur, we have a winner! Best thing in the world! I just want everyone to know that I ended up getting distracted and now I have a new phone wallpaper. Okay, Chainsaw Man reze arc. I mean, it's a good movie to talk about, isn't it? It's a good day to talk about this movie, isn't it? I gotta be honest, I wasn't the biggest fan of Chainsaw Man during the first season. I tend to watch a lot of anime that are kind of modern, and a lot of the times, many anime that are popular are just popular because they're pretty to look at and they're well animated. Again, as I said with Demon Slayer, it's not really a problem if you like that, but I personally like my things to be a little bit more complicated. But then at the same time, I mean, you just saw it. I enjoy Demon Slayer despite the fact that Demon Slayer is not the pinnacle of writing or anything like that. So here we have Chainsaw Man, and I wasn't really that confident about it. The first season, it didn't entirely convince me to actually watch the show. It did have a bunch of splashes of premise, and it did look very nice, but I found the art style to be kind of boring, in the sense that I've seen the manga, I saw the manga many times before, and I didn't feel like the imagery and the art direction they chose on was the definitive one for Chainsaw Man. And so when they dropped the trailer for this one, I was like, hey, hold up. As it turns out, this art direction is a lot more appropriate to what I imagined in my mind, and I definitely think this movie nailed that whole art direction aspect, because as I continued watching this movie, I realized I'm actually really enjoying the Chainsaw Man story, and apparently it gets better than this. So, very mid first season, but now that we're after this movie, I definitely think I'm intrigued to watch more, because this movie actually showcases that there may be more depth than your average shonen. All around, every aspect about this film was very well done, from the writing to the soundtrack. Like, of course, the soundtrack is very iconic, the pool scene has very iconic soundtrack, but it's not just that. And then a lot of the scenes turn out to be like really interesting movie references. I'm pretty sure that the part where Reze is choking the guy out, I'm pretty sure that's inspired from No Country for Old Men, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure. But in that vein of thought, I do love that this movie is like super cinematic. This movie is absolutely like clear that whoever was directing it knew Fujimoto was a big fan of movies, so it's very nice to see how cinematic this movie is. And by cinematic, I mean that you can exactly tell what the thought process behind certain scenes is, you know? Certain moments in the movie are definitely created in a very deliberate way that I think was really interesting. There's also this one fight where Denji and Reze are about to start a fight, and the buildings in the background sort of start the countdown. It's very exciting, and it reminded me of that one thing in Tokyo Godfather that's kind of similar. The actual story, I think, was really complete. This story kind of focuses a lot on just the two main characters of the movie, which is Denji and Reze. A bunch of other characters show up. There's this shark guy that shows up. He has Tanjiro's voice, and I don't think I love that casting. I feel like they probably should have gone with a crazier voice actor for him, but like, that's a voice acting thing. I definitely think the visuals and the actual look of the character looks really cool, especially when fucking Denji does the whole El Macho thing. He just goes Despicable 2 on the audience. It's wonderful. We also got like tiny glimpses of Angel and this other guy. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's nice that they are still here. They were not forgotten, but it's definitely true that most of the narrative weight of this movie is between Denji and Reze. They're supposed to be kind of parallels to each other, and it's lovely to see them on screen, whether it's them talking or them fighting or them actually being in a bit of a romance. You know something's gonna go wrong since you start seeing Reze. I don't think it's very much of a surprise to the audience that she's the bomb demon person, because it's kind of very well choreographed with her little Joker thing. I don't know what it is. But once you actually start seeing them act as two different characters, it really starts to shine because they're both really complex. They're having a very good conversation about their lives. You can immediately tell this is a story about how bad child labor is, and the fact that they know where to keep their subtleties is very nice. So, for example, I love how Reze tells Denji that she's never been to school by the end, and it's kind of clear she's had the exact same life as Denji by the end, and it's kind of awesome to see that she doesn't actually point it out that clearly. You just understand that she lied and that Denji is not smart enough to figure out she lied. It kind of goes a lot to tell you about each of the characters. You can tell what Reze is like and you can tell what Denji is like, and it's just wonderful details in the dialogue or the visuals like that that truly start coming with this movie and making it great. The animation. Of course we gotta talk about the animation because they absolutely nailed it. It's MAPPA, and that's exactly the big problem. This suffers from MAPPA animation. Now, I don't know if some of you pay attention to this, but I personally think MAPPA does this weird ass technique sometimes where they don't have a lot of time to make something look good, so they just add more random squiggly frames, and it's supposed to look really good, but it doesn't often look too good. Now, they are getting better at this. If you compare this to compare it to Tank Top, the anime. That anime has terrible moments where the animation is just zipping all around the screen and it's really hard to follow. A lot of the times when you're doing an animation, you have to make the viewer's eye follow. MAPPA often does this thing where things are happening too fast, too erratically, and so you don't know where to look and it's kind of easy to get lost. But it's nice to know they're getting better, right? I think the reason why I think Demon Slayer's animation was a little bit better is because Demon Slayer did not suffer from a MAPPA moment. For the record, Demon Slayer has suffered from MAPPA moments in the past with the whole JoJo scene, but I guess that's on purpose because they wanted him to seem really strong and powerful and fast, as he's supposed to be in universe before Tanjiro learns his new ability. But on the front of Chainsaw Man, you can easily tell, I think this movie actually made me feel more interested in the future of Chainsaw Man, and I'm very excited to see what they happen to do with it. I'm hearing crazy stuff about the manga, such as characters hitting each other with Wyoming, and I don't know how that happens. But I'm kind of excited to find out. Oh, I also saw the scene with the cum hand because I had someone who was reading the manga and they told me they stopped reading after that, and I'm like, you soft motherfucker. Rightio, S tier. Good boy. This movie was so bad. It was so genuinely boring that I was watching this movie and instead of going to dinner time at my dinner time, I was so unenjoying this that I waited for this movie to be over and then went on to watch another movie to cleanse my palate. Because this movie just kinda sucks. So it's about this dog that sees ghosts and tries to protect his owner. That's about it. Somehow, the dog's the best actor here. Everyone else is acting really bad, especially the main lead guy, who is this guy who's on drugs half the time and he's having, I don't know, existential dread. It's such a boring movie where nothing happens. The pacing is really slow and it's taking itself way too seriously. It's like, oh my god, how do they take themselves so seriously when the ghosts look like this? They're so cookie-cutter and ineffective. It's boring. It's a boring movie that doesn't have a lot to say. The message is drugs bad. No shit, Sherlock. I didn't know drugs were bad. Now, if you excuse me, I have to play some 420. Be honest in the comments. How many of you think I'm on drugs? So I kind of wish this movie was a little bit more like Courage the Cowardly Dog, taking itself less seriously and just have the movie have a little bit more action. Actually make the movie about the dog trying to stop the ghosts instead of just looking at them and the owner being like, shut up dog, you're stupid, stop barking. I wish we actually saw more of the dog getting unstuck from like bad situations and going to the owner and going like bah, 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 and conversing with the demon and the demon being like, dog, this does not concern you. I know he's your owner, but it literally does not concern you. We are demons, we don't care about the thoughts of a dog. That sense of whimsy and creativity that Courage the Cowardly Dog has was sorely lacking in this film, because again, it's taking itself way too seriously, leading to a movie that's just generally uninteresting. I kind of wish this movie would have taken a bit more of a Psycho Goraman kind of approach. So if you don't know what Psycho Goraman is, it's this movie about these kids who end up befriending a space alien, and it's very clearly inspired by Billy and Mandy. It has a lot of that DNA, and that movie definitely has its moments that have a lot of gore and are kind of icky to see, but it's still a very interesting movie solely on the fact that it's taken a bit from Billy and Mandy. You understand, it's like the dynamic of the characters and stuff like that. And I kind of wish it was a little bit more like that in Good Boy, because ultimately what you actually get is one of the worst movies I saw in the year, just incredibly boring. I put it on F tier, and in order to quench my thirst for actually something that was a little bit spooky to finish Halloween, at least I thought it was gonna be the last day I watched Halloween movies. I ended up watching a whole other month of Halloween movies. I thought I wanted to end it on a high note, so I rewatched The Corpse Bride, which is a movie I haven't seen in a long time. If it's unfamiliar to you, you must be very young, but let me explain. It's about this guy who in his wedding night he's a little bit nervous, but it's the rehearsal wedding, but whatever. So he goes outside and he ends up sort of getting engaged to a corpse bride. So now he's trying to escape the underworld with his corpse bride, and he doesn't really love her, but the corpse bride think he does. It's a very cool movie in the sense that it's just beautiful visually, and it's also very melancholic. You generally like all of the characters, and the musical numbers get to be pretty exciting. Among its melancholy, I also like that this movie has little like tints of happiness, such as the underworld being like super colorful and bright and everyone's happy in there. And then the movie has a lot of messages about just not mourning life only, but also about celebrating death. You know, it's like, oh no, somebody died, and we often spend a lot of time crying about it, but this movie tells you to look in the bright side, the fact that you had a lot of time and experience with those people, and that without those people your life would be different, because you knew them, you may not have changed for the better, but you were changed for good. They did it, I'm such a genius. It's just a surprisingly nice outlook about death to put in a children's movie. Only thing I didn't like about this movie that I thought was kind of big is it just kind of finishes a little too abruptly. Like, they kill the bad guy and they go like, yay, shit's resolved, let's get married. And the credits just show up. They don't even go ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's just the credits. Let's get mad, and credits show up. I kind of wish they had a little bit more of a prologue or an epilogue. I don't know which one's the one you put at the end. But I do know that this movie could have used 2 or 3 more minutes of animation to close up everything it set up and actually send the movie off properly. And I understand they didn't do it because it's stop motion, it's annoying, and it's very expensive. You really have to be careful with what you actually end up putting on screen and actually end up shooting in stop motion. I'm putting this one on A tier. And then I went to the cinema and I realized a really cool movie was on the cinema. It was also stop motion and it was also kind of spooky. It was Frankelda. This movie is a Mexican stop motion movie, and let me explain, it's the first full feature stop motion movie, which makes it kind of a big deal. I ended up deciding to go watch it because I wanted to support the artists and the people making it, because again, this is kind of a big deal. Guillermo del Toro was behind it, kind of pushing the project along, but it's very clear that the people who made this sacrificed a lot to actually finish it and put it on theaters, so I figured the best I could do was watch it, and that was absolutely good. It was so good, in fact, that I am considering making a whole video about it. And I don't know, do you think I should? I'm gonna keep it kind of short in case I do decide to make that video. So, quick review. I thought it was really good. It has a good message about the role of fiction in our lives. A lot of the movie is the main character, Frankelda, writing stories, and those stories sort of come to life and they start talking to her. And it's not in the human world. She goes to the world of these creatures, and it's very implied to be sort of half internal dialogue, half real. But what I ended up enjoying a lot about it is that the movie doesn't really want to sweat the details, and it tells you part of the point of the movie is to go, if this is real or if this is fake doesn't really matter, because what matters about fiction is the impact it has on your lives. They are important fictional things, so it's very nice to have a movie that talks about this. The ending is a little bit weird. It wasn't abrupt, but it does feel tacked on, and it makes the movie fall a little flat on its face. Like, all throughout the movie, I was thinking, oh my god, this is gonna be the best animated movie I saw. And then it just finished, and I was like, ugh. I would put it at the top if the ending was a little bit more conducive, but the ending kind of had to be modified and extended for the sake of what actually happened. That makes it sound way too seriously. What happened is that this movie is actually a continuation, prequel to a stop-motion animated series that I think is on Hulu, I'm not sure. But it's also called Frankelda, instead of being I Am Frankelda, it's Tales from Frankelda's book or whatever, something like that. And the ending very much feels like it's patting you in the back and going, hey, go watch the show. So it's kind of unsatisfying and kind of throws the movie away. I would maybe think this movie was like a top contender for like the best things I saw in the year, but that ending didn't quite convince me, so I kind of put it back. The best part about this movie, the soundtrack. This is definitely the best soundtrack I heard this year. This movie has an incredible soundtrack. All of the musical segments are stuck in my head and I know them by heart. And it's like, that's something that hasn't happened to me in a long time. I ended up enjoying this as a musical more than Wicked Part 2, which we'll also talking about. And it's like, how did that happen? How did this random Mexican stop-motion animated movie that's probably done on a very tight budget end up showing such an outstanding soundtrack that it's now one of my favorite soundtracks of the year? So I'm putting this on
as the tier for fantastic movies.
the horror. It continues with Cat People, a movie that's horrible, but for different reasons. It's not horrible in the sense that it's bad, but it has problems. It's about a lady who thinks she's cursed to turn into an evil cat lady, and no one believes her. And like, this movie needs a remake urgently, because the actual movie is basically this girl asking for help around everyone she knows. I'm gonna turn into a cat, and everyone's like, you're just crazy. And then she actually turns into a cat, and she proceeds to get fucking robbed the entire film. Like, she constantly asks for help. Nobody helps her. And the second she actually showcases she was right all along, everybody turns off her. This guy she was gonna marry ends up going with another asshole of a woman. He finds this fucking asshole woman who's constantly throwing shit at the protagonist, and he's like, I'm sticking with her. Even though she's a shitty person, he's sticking with her because she's the only other female that's around for the very strong male lead to stick with. It's like, what is happening? Why do they want to finish this movie on love triumphing? It feels really bad for the cat lady because she got done dirty. She should have gotten her revenge. Why? Why would you have grabbed this woman who was asking for help around everyone she knew, got ignored, and then she got her husband stolen from her? That's just sad. Like, the relationship of the guy and the other girl started because he was cheating on the cat lady, because the cat lady stopped being appealing because she was too worried about turning into a cat lady. Maybe it's supposed to be a metaphor, but holy fuck, the way it's written, it feels like bullshit. So you can tell I'm angry, but I think you understood what the plot is from that, basically. It's not really that interesting of a movie. It really needs that remake. Fun fact, this movie has one of the earliest jump scares in cinema history, which is this part where this lady is walking around the street. Apparently, this truck showing up was scary to people. Did I get ya? 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 I'm watching Smiling Friends, so I wanted to jump scare people. Did I get ya? Did I get ya? Did I... C tier. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This is one of those horror comedy staples that I kind of enjoy. I mean, it's not Gremlins, but I definitely thought this was a pretty good movie despite all of the elements from this movie that kind of feel dated. Such as, you know, there's a romance plot that's just, I mean, it's fine because they wanted the characters to do something and for it to feel like a teenage adventure or whatnot. But then there's also this comic relief duo, and that comic relief duo I really can't justify anyway. It's like, I don't really understand them, they're not really that funny. The movie's like, they're not important, they get in danger, and the movie just wants you to pretend that nothing happens to them, because nothing actually happens to them, they're fine. But it's just, it's kind of weird. This movie is very dated, again, lots of things that didn't work, but then you have the things that actually do work, which is primarily the clown stuff. First, let's start off with the thing I like the most, is the CG backgrounds. There's a lot of moments in this scene where they actually get into alien clown places, and a lot of these locations are clearly done with green screen at the time, and it's the kind of cheap green screen that you'd see from like a game show, that one game show with the kids going into a dungeon, that one, you know, the one I'm putting on screen, the one that has a pretty cool horror game about it. Yeah, that one. They have a lot of these, but they're like all trippy and weird, and they're just visually appealing in a very retro way, and I definitely appreciated that. Then there's the actual clowns, whom are actually pretty funny generally. They're a bunch of slapstick horror creatures, and they have some pretty good bits up their sleeve. Like look at that, they're doing the funny thing, and it's like they just keep going. They just keep going. Apparently that it's infinite. No, seriously, but all the slapstick with the clowns is actually genuinely pretty good. So maybe this isn't the best movie in the world, but at least it's an entertaining watch. And again, those CG backgrounds, they're kind of a vibe. B tier. Wes Anderson, Henry Sugar, and 3 others. So I'm gonna be honest, I watched Henry Sugar like a year and a half ago while I was waiting for some video to render. I don't even remember which video, it's just one of the long ones. But the other 3 I watched this year, also while waiting for something to render. In this case, it was the Minecraft clones video, which, well, it didn't do too good. But hey, at least I really enjoyed these sets of films. They're all based on some book or other, and what I ended up liking about them is the fact that all of them have this sort of style where you can actually see the set coming together as the characters appear and disappear throughout the movies, and all of the movies have like their little tiny details that make each of them stand out. While each of them does not actually make a full product, if you actually consider the 4 of them, it actually comes together as a pretty alright movie. Still, it's not really there to say anything because you're supposed to watch each of the 4 shorts separately, but it was fun while it lasted. Like, the Henry Sugar ones, the ones that taken advantage the most of the whole concept where the sets are coming together, and I thought that was like super neat. It's gotta be one of my favorite cinematic Wes Anderson creations. Whereas, for example, one of the episodes has just a cool CG rat. Like, they mimic 70% of what's happening in that story, but then they actually use this stop-motion rat, and I actually really like the stop-motion rat, but maybe that's just because I like rat and mice, and that's like a me thing, I guess. It's definitely the kind of thing that you watch because it has very cinematic visual flair, rather than any of the stories genuinely being really good. In general, the stories are more meant to be different messages, and even then, most of the movies had a little bit of something changed out of them in order to make the message a little better. So, for example, one of the little shorts is about a guy who thinks there's a spider in his bed and the spider is incredibly venomous, and you see them like scramble to try to get the spider out without the spider getting started and biting him. And a lot of that story is supposed to be like a metaphor for racism and stuff, with the ending changed in order to give it a bit more of a haha moment when you realize the author of the original story was a tiny bit racist, so it adds just a tiny bit to the story that makes it just a tiny bit more interesting than if it was just a straight up adaptation. Besides that, the stories themselves aren't that good, but they're meant to be old stories, you know? I can't complain about the writing because the writing is literally old stories that already exist being adapted, so like, I guess I could complain about the books, I could complain about the stories, but I don't think it's really anyone's fault that was involved in the production of these things. They did their best at adapting these stories to newer messages and newer stories and newer audiences. A tier. Let's do this one quick. I watched Sayuri. That was kind of the last horror movie I actually watched. Very generic movie about a family that moves into a haunted house and it starts killing the people in it. I really recommend this though, because for as generic as the synopsis sounds, there are surprises, and I don't want to say anything too much. This is one of those movies that's, again, better enjoyed if you don't have any spoilers. Point is, really good movie, A tier, maybe S tier. I really liked it. If you're a fan of Dada Dan, definitely watch this. You've got mail. That's me doing the internet voice. You've got mail. Am I doing a good job? You've got mail. You've got mail.
You've got mail.
It's about 2 guys who fall in love through mail, but it turns out in reality they're like rivals and they're putting each other out of business. So yeah, the guy's putting the girl out of business and they don't really know this. Eventually they actually learn, oh my, that's my internet pen pal who I'm in love with. So a little bit of a mess is made. I don't think the writing's very good. I think it's a very bad representation of long-distance relationship because both of these guys live in New York, which is like, you know, most people who are in a long-distance relationship live 1,000 miles apart, which is kind of heart-wrenching. There's people living in entire opposite sides of the hemisphere who really enjoy their partners, and it's like, this romanticizes a long-distance relationship way more than it should, because like, dude, what a lot of these long-distance relationship people would give to just have their loved one be like a drive away from their house. It doesn't tend to work like that most often. They generally involve a lot more miles and also a lot more crying. Maybe even weeping. I also don't really love that this movie pretends everything's fine for the girl. Like, of course the girl runs the smaller business compared to the guy who runs the big business. And it's like, everything that happens to her just kind of gets brushed aside because, oh no, she's got somebody to love. And it's like, I mean, it's kind of cool. Of course, I'm happy that this person found happiness and money and is gonna have a very good life with this guy. But at the same time, you can't just brush aside the fact that this guy destroyed a legacy of generations in order to proceed with his big corporation. It doesn't really talk about anything because at the half point of the movie, they just go like, okay, time to hard pivot into a romance. And that was kind of sad. I kind of wish there was a little bit more of a sauce in there, a little bit of juice, you know? From what I remember, I was kinda disappointed because it was relatively easy to fix that issue. But the reason why most people are watching this movie is not because the story or because the romance is really good. I think a lot of people watched this movie for the same reason I did. It's a November movie. The fall vibes are immaculate, as you can see. It's a really good movie at showcasing just fall in general, and I absolutely love all the orange and brown colors that it uses. Man, this movie makes me want to fill my room with forest critters in autumn vibes and mushrooms from, again, autumn vibes. I wanted to say I'm putting this on A tier for autumn, but no, the movie isn't that good. I'm putting it on B tier and the pun be damned. Tampopo! This is a Japanese spaghetti western where instead of saving the dojo, what they actually have to save is like this woman's noodle shop, because she's trying to make better noodles and they go around like looting other stores and seeing their strategies to make the best noodles. It's a very strange movie, but it's also very memorable as a result. It's like the comedy in this movie is very close to the wall and Japanese, and at few times it breaks the fourth wall or tries to be kind of awkward, and that kind of makes it really unique in its sense. I like it. I'm not sure if everyone does, but I personally really enjoyed how specific this movie gets to be. For the record, the entire movie is not about this lady. There are a lot of other side stories that we see around with little sketches or side plots or like cutaways that all involve some sort of comedy or some sort of commentary about what this movie really wants to say. Now, what is this movie actually wanting to say? Well, this movie is all about the relationship between humans and food. Just the way humans eat and exist, and the way we desire to explore culture and preference through food. There's a few stories that involve the way food brings us together or puts us away from one another, the way different cultures are explored through different foods, and the way just people are surrounding food. Maybe those cutaway stories aren't actually that good or entertaining, but I very much enjoy them because they're just supposed to be little gags a la Japanese style, you know? One of these stories is about these big businessmen going into like a French restaurant and they all don't really know how to order off the menu, so they all just copy the boss, and then the junior of the company just starts perfectly ordering in French because he understands what the food means. And I kind of like that scene. It's the sort of moment that may not do anything for the plot, but it kind of tells us a lot about this company, you know? Maybe what this is trying to say is that a lot of people running companies don't really know what they're doing, and a lot of the times it's the subordinate who actually knows what they're doing. Also, in this short, they actually get angry at him for upstaging him, which is quite funny because yes, it's a lot of the time about companies trying to take credit for the work of an individual, and it's like you get all of that from this simple skit of a guy ordering food good compared to all of his contemporaries who are working with him. And then there's this side plot with these two lover people who are absolutely horny at food. They eat food while they have sex because it turns them on. And it's such a weird dynamic, and it's there to make you uncomfortable in a funny way. Like, they are so ridiculous about their fetish that it's actually kind of funny. And I absolutely adore about these guys that they just suddenly have a serious ending. And you start going like, oh my god, these two people who I thought were a joke kind of there to gross me out ended up being like a genuine match made in heaven. They both get turned on at food, and it's like a special thing between them, and they genuinely love each other because they know the other guy loves food as much as they do. It's ridiculous, but it's just in the brand of the food of this movie. Now, this movie had a lot of food, so I want to show you this funny image. Yeah, there's a part of the movie where they go try some very good noodles. And it's clearly just because the director wanted to go try those noodles or something like that. But I kind of got hungry, so I ended up going downstairs and making my own noodles, which were not as good as the movies, but I did eat them according to the rules of the movie that it established at the start. And you know what? I think that made the movie a little bit better. So it's a weird movie, but its comedy is sometimes on point. Other times it's not really hitting, but the fact that it's so memorable definitely makes this a movie that I often will think about, and I very much recommend it to anyone who has a little bit of patience for like storytelling that's a little bit unconventional. I'm gonna leave that stutter there because I think I just love that stutter. I've been stuttering all video because, as you probably don't know, I'm a stutterer. I'm very good at hiding that I stutter. Still, this video here is proof that I stutter a lot, and I'm leaving that line so you can know that I always stutter. I will never stop stuttering. That was a big stutter. Gotcha! Tampopo gets an S tier from me. Frankenstein by Guillermo del Toro. He's apparently doing a Frankenstein adaptation. Now, is this a good adaptation? Yes. Is it anything special? No, it didn't surprise me at all. You know what the most surprising thing about this movie is? He never does the stereotypical "It's alive!" at any point. I say that like it's a bad thing, but it's actually kind of a good thing, because that means this is not a tropey adaptation. It's not grabbing from other adaptations, and it's not relying on other things that other people have done with Frankenstein, which does make it kind of unique in a sense. It's a very straightforward adaptation of the book. It of course has its changes, but generally I ended up liking what I saw, especially when it comes to like the set design and the costuming. Oh my god, the costuming is really good. All the outfits are really well achieved. And it's just that kind of movie, the kind of movie where I don't really have that much to say about it. And I wish I had more to say about it because the actual movie is like good, but like B tier good. The Owls of Ga'Hoole. I was looking for a fall movie that was like super fallish, and I ended up finding this movie that looks pretty autumnal. Then I realized it's animated, and what the fuck? This movie's so pretty! It's about an owl family, and then one day the 3 children get kidnapped and they go learn that there's a big drama happening elsewhere, so they just start getting ready for that drama. One of the brothers is like the big dreamer who wants to relive the stories of heroism from the olden days, and the other brother's an asshole. And then it kind of sucks that from there it doesn't have any surprises. Like, it's just a general story of this guy learning how to be a warrior, and then he goes fight, but then his brother turns to the evil side, so now he has to fight his brother. It's really uninteresting. I was kind of hoping to see some sort of role reversal or something here that could actually make me go, huh? That could be interesting, but it really wasn't. I mean, imagine if the evil brother ended up having to become the hero. That would be so much better for the story, because all of a sudden you have a character that doesn't want to be a hero having to be a hero in order to save his brother. It's like, man, that would be cool. And then have the brother who was supposedly learning all of the ways of the people turn evil, because it turns out what he admires is not the fact that the people were noble, but the fact that they're just awesome and cool and shit. Oh, that would have been such a good movie, but instead we get this one that's just kind of straightforward, and it didn't really have any surprises for me. Besides the animation, because, oh my god, this movie is beautiful. Also, Snyder is the person who directed this movie. I said earlier when I was talking about Superman that I think Snyder is not a bad director, and this movie kind of proves it, because I watched this movie, I thought it was good. He's not the writer of this movie. This movie was written by some guy who made the book, and then someone else adapted that book into a screenplay. Maybe it's not the best book and screenplay ever, but Snyder definitely knows how to adapt it. Here, he's not abusing slow motion or doing any of his staples. He's simply doing a good job at adapting the material. And that's like, oh man, I kind of wish we got more Snyder as director, because what we're seeing here is really strong direction. We're also seeing like really beautiful feathers and no, seriously, this movie is visually stunning. I can't believe how good this movie looks. This movie looks even better than Zootopia 2 that came out this year, and it's probably gonna get that Oscar nomination. What did I say about the award shows? I'm not talking about... Okay, I'm talking about them a little. I'm talking about them a little because this movie did not get a nomination at the award shows, and I was wondering why. I mean, this movie is genuinely stunning. It reminds me a lot of how Battlefield 1 is, where if you've ever played Battlefield 1, you realize that game is super pretty. It hasn't aged a day, and it's one of those situations where you go like, hold on, it's been like 10 years since Battlefield 1. Graphics have improved immensely. We now have double the computing power, and yet Battlefield 1 still looks better than a lot of games that are coming out today. And it's kind of weird that that's a thing that happened. But either way, I definitely feel like this movie is the kind of similar situation where you look at it and you just go like, wow. Like, I'm kind of speechless. The reason why this didn't get nominated is very simple. This year, the guy who won the Oscar was Toy Story 3. And like, sure, Toy Story 3 does not look this pretty. I don't think that even the furnace scene, that's a very emotional scene, looks this good. But I mean, think about the story. This movie has pretty generic story, whereas Toy Story 3 has really awesome banger story. It's one of the best story things Disney has put out. So it's like, you would want to see this at the Oscars, at least getting a nomination. But then you think about Toy Story and you realize it's light years away. Big tier, putting that here. Crash is a movie about people who get turned on from watching car crashes, and they love car crashes, and it's bad. It's a bad movie. A lot of people love this movie, but I personally found it to be actually genuinely bad. It's boring, it's uninteresting. People review it like it's an amazing film, and I was just there like, just blinking at the screen, thinking to myself, okay, that's a movie that I watched, I guess. The best parts about this movie are just the shock value and the fact that it's a weird concept, because you look at this and you think it's genuinely good, and then you actually watch it and you realize, wow, thrown together, the horrible show that everyone hated, that one did the story better for some reason. How did that happen? So I figured, hey, maybe this movie is interesting metaphorically, and as I was watching it, I was desperately trying to find a metaphor. Oh, maybe this is a metaphor for the porn industry, or maybe this is a metaphor for something. No, it's just a straightforward story. It's, oh, when relationships get boring, sometimes some couples go extreme about it, and this case of extreme is people who look at car crashes. And I guess they fixed the relationship. But how did this fix their relationship? I don't understand. This movie sucks. C tier. Krisha This movie is about an ex-alcoholic who goes back to her family for Thanksgiving. She's trying to make amends, but like nobody at her house actually wants her because she's been a pretty shitty person to deal with before due to her alcoholism. So it's kind of sad that you see the family doesn't really take her attempts at getting better seriously. It's one of those movies that you're not sure how to feel about it by the end because, of course, it's the fault of the protagonist that all the bad stuff's happening to her. She's the one who made the bad decisions of turning to alcohol and she keeps doing it. But you also can't help but feel bad because all of her effort is brushed aside by everyone around her. They literally go like, no, but you haven't tried hard enough, and you see how hard she's trying when she's alone and when she's off screen. She tries to make amends with her son. They ain't having any of it. She hurt them too bad. Man, that's rough. This movie is all about the consequences of that. It's like they could have gone the nice route where everybody learns to forgive her, but it's not right to forgive a person like that. This movie is realistic in that sense. It's not a nice thing, but it's reality, and I very much appreciate this movie for that. It's very fresh. Sadly, the movie, again, is not a very interesting one. It is kind of boring. It's mostly this woman talking to her family members, and then she messes up Thanksgiving for everybody because she's depressed and alcoholic, and then you see her falling back on alcohol, and it's kind of really sad. But there's a reason why I really commend this movie, and this is the director's directorial debut, which means this is his first movie ever, and he's doing something really cool with the budget here. He's managing it very well because, as it turns out, the locations and a lot of the actors are actually his family members. He basically did a cheap-ass movie so he can send it to festivals and actually get on the movie industry. There is a very hard line of entry for movie industries. It's not very possible to do it. You either have to get lucky, find some sort of connection, or go down this path. Try your hardest to make the cheapest, best movie you can. And this guy genuinely did it. He made a very good effort at showing us he can direct. He grabbed a bunch of people who weren't actors, such as his family members. He had them lead this movie. Krisha is acted by like the director's aunt. So it's just a generally smart decision to put all of this together and put a movie where you can show you're a good director even with someone who knows nothing. He probably sent this to a bunch of festivals and it won a bunch of awards, and that's the like last path where you could enter the movie industry. You have to respect that. This movie's a C tier, but my guy, I hope he actually manages to make a good movie because he made an absolute banger, all things considered, with like no budget, no actors, no setting. Okay, I lied again. There is one more Halloween movie. This is Death Talent Society. This is a Chinese movie that basically sets off from where Coco left off. You know how in Coco, Disney's Coco, the way you remember it is by someone either remembering you by having a keepsake or by leaving some beautiful piece of art behind? Yep, in this movie, in order to do that, you just have to scare the shit out of humans. It's basically the story of a talent society that creates different pranks. It's basically pranks, but the point is to scare humans. And if humans get scared enough, you're actually remembered and you can keep on living. It's a very, very funny movie because for as much as it's talking about dead people and there's jokes about suicide and stuff, there's also a lot of jokes about how horror as a genre is created, right? Much of the comedy in this movie involves seeing something that should be really scary, such as an horror trope, and then actually seeing how it's pulled off through like them cutting away from the action. And so, for example, you have this scene where a bunch of people are like getting closer through a hallway and they don't actually move, and then they cut away and they show you like the behind the cameras footage of the guys just walking, 3 different guys dressed as the same person walking out the doors, and the movie is chock full of that. So this movie actually follows a girl who was recently forgotten because they mistakenly throw out her keepsake. And so what happens is that she now has to find a way to scare people. She goes to this famous lady, this famous scary lady that's, you know, her career is diminishing. People no longer take her as seriously. She's famous, but like old famous, you know? And she was upstaged completely by her student. So now this new girl is like, hey, I want to learn to scare people, but she's really bad at it. So she meets the film crew and they all sort of come together to create a new scare that involves her living a little longer. The girl's death was completely inoffensive, so she has no material. She's just making it up as she goes. And it's pretty cool to see how this group of random people that are learning how to make a new scare just come up with stuff on the spot. And it's genuinely very funny because of that. For example, one character wants to write a scary message on an elevator to scare the people into doing the thing. And so she writes cilantro on the wall. She goes, cilantro is scary. Nobody understands her thought process. The movie is chock full of moments like that. It's just practical effects being thrown and done spontaneously to the point where it's really comedic. And it's very funny just to imagine all of the horrible things that the humans are seeing, and then you actually see the behind the scenes, and it's just guys pulling at hairs or whatnot. It's very funny in that sense. Now, this movie has a real heart. That's kind of the part that really kicks this from a 7 to an 8 or a 9. Throughout the film, you see this film crew in charge of making the scare sort of get together, and they all get a little bit of depth and a little bit of story to them, and it's very nice to see them come together and learn how to live after death. It's a very nice movie that has a nice message, but I think maybe it's a little bit too pessimistic. Like, this movie does not like you learning to do stuff. Its message is all about how you're already good enough. As soon as you respect the people around you and you take care of them and you love them, you are good enough. But then this movie just kind of leaves it there. It doesn't want you to actually know, hey, you can still push yourself. I think there's a beauty in the knowledge that you are good enough. People love you. You are part of whatever family you are, whether it's a bunch of friends that you found or a bunch of people that you got together with, maybe just a special other. But then you're also like a person. This movie thinks the only reason why we put in effort is in order to get recognized and make people know that we exist. And well, it's pretty bad to just do things in order for that. I think a lot of people try to improve because it's something they do for themselves. I personally know I don't make these videos better because I want everyone to watch them. Well, I mean, I guess I sometimes do, but I do it more for myself than I do it for you, you know? Of course, I want you to like my video more because that's the way I know that I'm doing a great job, because it makes me happy to know that I'm doing a better job at making you entertained. I wish the movie explored that a little bit more, because they established the character is just like very unfulfilled herself. She never achieved anything special. And that's kind of like a depressing aspect of the film. I know it works very well, because ultimately what the movie wants to say is that you're good enough for the people you have around you, and I think that's a very beautiful message, but I wish the movie would end on a more beautiful note where the character still decides she wants to do better, not for other people, but for herself. It is important to love people, especially people who don't care if you're good enough for them, because, I mean, that's a very, like, toxic way to approach a relationship, but I think it's also very nice to care about yourself, and I wish this movie just talked a tiny bit about that. Still, this movie does its job at spreading its message, and again, it's very funny with the whole scares being practical effects, and a lot of the jokes are just the main character figuring out how to scare people as she goes. I give this movie an S tier. And I'm gonna have to wait another day to record. Oh my god, this video is gonna be 5 hours.
You know how a minute ago I was going on and yapping about how I was gonna talk about Wicked 2? And then I'm sorry to announce I didn't. I completely forgot that I watched the movie because I didn't write it in my big list of movies that I watched this year. And it's like, I remember that I watched it, I just didn't remember to talk about it. It was crazy.
So let's talk about Wicked.
Look, I don't think it's no surprise to anyone that, yes, of course this part of the movie is way worse than the first part. I found the first part of Wicked to be really effective because everything that worked about the play, they just made it work even better. This part, I mean, look at the material they were dealing with. They were having to work with whatever the heck the play does for Act 2. And the reality is, I think it's pretty understood by most people that Part 2 of Wicked, the second act of the play, is just not as good as the first one. You know, you have your showstopper and that actually kind of stopped the show, huh? Now, what did I think? Well, I thought it was good. I didn't like that they added a bunch of original songs, and yet almost all the original songs they added were either reprises of other songs or just solo songs of character looking inside of the camera like, what have I done? I fucked up. I'm so fucking stupid. Everything else I found myself kind of indifferent about. I think a lot of the problem with this movie is that we're gonna be comparing it a lot to Part 1. And Part 1 is just really good. This part, I mean, it doesn't have the problem with the length, it doesn't feel too long, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like anything. You don't really get a sense of anything here. The big musical numbers that you have for this part are No Good Deed Goes Unpunished and For Good, but you're just 2 songs in there. It's just not that neat. If I'm complaining about the plot of the musical, I'm complaining about the plot of the movie, I guess. It's the same plot. But like, bro, what is wrong with Alfie? Why is she so dumb? Why can't she just swoop down and rescue his guy? No. She's gonna go to a castle in the middle of nowhere and go, I'm a kaname, turn him into a scarecrow, make him live forever. And he's okay with this? He doesn't ever acknowledge the fact that he was turned into a scarecrow? That's messed up. Imagine one day you get kidnapped by the police and instead of your person who flies and can protect you and knows super magic. She just flies away, turns you into a scarecrow, and then shows back up later like, hello, I'm the one who turned you into a scarecrow. Oopsie, Also, I went to watch this at the cinema, and my dad actually did the scene from Modern Family, turning around in the big emotional moment. Why is she green? That actually happened. My dad did not know that was a thing from the show. Good coincidence. I did like that this movie added some stuff from the musical that was all about Ariana's character, Glinda. I think that definitely helps because it feels like the play used to think that the emotional core of the story was Alphaba and Fiero. Alphaba and Fiero, I mean, they're a good couple, I like what they do with the plot. But when it actually comes to what I think about Wicked, it's like, come on, the emotional core has got to be Alphaba and Glinda. The relationship is what's important here. So it's very nice that they focus more on that because it makes all the emotional moments surrounding them a little bit more impactful. Definitely worse than the first, but at the same time, production value is still high, acting is still good, the changes they do to the actual play are still pretty alright. I can't complain. This is as good as the adaptation gets. Now, can the outside please stop doing noises while I'm trying to record as I give this movie an A tier? Huh? Fucking cars outside all the fucking time. That's why I don't record here. I record in fuck all because you all are here all day. You never leave. I hate living in an overpopulated city.
And finally, December happened. I want to finish this boy summer already. Trapped in Paradise. It's about 3 bank robbers who go into a small town and they rob the bank, but it turns out everyone in the town is like super duper nice, so they all start second guessing what they should do with their lives. This is one of those films where Nicolas Cage is in it, and he's like acting middle of the road, which means you know he wasn't very excited about acting here. You know with Nicolas Cage that he puts as much effort into his performance as he thinks the movie's gonna be good, so he clearly didn't think this movie was gonna be that good. And you know what? He's kinda right. I wish this was more interesting, but a lot of the times this movie's kinda cookie cutter. It's not that interesting. Third act liar reveal is in there. Forced romantic plot is in there. It's like, could have done better. The best part about this movie is that there's like a horse chase scene. They just chase each other on sleds led by horses. And I like that one scene because that one made like a pretty interesting chase. But that's about it. Like, I know I said many movies are just fine in this video, but that's really what happens. A lot of the times when a movie is bad or mediocre, it's just a movie that's okay and that's it. You appreciate what it's doing, but that's about as far as you're willing to take it. So I'm giving this one a C tier and moving on. 31 Minutos, Calurosa Navidad. This is a remake of a prior Christmas special from 31 Minutos, which if you don't know what 31 Minutos is, I have a video about it, you should go watch it. Anyways, it's 31 Minutos, so it's always a good time. Like, you could not put Bodoque on screen and have me not like him, because he's the best. And you can definitely tell the team making this movie has a lot of experience making puppet shows because the production value here is really good. They have real recreations of the entire city and it's just one of the best we've seen of 31 Minutos when it comes to like the quality of the production. The city looks really good, the puppets look really good, the sets look really good, the environments look really good. Even if it's stuff that's just gonna show up for 5 minutes or even less, they put all their effort and detail into making them look good. So I always appreciate what 31 Minutos does for production value, and it's very nice to see they're pulling it up. But I also can tell that this movie is kind of a test for what they wanna do with 31 Minutos going forward if they actually get the chance. You see, this movie is actually just an adaptation of a Christmas special that already existed, and it doesn't really add anything else. It adds a few things, such as, you know, a new plot point with a snowman or whatnot. But the reality is they end up reusing a lot of songs and a lot of situations that we already saw in the show. It makes for a movie that is advertised as the big return of 31 Minutos, and then you actually watch it and it's like you're just returning to that nostalgia again. I want to see new stuff. I want to see you push 31 Minutos into new directions because we haven't seen them do that in a long time. But again, it's 31 Minutos, you have all the characters, you have Tulio is in here, Patana is in here, Mario Hugo is in here, they are all there just as fresh as they always were. So it's very hard to grab this cast of characters, do a thing with them, and have it not be fun. B tier. Zootopia 2. Holy moly, an actually good Disney sequel? What the heck is this? This should not be real. It's so strange to actually finish watching a Disney movie that's a sequel and thinking to yourself, hey, that was actually pretty good. Because Zootopia 2 is actually a pretty good movie. It's like nobody in this production was going to tell them, but what of the danger? And ruin the movie, so it ultimately made for a movie that's pretty good. It does have problems, but I don't think the problems are massive, because it's just a generally enjoyable experience. For example, the biggest problem in this movie is that they introduced this new character who's a snake, and the snake and Judy kind of talk like maybe 10 times in the film, but there's lines like, "You're my bestest of friends," and it's like you talk to them 10 minutes tops. You can't become best friends by talking like less than 20 times. So it's kind of ridiculous that they really suspect that you want to do that, and I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put more scenes where we actually see Judy and the snake talking like about the situation or about just random stuff. It's one of those scenes that maybe could have added a little bit about the movie to really make me believe that they're actually best friends, because as the movie puts it, they chase him half the movie and then he talks to them 10 minutes and now they're best friends or something. Granted, Judy does save his life at one point in the movie, so you could argue that that's what happened. Either way. Is it me, or is this movie absolutely desperate for Judy and Nick to, like, be dating? They put so many hints like, oh, they're dating, oh, mom and dad, oh this, oh that, but they aren't actually dating. It just feels like the movie knows a lot of fans just want to see them date because they're like that. And it's just, they're so on the nose about it. I personally don't care either way, but I like the way the manga did it, where they got together and then they broke up. I was kind of hoping they adapted a little bit of the manga, you know, the whole thing with the abortion stuff, because I felt that arc was very What do you mean it's fan-made? Don't lie to me! You are lying to me, and the abortion thing is real. It is what's gonna show up in Zootopia 3. Zootopia 3 is about Judy getting that abortion, everybody knows this. This movie has like a genuine villain, and then they have a very evident twist villain who is so evidently there that it's not really a surprise when the twist villain turns on the main characters. And I was kind of hoping that they would do something about this, because one of the largest critiques people had about the first movie is that they didn't like the plot twist villain. And then of course here they have it again, and it's just kind of like, okay, good job. At least this plot twist villain is a little bit more intimidating than the one in the first one. And he does turn into a villain after that point, so the reveal isn't just at the ending, it's kind of like 3/4 of the film there. At least you get to see them be the villain a little more, but I kind of wish they had written it a little differently. So the main twist villain of this movie ends up being the child of the guy who is supposedly the actual villain, and I kind of wish they had done the situation where after the kid's defeated, his dad starts taking the torch of the main antagonist. I feel like that would have made it a more interesting film, because you've got now two antagonists to look at. You know, one of them's more sympathetic, one of them could be allowed for a potential redemption in the future, and then the other one's just a bad person, and they have to defeat him. By the way, the main bad guy gets defeated 3 times in this film. They just keep bringing him back like it's some sort of surprise or whatnot, and it just doesn't work. I kind of wish they had taken the mayor's arc. In the movie, the mayor eventually learns to not be swayed by influence and power, and it's like, I wish that was done with this enemy antagonist that we got for a bit. Not only because that would make the character more deep and interesting, but also because it just feels right for his character arc. Everything that he does it to appease his family. And in the movie, he shows up, he says, hey, I fixed the problem for you, and the family still disregards him, and it's like, oh, that would have been such a good point for him to realize, holy, my parents suck. They're going down anyways, might as well not go down with the ship, you know? I wish the mayor's redemption arc would have been passed to this new character and had made him a little bit more interesting. Luckily for us, it doesn't really need to be that way for this movie to be good. It's still a pretty good movie, all things considered, especially considering Disney is always thinking, but what of the danger? And they don't do anything bold anymore. This movie may not be bold, but at least is as bold as Disney can get in the current day and age. Anyways, guys, look at how Oscar-worthy this movie is. They gave 10,001 hairs to the rabbit. And they have 3 stages of wet under for its unseen technology since 2014. A tier. The Holdovers is a very Christmassy movie in a very weird way, because instead of focusing on people singing and happiness and stuff, it focuses on the people that don't get that. Just 3 lonely people who have to stay behind in the university campus, or maybe it's college campus, I'm not sure, but they have to stay there during the holidays. And it's like, it's the student, his history teacher, and a cafeteria lady. And they sort of start having Christmas together because they just don't want to be depressed and alone anymore. And it's such a nice movie in that regard. It's like, we always focus on, oh, the importance of family coming from the place of someone who doesn't appreciate their family, instead of from the place of someone whose family doesn't appreciate them. This makes these 3 characters a little bit better. Now, granted, one of these characters, the cafeteria lady, she actually has a family that loves her. She just can't go see them. So as you go through the movie, she actually manages to find a way to go see them. And it's a very nice film in that sense. Not only do you see this group of 3 lonely people come together to enjoy Christmas, and it's just very cozy, but you also get to see their lives and their families are more complex than just they don't like me or I'm all alone and have no girlfriend. I want to shout out the whole teacher-student relationship we see with the 2 guys there. They get a lot of the focus and I enjoy a lot of their time together because you actually kind of get to see how they start understanding each other and the struggles the other one faces. It's just kind of wholesome, man. Giving this one a B tier and moving on. Fnaf 2! I said we were gonna talk about this a while ago. We are talking about it. Wow, foreshadowing magic. I'm such a good screenwriter. Totally not just because I made a list and then talk about the list. Okay. So yeah, as I said earlier, I love how this movie is chock full of beautiful recreations of the characters from the video game. Like, genuinely crazy and detailed recreations of them, with even the mud sometimes looking as accurate as it did in the original game. And then they use them like 2 minutes tops. Toy Chica gets almost all of the focus, and it's like, you could move away from Toy Chica and put a little bit more of the withered animatronics, right? They decided to also make them prototypes, which is really weird because it would have been a lot more fun to just, hey, we already saw those characters in the first movie, just make these new designs the same as they are in the game, just the same animatronics but broken. And have these be the characters that we saw in the first movie, and have these be the guys that end up finding the toy animatronics at the end of the film. It's kind of a waste that we don't get to see a lot of the withered animatronics. The toy animatronics do get a little bit of the spotlight, so they show up quite a bit more. I definitely thought their showcase in the movie was satisfactory. They get beat up and they get thrown around and they fight people and they kill people. It's like, I'm not angry about how they use them, except for Balloon Boy. He specifically should have shown up more because he gets very little screen time. Gotta say, I do give props from them changing a thing from the game. At first I didn't love it because in this part where like Mike's in the office and he's playing Fnaf 2 basically, there's this part where the animatronics are closing in and like Wither Chica does not go into the vents. But that actually makes sense. In the game she goes into the vents, like I think it's the right side vent. And the thing about Wither Chica is that she's supposedly stuck in a T position, which means she would never fit on like one of the vents. So it's nice that they changed that, but then they hilariously ended up making her arms normal in the movie, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. But I appreciate the movie's attempt to rectify this mistake. The storyline is really weird. I definitely feel like the storyline of this movie is exactly the storyline of the previous movie, but without any of the funny Abby being cute with the animatronics moments. Like, one of the most hated aspects of the original movie is what made it so unique, and so people complain about it and they just didn't put it here, but everything else about this movie is the same structure. We have, they learn about the Freddy's location, a bunch of people breaking into the abandoned place, they all die horribly to the animatronics there. Turns out Abby wants to go talk to them. Abby goes talk to them. Mike's like, oh shit, she went to talk to them, I should be protecting her. So he goes trying to find her. He eventually finds her. And then the bad guy shows up and it's like, hello, I'm the bad guy. They defeat him. And then at least in the first movie, they formally defeat William. Whereas here, okay, that is one of the things I like the least about the movie. But you have Mike's friend, who is basically a token black guy. I'm sorry, I wish he had more to do, but he's just there to be the token black guy. It pisses me off. And then there's a part where they make a point to show him stopping Mike. He throws him to the ground. And then he just lets him get up and walk away. They don't explain why. You just later see him going like, oh my god, Mike, Abby, are you okay? And it's like, what happened to the serial killer who you should be holding on to, who you beat up and said, you're not getting away, and then you let him get away? What happened here? Where did he go? I just realized the last 12 minutes of the voiceover were too loud. I apologize about that. They also have Henry show up in this movie. Henry, the guy from Finest at Freddy's, the CEO, the guy who put Freddy's. And they pretend that he's not an important guy, but it's so evidently Henry to the point where I looked at that and I was like, oh, that's Henry, the second he showed up. And they just pretend like he's an unimportant character when he's obviously the guy. And I imagine everyone who's a fan of Finest at Freddy's picked up on that, because this movie is really not there for the fans to not pick up on a lot of those details. Okay, what's the situation with the Afton children? Because everybody knows in the game, it was 3 Afton children, right? The guy who gets bitten, the girl who goes into Elizabeth, and then Mike, who turns evil. And now they added Vanessa, so in this movie they're basically implying that Vanessa has 3 secret siblings that she has talked not even a second about. I'm wondering if they will just completely remove the whole Bite of 93 thing, because it really does nothing. But they did show Baby in this movie, so you just have to start wondering what do they plan to adapt next. How many FNAF movies do they plan to make? 5? 6? And one thing I haven't seen a lot of people talk about is how this movie kind of writes off the original kids, the 5 kids from the plot here, which is really weird because one of the best moments in FNAF for me is the very nice ending of FNAF 3. If you don't know, in FNAF 3, the good ending, which I think is the non-canon ending, is the one where the kids get together, they put on the mask on the kid who didn't have a body, and they all just go to heaven. And it's a very nice moment that actually almost made me cry when I played FNAF. It's just one of those moments from the franchise that almost nobody focuses on. And I was kind of disappointed that this movie kind of has like that moment but only half done. It's like, oh man, I really hope that the third movie would have done this, you know? Have the moment where all the kids go together with the first victim and they go like, hey, it's okay, we can rest now. What a missed chance, what a missed opportunity. Now we're gonna get the third movie ending on a fire or something. My last gripe is them using It's Been So Long for the credits. I think, and this is just my opinion, but I think they should have had another FNAF song from another artist show up, because they already used the first and very iconic song in the first movie, right? So it's like, you know, there's many artists who've made many cool FNAF songs. Even if they're a little cringe nowadays, I think it would have been cool to give them a little bit of the spotlight. Instead of putting It's Been So Long, you could have put, I don't know, what they Try Hard Ninja do. Let's see. Endless Lullaby, that's the movie. That's based on the movie. Save Me? Is that what he called it? Save Me. He did. No, that's the song for the puppet. Why is this guy doing 20,000 songs? Okay, so just pick one of them. So as you can tell, I'm a fan of FNAF, which means I would give this movie an A tier. But if you're not a fan, it goes straight to C tier. And in fact, I'm gonna put this on C tier because even though I like it for all the wrong reasons. I hope they do a good job with the third movie and actually make it, like, better than this one. Because this one, I'm still unsure if I think it's that much worse than the first, but it definitely feels worse.
I'm almost done.
Little Woman time. It's a tale of 4 sisters and you see them grow up, and I watched the 94 version, which is a very classic one. It's just a very nice movie with impeccable vibes. It's very nice to see all the character arcs, the way all the sisters grow up, the hardship and the nice things they encounter together. It's one of those movies that I understand why it's a classic, because it really makes you hope in the moments where you have to hope, and it really makes you sad in the moments where you have to be sad. Now, most of this movie is romance, but at least it's an authentic and like emotional romance. It's nice to see how each of the sisters has their own little character arc. Sure, a lot of the arcs are about them getting married, but I personally didn't mind it here for some reason. It's just like, it's like I could understand why it would be important for these characters to get married like that, because, I mean, this is based on like a real time. And it's just a good reason to see a romance plot and not think to yourself that they're like doing less of what they could do. There's about as much as they could do, and they do it very well. It's just very wholesome and very nice to see all 4 character arcs have little things. So maybe it's not the perfect movie. Maybe the character arcs aren't that well defined. Maybe the events of the story aren't the best. But at the same time, you understand that it's supposed to just be a nice movie. That's supposed to be just a sit down and chill movie. It's not meant to really show you anything crazy. The one thing that's crazy about this is definitely just the way they made the epoch look, because they really hit it on the like outfits and the way the houses look. B tier. Dora Search for the Golden Sun. They're already rebooting this franchise. It took them like 3 years. Not only that, but this new version is kind of terrible and is much worse than the original live action. Dora is more annoying, and instead of the whole bit being that she's kind of cuckoo crazy and everyone's just following along, in this movie they actually are taking her seriously a lot of the time, and the character arcs aren't really that interesting. It's like they really tried to make this movie a thing, and it just fails at every point because you never get invested in the characters, you never really enjoy anything of what's happening, and it's very clear that they're just rebooting it because they didn't want to call back the actors of the movie that was on theaters. So what's the movie about? Dora and Diego and 2 random people they pick up at a park go try to look for a MacGuffin, and that's the entire movie. They just have to look up a MacGuffin while they're guided by a magical bracelet that takes them to the MacGuffin. And they have to solve puzzles in different places to get the MacGuffin. That's just bland, man. It's just uninteresting, man. But then they try to be cheeky with things from the original Dora show, such as the map and the monkey. Like, the monkey appears here and he talks. Only Dora can hear him. And like, okay, at least it makes sense that nobody acknowledges this because they live with her. It makes sense for this girl to be talking to her monkey. If you already expect it, you're not really surprised. And it would be kind of rude to just point it out every single time. She's gonna start feeling bad after a while. But then the map. They tried to use the map by having this magical map be Dora's guide in a way that makes no sense. Only because they wanted to feature the map from the song, The Map. And then you have the most corny scene where she goes, I am the map. I am the map. I am the map. It's like the sparks of the stars align and she realizes she had the map inside her all along. That's like, it's supposed to be the big emotional moment, but it's laughably bad because you're just sitting there like, oh my god, they're really doing this. They really are doing this. Hey, wanna guess what the MacGuffin does? It grants you a wish. A paranormal entity from the sky grants you any wish you want. And you wanna know what Dora wishes? I wish for my cousin to go back home. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Wish for infinite wishes! If anyone ever gives you a wish, wish for infinite wishes! Okay, suppose you can do that. Wish for many other things. Infinite dino noggies from air creation. You snap your fingers and a dino doggy drops into your hand and that dino noggy does not make you fat or fart. It's just an infinite dino noggy forever. That's a good power. Get yourself flight abilities that give you fall damage immunity. You know, travel the world, see the whole thing. It's beautiful. And you can do it forever if you fly yourself. Fucking a portal to John Malkovich's mind. That would have been a better wish, but no. She wishes to go back home. And I understand this movie makes a point to show that, you know, in order to actually get the magical gem, you have to show that you are not a greedy individual and throw a bunch of gold into the void. I understand that, but hey, a lot of wishes that I would do have nothing to do with earning money. Like, if I wanted to fly, it's to visit the world. If I wanted an infinite dino noggy, it's for fucking fun. If I wanted infinite wishes, it would be because I'm a genius. Because who in their right mind would wish for more wishes? Who in their right mind?
See, dear.
And then I rewatched Clueless, and I re-enjoyed it. It's just a good coming-of-age film, and it has, like, really funny and iconic scenes, especially the costuming. The costuming is so fire in this movie. But yeah, basically it's about this girl who's the popular girl in school. She eventually realizes that she wants to be a good person, so she starts helping other people out, and that actually makes her kind of lose her popularity a lot. But at the end of the movie, the whole movie is not like, you should renounce popularity over being a good person. This movie kind of understands the way teenagers, especially people who are about to go into university, are like kind of really learning the waters, and they're kind of assholes at times because they're learning the waters. They haven't really had that moment where they think, maybe I should be good to people, maybe I should be lovely to people, maybe I should love the people around me. It's like, it's one of those things that a lot of people only start thinking once they're actually, you know, a little bit older. I watched this movie when I was like 17, and now that I'm 24, I watched this movie again, and I still had about the same amount of laughs, because it's a relatable movie at times, you know? There's that one scene where they go into the highway, and it's super chaotic and dramatic, and they're like, oh no, what's gonna happen to us? That's exactly how I feel whenever I mistakenly enter the freeway. Just a very good, very iconic coming-of-age story. Dear. Miracle on 34th Street. This was supposed to be the last movie I watched this year, but then because my computer exploded, I ended up watching another movie. At least I'm glad I didn't finish with this one, because this movie is alright. So it's about this guy who's kind of crazy and he thinks he's literally Santa Claus. So he becomes a famous Santa all over New York because his outfit is very accurate and his personality is just very nice, right? He starts telling people where to get the toys cheaper, and that makes people look at the store he's working with trust, which improves business. Somehow. That would not happen in the real world. But also, a lot of what happens in this movie would not happen in the real world. Like, past the halfway point, it's all a trial to really confirm whether this guy who says he's Santa is actually Santa. And the whole trail is like, can we prove this guy is really Santa instead of proving this guy didn't hit that other guy who he supposedly hit, even though it was all staged? It's like, they kind of deviate for the sake of the miracle and having the nice message about belief. But again, it's a Christmas movie. If I was complaining about Christmas movies being nice, I would be like, why would I be doing that? So yeah, it can be generally uninteresting, but it has a few moments that I appreciated. I don't like that the movie has a very large inflection point on, oh, because we believe in God, we can also believe in Santa. Because that's kind of like, Okay, that weird logic. I know I watched the later version of this, right? And the older version has them realize this guy is actually Santa because he has property and the actual P.O. box says his name is Santa Claus. So they go like, yep, there's undeniable proof. I don't know if that's better because at least this movie understands like the emotional core of belief is important as a message more than that other movie. Whereas that other movie is more like, I guess, having property is important. Both of these movies rely on Americanisms to actually deliver its final moments, huh? Anyways, it's a B-tier movie. The version I saw, maybe the old one is a little better, but I don't know. I didn't watch both versions, I just watched the new one. And finally, Hamilton. Hamilton's a movie about the life of Alexander Hamilton, a movie that's in reality a recorded show of Hamilton. It has a unique style and changed the way Disney made music, which I could claim was for the better, but eventually I grew sick. Cause Lin-Manuel Miranda's style is good but has its limits, especially when extended for over 120 minutes. Yeah, see, the reason I don't like this play is simple. It's got problems in its sprinkles. It works fine and has a style I admire more than a little. The problem!
It's repetitive in structure, that's
The problem!
repeating tricks over and over.
The problem!
Isma's dialogue is wordy, a problem. They do the shit over and over. And I understand. In fact, alright, that's not
The problem!
This is an issue with speaking recurrently without a break. Makes every line a run-on sentence and a nick. It's hard to stay awake. It's a feeling I hardly shake. It's almost not a real mistake. But for the sake of argument, I'll say let's just pretend it's not a problem. Considering the themes, it makes a little sense, I guess. Because this movie's main discussion point is all about time, I guess. They're rapping all the time because they didn't have enough. But I believe they could have figured out a better approach. Why then are there so many changes in tempo and many lines that just echo with no pause and no calm? I can hear the applause and the charm. I mean to say, I understand what they wanted to stand out from the multitude and it's thematically fitting and right. But brother, it seems to have no end in sight. A problem? I dug a few musical numbers, notably the one where Elizabeth went back in time and in time to the time it took to the current song's time. The rap portions that refrained as a debate worked wonders. The prince is funny, one of my favorite characters, but the portion between the intermission and the final hour is tired, exhausted, a flower, and not because they couldn't stop and acknowledge the problem.
If they could just relax, they'd see everything's alright. When it's done a few times, it's clear, it's almost at the light. The character arcs are wonderful, and the cast, they're killing it wonderful. With some fixing, this could be theory. But like this, I'd rather put it under. I think I made my point with this singing from my heart.
Ah! So it was all a dream? So I watched a lot of godly stuff and also a lot of bullshit in 2025. But what were the best and the worst things in order? Let's do quick top 10 best and top 10 worst. So, the worst. Just want to note beforehand that I am excluding Pink Flamingos because the point of that movie is to be a horrible piece of shit. So it's like, of course, if I put it here, isn't that just kind of like a compliment? So let's go. Worst. All of Us Strangers. Marcelino Panivino. Crash. The Graduate. Snow White the live action. Good Boy. Las Niñas Bien. Emilia Perez. Gran Torino. And finally, the worst movie I saw this year definitely is Benjamin Button. As you could probably tell, all of those reviews are there so you can enjoy them and see all my points as to why. I almost put Dora in the bottom 10, but I feel like I hate that too much because of recency bias. So, you know, excluding, it's possible that if more time had passed, I would have put this instead of All of Us Strangers, because All of Us Strangers is a genuinely good movie, just doesn't entirely work for certain types of audiences, including the type that I am. On to the top 10. Frankelda, Better Man, Down with Love, Shoot 'Em Up, Chainsaw Man Reze Arc, Micmacs, Tampopo, and the top 3, Love Exposure, The Substance, and, on number 1, the best movie I saw in 2025, 3 Idiots. If you're being pedantic, you may notice that a lot of these movies are ranked higher in the tier list than they are in the top 10, and that's because this top 10 is completely based on just the movies I fucked with, unrelated to what I think about the movies from an objective perspective, you know? A movie like Shoot 'Em Up that I objectively think is pretty meh manages to be something quite incredible for me, and thus I think it deserves to be in my top 10. And here we are. Whoa, you made it to the end of like my lowest effort video ever, or at least one of them, because this video is gonna be quite long. I'm gonna have to put more effort into this than I wanted. If you have enjoyed this, buddy, you are going to cry watching some of my other stuff. Go do that. Go do that. Why are you here?
I'm sorry. I cannot love you like you love me because that'd be parasocial and that's cringe.